was. And if I were a young lady," continued Mr. Smith, speaking with some slight hesitation, and glancing furtively at Isabel's face, "if I were a young lady, and had a kind of romantic fancy for a person I ought not to care about, I'll tell you what I'd do with him. I'd put him into a novel, Izzie, and work him out in 3 volumes. And if I wasn't heartily sick of him by the time I got to the last chapter, nothing on earth would cure me." This was the advice which Sigismund gave to Isabel at parting. She understood his meaning, and resented his interference. She was beginning to feel that people guessed her wickedness, and tried to cure her of her madness. Yes, she was very wicked, very mad. She acknowledged her sin, but she could not put it away from her. And now that he was gone, now that he was far away, never to come back, never to look upon her face again, surely there could be no harm in thinking of him. She did think of him, daily and hourly, no longer with any reservation, no longer with any attempt at self-deception. Eugene Aram and Ernest Maltravers, the Giaour and the Corsair, were alike forgotten. The real hero of her life had come, and she bowed down before his image and paid him perpetual worship. What did it matter? He was gone. He was as far away from her now as those fascinating figments of the poetic brain, Messieurs Aram and Maltravers. He was a dream, like all the other dreams of her life, only he could never melt away or change as they had done. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 21 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 21. Once more the gate behind me falls. All through the autumnal months, all through the dreary winter, George Gilbert's wife endured her existence, and hated it. The days were all alike, all dark and cold and dreary, and her life was dark and cold and dreary, like the days. She did not write a novel. She did not accomplish any task, or carry out any intention. But she began a great many undertakings, and grew tired of them, and gave them up in despair. She wrote a few chapters of a novel, a wild, weird work of fiction, in which Mr. Roland Lansdell reigned paramount over all the rules of Lindley Murray, and was always nominative when he ought to have been objective, and vice versa, and did altogether small credit to the university at which he was described to have gained an impossible conglomeration of honours. Mrs. Gilbert very soon got tired of the novel, though it was pleasant to imagine it in a complete form, taking the town by storm. He would read it, and would know that she had written it. Was there not a minute description of Lord Thurston's oak in the very first chapter? It was pleasant to think of the romance, neatly bounded in 3 volumes. But Mrs. Gilbert never got beyond a few random chapters, in which the grand crisis of the work, the first meeting of the hero and heroine, the death of the latter by drowning, and of the former by rupture of a blood vessel, and so on, were described. She could not do the everyday work. She could erect a fairy palace, and scatter lavish splendour in its spacious halls, but she could not lay down the stair carpets, or fit the window blinds, or arrange and plan the furniture. She tore up her manuscript, and then for a little time she thought that she would be very good, kind to the poor, affectionate to her husband, and attentive to the morning and afternoon sermons at Graybridge Church. She made a little book out of letter paper, and took notes of the vicar's and the curate's discourses. But both these gentlemen had a fancy for discussing abstruse points of doctrine far beyond Mrs. Gilbert's comprehension, and the doctor's wife found the business of a reporter very difficult work. She made her poor little unaided effort to repent of her sins and to do good. She cut up her shabbiest dresses and made them into frocks for some poor children, and she procured a packet of limp tracts from a Conventford bookseller, and distributed them with the frocks, having a vague idea that no charitable benefaction was complete unless accompanied by a tract. Alas for this poor sentimental child! The effort to be good and pious and practical did not sit well upon her. She got on very well with some of the cottagers' daughters, who had been educated at the National School, and were as fond of reading novels as herself. She fraternized with these damsels, and lent them odd volumes out of her little library, and even read aloud to them on occasion; and the vicar of Graybridge, entering one day a cottage where she was sitting, was pleased to hear a humming of noise, as of the human voice, and praised Mrs. Gilbert for her devotion to the good cause. He might not have been quite so well pleased had he heard the subject of her lecture, which had relation to a gentleman of loose principles and buccaneering propensities, a gentleman who "left a Corsair's name to other times, linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes." But even these feeble attempts to be good, how short a time it seemed since Isabel Gilbert had been a child, subject to have her ears boxed by the second Mrs. Sleaford! How short a time since to be good meant to be willing to wash the teacups and saucers, or to darn a 3-cornered rent in a hobbledehoy's jacket! Even these feeble efforts ceased by and by, and Mrs. Gilbert abandoned herself to the dull monotony of her life, and solaced herself with the thought of Roland Lansdell, as an opium eater beguiles his listless days with the splendid visions that glorify his besotted stupor. She resigned herself to her life, and was very obedient to her husband, and read novels as long as she could get one to read, and was for ever thinking of what might have been, if she had been free, and if Roland Lansdell had loved her. Alas, he had only too plainly proved that he did not love her, had never loved her. He had made this manifest by cruelly indisputable evidence at the very time when she was beginning to be unutterably happy in the thought that she was somehow or another nearer and dearer to him than she ought to have been. The dull autumn days and the dark winter days dragged themselves out, and Mr. Gilbert came in and went out, and attended to his duties, and ate his dinner, and rode Brown Molly between the leafless hedgerows beside the frozen streams, as contentedly as he had done in the bright summer time, when his rides had lain through a perpetual garden. His was one of those happy natures which are undisturbed by any wild yearnings after the unattainable. He had an idea of exchanging his Graybridge practice for a better one by and by, and he used to talk to Isabel of this ambitious design; but she took little interest in the subject. She had evinced very little interest in it from the first, and she displayed less now. What would be the use of such a change? It could only bring her a new kind of dreariness; and it was something to stand shivering on the little bridge under Lord Thurston's oak, so bare and leafless now. It was something to see even the chimney pots of Mordred, the wonderful clusters of dark red brick chimneys, warm against the chill December sky. Mrs. Gilbert did not forget that passage in Mr. Roland Lansdell's letter in which he had placed the Mordred library at her disposal; but she was very slow to avail herself of the privilege thus offered to her. She shrank away shyly from the thought of entering his house, even though there was no chance of meeting him in the beautiful rooms, even though he was at the other end of Europe, gay and happy and forgetful of her. It was only by and by, when Mr. Lansdell had been gone some months, and when the dulness of her life had grown day by day more oppressive, that Isabel Gilbert took courage to enter the noble gates of Mordred. Of course she told her husband whither she was going. Was it not her duty to do so? And George good naturedly approved. "Though I'm sure you've got books enough already," he said, "for you seem to be reading all day." She set out upon a wintry afternoon, and walked alone to the Priory. The old housekeeper received her very cordially. "I've been expecting to see you every day, ma'am, since Mr. Lansdell left us," the worthy woman exclaimed. for he said as you were rare fond of books, and was to take away any that you fancied, and John's to carry them for you, ma'am, and I was to pay you every attention. But I was beginning to think you didn't mean to come at all, ma'am." There were fires in many of the rooms, for Mr. Lansdell's servants had a wholesome terror of that fatal blue mould which damp engenders upon the surface of a picture. The firelight glimmered upon golden frames, and glowed here and there in the ruby depths of rich Bohemian glass, and flashed in fitful gleams upon rare porcelain vases and groups of stainless marble. But the rooms had a desolate look somehow, in spite of the warmth and light and splendour. Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, told Isabel of Mr. Lansdell's whereabouts. He was at Milan. Lady Gwendoline Pomphrey had been good enough to tell Mrs. Warman. Somewheres in Italy that was, the housekeeper believed, and he was to spend the rest of the winter in Rome, and then he was going on to Constantinople, and goodness knows where, for there never was such a traveller, or any one so restless like. "Isn't it a pity he don't marry his cousin, Lady Gwendoline, and settle down like his pa?" said Mrs. Warman. "It do seem a shame for such a place as this to be shut up from year's end to year's end, till the very pictures get quite a ghastly way with them, and seem to stare at one reproachful like, as if they was asking over and over again, 'Where is he? Why don't he come home?'" Isabel was standing with her back to the chill wintry sky outside the window, and the housekeeper did not perceive the effect of her discourse. That simple talk was very painful to her. It seemed to her as if Roland Lansdell's image receded farther and farther from her in this grand place, where all the attributes of his wealth and station were a standing evidence of the great gulf between them. "What am I to him?" she thought. "What can such a despicable wretch as I am ever be to him? If he comes home it will be to marry Lady Gwendoline. Perhaps he will tell her how he used to meet me by the mill stream, and they will laugh together about me." Had her conduct been shameless and unwomanly, and would he remember her only to despise her? She hoped that if Roland Lansdell ever returned to Midlandshire, it would be to find her dead. He could not despise her if she was dead. The only pleasant thought she had that afternoon was the fancy that Mr. Lansdell might come back to Mordred and engage himself to his cousin, and the marriage would take place at Graybridge Church, and as he was leading his bride along the quiet avenue, he would start back, anguish stricken, to the sight of a newly erected headstone, "To the memory of Isabel Gilbert, aged 20." 20! That seems quite old, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She had always fancied that the next best thing to marrying a duke would be to fade into an early grave before the age of 18. The first visit to Mordred made the doctor's wife very unhappy. Was it not a reopening of all the old wounds? Did it not bring too vividly back to her the happy summer day when he sat beside her at luncheon, and bent his handsome head and subdued his deep voice as he talked to her? Having broken the ice, however, she went very often to the Priory, and on one or two occasions even condescended to take an early cup of tea with Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, though she felt that by doing so she in some small measure widened the gulf between Mr. Lansdell and herself. Little by little she grew to feel quite at home in the splendid rooms. It was very pleasant to sit in a low easy chair in the library, his easy chair, with a pile of books on the little reading table by her side, and the glow of the great fire subdued by a noble screen of ground glass and brazen scroll work. Mrs. Gilbert was honestly fond of reading, and in the library at Mordred her life seemed less bitter than elsewhere. She read a great deal of the lighter literature upon Mr. Lansdell's bookshelves, poems and popular histories, biographies and autobiographies, letters and travels in bright romantic lands. To read of the countries through which Mr. Lansdell wandered seemed almost like following him. As Mrs. Gilbert grew more and more familiar with the grand old mansion, and more friendly with Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, she took to wandering in and out of all the rooms at pleasure, sometimes pausing before one picture, sometimes sitting before another for half an hour at a time, lost in reverie. She knew all the pictures, and had learned their histories from Mrs. Warman, and ascertained which of them were most valued by Mr. Lansdell. She took some of the noble folios from the lower shelves of the library, and read the lives of her favourite painters, and stiff translations of Italian disquisitions on art. Her mind expanded amongst all the beautiful things around her, and the graver thoughts engendered out of grave books pushed away many of her childish fancies, her simple sentimental yearnings. Until now she had lived too entirely amongst poets and romancers; but now grave volumes of biography opened to her a new picture of life. She read the stories of real men and women who had lived and suffered real sorrows, prosaic anguish, hard commonplace trial and misery. Do you remember how, when young Caxton's heart had been wrung by his youth's bitterest sorrows, the little father sends his son to the Life of Robert Hall for comfort? Isabel, very foolish and blind as compared with the son of Austin Caxton, was yet able to take some comfort from the stories of the good men's sorrows. The consciousness of her ignorance increased as she became less ignorant, and there were times when this romantic girl was almost sensible, and became resigned to the fact that Roland Lansdell could have no part in the story of her life. If the drowsy life, the quiet afternoons in the deserted chambers of the Priory, could have gone smoothly on for ever, Isabel Gilbert might have, little by little, developed into a clever and sensible woman. But the current of her existence was not to glide with one dull motion to the end. There were to be storms and peril of shipwreck, and fear and anguish, before the waters flowed into a quiet haven, and the story of her life was ended. One day in March, one bleak day, when the big fires in the rooms at Mordred seemed especially comfortable, Mrs. Gilbert carried her books into an inner apartment, half boudoir, half drawing room, at the end of a long suite of splendid chambers. She took off her bonnet and shawl, and smoothed her dark hair before the glass. She had altered a little since the autumn, and the face that looked out at her to-day was thinner and older than that passionate tear-blotted face which she had seen in the glass on the night of Roland Lansdell's departure. Her sorrow had not been the less real because it was weak and childish, and had told considerably upon her appearance; but she was getting over it. She was almost sorry to think that it was so. She was almost grieved to find that her grief was less keen than it had been 6 months ago, and that the splendour of Roland Lansdell's image was perhaps a trifle faded. But to-day Mrs. Warman was destined to undo the good work so newly effected by grave books, and to awaken all Isabel's regrets for the missing Squire of Mordred. The worthy housekeeper had received a letter from her master, which she brought in triumph to Mrs. Gilbert. It was a very brief epistle, enclosing cheques for divers payments, and giving a few directions about the gardens and stables. "See that pines and grapes are sent to Lord Ruysdale's whenever he likes to have them; and I shall be glad if you send hothouse fruit and flowers occasionally to Mr. Gilbert, the surgeon of Graybridge. He was very kind to some of my people. Be sure that every attention is shown to Mrs. Gilbert whenever she comes to Mordred." Isabel's eyes grew dim as she read this part of the letter. He thought of her, far away, at the other end of the world almost, as it seemed to her, for this letter was dated from Corfu. He remembered her existence, and was anxious for her happiness. The books were no use to her that day. She sat with a volume open in her lap, staring at the fire, and thinking of him. She went back to the old italics again. His image shone out upon her in all its ancient splendour. Oh, dreary, dreary life, where he was not! How was she to endure her existence? She clasped her hands in a wild rapture. "Oh, my darling, if you could know how I love you!" she whispered, and then started, confused and blushing. Never until that moment had she dared to put her passion into words. The Priory clock struck 3 succeeding hours, but Mrs. Gilbert sat in the same attitude, thinking of Roland Lansdell. The thought of going home and facing her daily life again was unutterably painful to her. That fatal letter, so commonplace to a common reader, had revived all the old exaltation of feeling. Once more Isabel Gilbert floated away upon the wings of sentiment and fancy into that unreal region where the young squire of Mordred reigned supreme, beautiful as a prince in a fairy tale, grand as a demigod in some classic legend. The French clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half hour after 4, and Mrs. Gilbert looked up, aroused for a moment from her reverie. 4:30, she thought. It will be dark at 6, and I have a long walk home. Home! She shuddered at the simple monosyllable, which it is the special glory of our language to possess. The word is very beautiful, no doubt, especially so to a wealthy country magnate, happy owner of a grand old English mansion, with fair lands and coverts, home farm and model farm buildings, shadowy park and sunlit pleasaunce, and wonderful dairies lined with Majorca ware, and musical with the plashing of a fountain. But for Mrs. Gilbert, home meant a square-built house in a dusty lane, and was never likely to mean anything better or brighter. She got up from her low seat, and breathed a long-drawn sigh, as she took her bonnet and shawl from a table near her, and began to put them on before the glass. "The parlour at home always looks ugliest and barest and shabbiest when I have been here," she thought, as she turned away from the glass and moved towards the door. She paused suddenly. The door of the boudoir was ajar. All the other doors in the long range of rooms were open, and she heard a footstep coming rapidly towards her. A man's footstep. Was it one of the servants? No servant's footstep ever touched the ground with that firm and stately tread. It was a stranger's footstep, of course. Who should come there that day except a stranger? He was far away, at the other end of the world almost. It was not within the limits of possibility that his footfall should sound on the floors of Mordred Priory. And yet, Isabel stopped, with her heart beating violently, her hands clasped, her lips apart and tremulous, and in the next moment the step was close to the threshold, the door was pushed open, and she was face to face with Roland Lansdell, whom she never thought to see again upon this earth, Roland Lansdell, whose face had looked at her in her dreams by day and night any time within these last 6 months. "Isabel, Mrs. Gilbert," he said, holding out both his hands, and taking hers, which were as cold as death. She tried to speak, but no sound came from her tremulous lips. She could utter no word of welcome to this restless wanderer, but stood before him breathless and trembling. Mr. Lansdell drew a chair towards her and made her sit down. "I startled you," he said. "You did not expect to see me. I had no right to come to you so suddenly, but they told me you were here, and I wanted so much to see you. I wanted so much to speak to you." The words were insignificant enough, but there was a warmth and earnestness in the tones that was new to Isabel. Faint blushes flickered into her cheeks, so deathly pale a few moments before. Her eyelids fell over the dark unfathomable eyes. A look of sudden happiness spread itself upon her face, and made it luminous. "I thought you were at Corfu," she said. "I thought you would never, never, never come back again." "I have been at Corfu, and in Italy, and in innumerable places. I meant to stay away, but I changed my mind, and I came back. I hope you are glad to see me again." What could she say to him? Her terror of saying too much kept her silent. The beating of her heart sounded in her ears, and she was afraid that he too must hear that tell-tale sound. She dared not raise her eyes, and yet she knew that he was looking at her earnestly, scrutinizingly even. "Tell me that you are glad to see me," he said. Ah, if you knew why I went away, why I tried so hard to stay away, why I have come back after all, after so many resolutions made and broken, so many deliberations, so much doubt and hesitation. Isabel, tell me you are glad to see me once more." She tried to speak, and faltered out a word or two, and broke down and turned away from him. And then she looked round at him again with a sudden impulse, as innocently and childishly as Zuleika might have looked at Selim, forgetful for a moment of the square built house in the dusty lane, of George Gilbert, and all the duties of her life. "I have been so unhappy," she exclaimed. "I have been so miserable. And you will go away again by and by, and I shall never, never see you any more." Her voice broke, and she burst into tears, and then, remembering the surgeon all in a moment, she brushed them hastily away with her handkerchief. "You frightened me so, Mr. Lansdell," she said, "and I'm very late, and I was just going home, and my husband will be waiting for me. He comes to meet me sometimes when he can spare time. Good bye." She held out her hand, looking at Roland nervously as she did so. Did he despise her very much, she wondered? No doubt he had come home to marry Lady Gwendoline Pomphrey, and there would be a fine wedding in that bright May weather. There was just time to go into a consumption between March and May, Mrs. Gilbert thought, and her tombstone might be ready for the occasion, if the gods who bestow upon their special favourites the boon of early death would only be kind to her. "Good bye, Mr. Lansdell," she repeated. "Let me walk a little way with you. Ah, if you knew how I have travelled night and day, if you knew how I have languished for this hour, and for the sight of—" For the sight of what? Roland Lansdell was looking down at the pale face of the doctor's wife as he uttered that unfinished sentence. But amongst all the wonders that ever made the story of a woman's life wonderful, it could never surely come to pass that a demigod would descend from the ethereal regions which were his common habitation on her account, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She went home in the chill March twilight, but not through the bleak and common atmosphere which other people breathed that afternoon, for Mr. Lansdell walked by her side, and, not encountering the surgeon, went all the way to Graybridge, and only left Mrs. Gilbert at the end of the dusty lane in which the doctor's red lamp already glimmered faintly in the dusk. Would the master of Mordred Priory have been stricken with any sense of shame if he had met George Gilbert? There was an air of decision in Lansdell's manner which seemed like that of a man who acts upon a settled purpose, and has no thought of shame. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 22 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 22. My Love's a Noble Madness. Mr. Lansdell did not seem in a hurry to make any demonstration of his return to Mordred. He did not affect any secrecy, it is true, but he shut himself a good deal in his own rooms, and seldom went out except to walk in the direction of Lord Thurston's Oak, whither Mrs. Gilbert also rambled in the chilly spring afternoons, and where Mr. Lansdell and the doctor's wife met each other very frequently. Not quite by accident now, for at parting Roland would say with supreme carelessness, "I suppose you will be walking this way to morrow. It is the only walk worth taking hereabouts, and I'll bring you the other volume." Lord Ruysdale and his daughter were still at Lowlands, but Mr. Lansdell did not betake himself thither to pay his respects to his uncle and cousin, as he most certainly should have done in common courtesy. He did not go near the grey old mansion where the Earl and his daughter vegetated in gloomy and economical state. But Lady Gwendoline heard from her maid that Mr. Lansdell had come home, and bitterly resented his neglect. She resented it still more bitterly by and by, when the maid, who was a little faded like her mistress, and perhaps a little spiteful into the bargain, let drop a scrap of news she had gleaned in the servants' hall. Mr. Lansdell had been seen walking on the Graybridge road with Mrs. Gilbert, the doctor's wife. And it wasn't the first time either, and people do say it looks odd when a gentleman like Mr. Lansdell is seen walking and talking oftentimes with such as her. The maid saw her mistress's face turn pale in the glass. No matter what the rank or station or sex of poor Othello, he or she is never suffered to be at peace, or to be happy, knowing nothing. There is always a mine ancient, male or female, as the case may be, to bring home the freshest information about the delinquent. "I have no wish to hear the servants' gossip about my cousin's movements," Lady Gwendoline said, with supreme hauteur. "He is the master of his own actions, and free to go where he pleases and with whom he pleases." "I'm sure I beg pardon, my lady, and meant no offence," the maid answered meekly. But she don't like it for all that, the damsel thought, with an inward chuckle. Roland Lansdell kept himself aloof from his kindred, but he was not suffered to go his own way unmolested. The road to perdition is not quite so smooth and flower bestrewn a path as we are sometimes taught to believe. A merciful hand often flings stumbling blocks and hindering brambles in our way. It is our own fault if we insist upon clambering over the rocky barriers, and scrambling through the briary hedges, in a mad eagerness to reach the goal. Roland had started up the fatal descent, and was of course going at that rapid rate at which we always travel downhill. But the road was not all clear for him. Charles Raymond of Conventford was amongst the people who heard accidentally of the young man's return, and about a week after Roland's arrival the kindly philosopher presented himself at the Priory, and was fortunate enough to find his kinsman at home. In spite of Mr. Lansdell's desire to be at his ease, there was some restraint in his manner as he greeted his old friend. "I am very glad to see you, Raymond," he said. "I should have ridden over to Conventford in a day or two. I've come home, you see." "Yes, and I'm very sorry to see it. This is a breach of good faith, Roland." "Of what faith? With whom?" "With me," answered Mr. Raymond, gravely. "You promised me that you would go away." "I did, and I went away." "And now you have come back again." "Yes," replied Mr. Lansdell, folding his arms and looking full at his kinsman, with an ominous smile upon his face. "Yes, the fact is a little too evident for the basis of an argument. I have come back." Mr. Raymond was silent for a minute or so. The younger man stood with his back against the angle of the embayed window, and he never took his eyes from his friend's face. There was something like defiance in the expression of his face, and even in his attitude, as he stood with folded arms leaning against the wainscot. "I hope, Roland, that since you have come home, it is because the reason which took you away from this place has ceased to exist. You come back because you are cured. I cannot imagine it to be otherwise, Roland. I cannot believe that you have broken faith with me." "What if I have come home because I find my disease is past all cure? What if I have kept faith with you, and have tried to forget, and come back at last because I cannot?" "Roland!" "Ah, it is a foolish fever, is it not? Very foolish, very contemptible to the solemn faced doctor who looks on and watches a wretched patient tossing and writhing, and listens to his delirious ravings. Have you ever seen a man in the agonies of delirium tremens, catching imaginary flies, and shrieking about imps and demons capering on his counterpane? What a pitiful disease it is! Only the effect of a few extra bottles of brandy, but you can't cure it. You may despise the sufferer, but you shrink back terror-stricken before the might of the disease. You've done your duty, doctor. You tried honestly to cure my fever, and I submitted honestly to your remedies. But you're only a quack after all, and you pretended, what all charlatans pretend, to be able to cure the incurable." "You have come back with the intention of remaining, then, Roland?" "C'est selon. I have no present idea of remaining here very long." "And in the meantime you allow people to see you walking the Graybridge road, and loitering about Thurston's Crag with Mrs. Gilbert. Do you know that already that unhappy girl's name is compromised? The Graybridge people are beginning to couple her name with yours." Mr. Lansdell laughed aloud, but not with the pleasant laugh which was common with him. "Did you ever look in a British atlas for Graybridge on the Wayverne?" he asked. "There are some atlases which do not give the name of the place at all. In others you'll find a little black dot with the word Graybridge printed in very small letters. The British Gazetteer will tell you that Graybridge is interesting on account of its church, which, etc., etc., that an omnibus plies to and fro between the village and Warncliffe station, and that the nearest market town is Wareham. In all the literature of the world, that's about all the student can learn of Graybridge. What an affliction it must be to a traveller in the Upper Pyrenees, or on the banks of the Amazon, to know that people at Graybridge mix his name sometimes with their tea-table gossip. What an enduring torture for a loiterer in fair Grecian isles, an idle dreamer beside that blue depths of southern sea, to know that Graybridge disapproves of him!" "I had better go away, Roland," Mr. Raymond said, looking at his kinsman with a sad reproachful gaze, and stretching out his hand to take up the hat and gloves he had thrown upon a chair near him. "I can do no good here." "You cannot separate me from the woman I love," answered Roland boldly. "I am a scoundrel, I suppose, but I am not a hypocrite. I might tell you a lie and send you away hoodwinked and happy. No, Raymond, I will not do that. If I am foolish and wicked, I have not sinned deliberately. I have striven against my folly and my wickedness. When you talked to me that night at Waverley, you only echoed the reproaches of my own conscience. I accepted your counsel and ran away. My love for Isabel Gilbert was only a brief infatuation, I thought, which would wear itself out like other infatuations with time and absence. I went away, fully resolved never to look upon her face again. And then only, I knew how truly and how dearly I loved her. I went from place to place, but I could no more fly from her image than from my own soul. In vain I argued with myself, as better men have done before my time, that this woman was in no way superior to other women. Day by day I took my lesson deeper to heart. I cannot talk of these things to you. There is a kind of profanation in such a discussion. I can only tell you that I came back to England with a rooted purpose in my mind. Do not thrust yourself upon me. You have done your duty, and may wash your hands of me with Christian-like self-satisfaction. You have nothing further to do in this galère." "Oh, Roland, that you should ever come to talk to me like this! Have you no sense of truth or honour? Not even the common instinct of a gentleman? Have you no feeling for that poor honest-hearted fellow who has judged you by his own simple standard, and has trusted you implicitly? Have you no feeling for him, Roland?" "Yes, I am very sorry for him. I am sorry for the grand mistake of his life. But do you think he could ever be happy with that woman? I have seen them together, and know the meaning of the grand word union as applied to them. All the width of the universe cannot divide them more entirely than they are divided now. They have not one single sentiment in common. Charles Raymond, I tell you I am not entirely a villain. I do still possess some lingering remnant of that common instinct of which you spoke just now. If I had seen Isabel Gilbert happy with a husband who loved her and understood her, and who was loved by her, I would have held myself aloof from her pure presence. I would have stifled every thought that was a wrong to that holy union. I am not base enough to steal the lamp which lights a good man's home. But if I find a man who has taken possession of a peerless jewel, as ignorant of its value and as powerless to appreciate its beauty as a soldier who drags a Raphael from the innermost shrine of some ransacked cathedral, and makes a knapsack for himself out of the painted canvas, If I find a pig trampling pearls under his ruthless feet, am I to leave the gems for ever in his sty, in my punctilious dread that I may hurt the feelings of the animal by taking his unvalued treasure away from him?" "Other men have argued as you argue to day, Roland," answered Mr. Raymond. "Other men have reasoned as you reason, Roland; but they have not the less brought anguish and remorse upon themselves, and upon the victims of their sin. Did not Rousseau declare that the first man who enclosed a lot of ground and called it mine was the enemy of the human race? You young philosophers of our modern day twist the argument another way, and are ready to avow that the man who marries a pretty woman is the foe to all unmarried mankind. He should have held himself aloof, and waited till the man arrived upon the scene, the man with the poetic sympathies and sublime appreciation of womanly grace and beauty, and all manner of hazy attributes which are supposed to be acceptable to the sentimental womanhood. Bah, Roland! All this is very well on toned paper, in a pretty little hot-pressed volume published by Messrs. Moxon; but the universe was never organized for the special happiness of poets. There must be jog-trot existences, and commonplace contentment, and simple everyday households, in which husbands and wives love each other, and do their duty to each other in a plain prosaic manner. Life can't be all rapture and poetry. Ah, Roland, it has pleased you of late years to play the cynic. Let your cynicism save you now. Is it worth while to do a great wrong, to commit a horrible sin, for the sake of a pretty face and a pair of black eyes, for the gratification of a passing folly?" "It is not a passing folly," returned Mr. Lansdell, fiercely. "I was willing to think that it was so last autumn, when I took your advice and went away from this place. I know better now. If there is depth and truth anywhere in the universe, there is depth and truth in my love for Isabel Gilbert. Do not talk to me, Raymond. The arguments which would have weighed with other men will have no power with me. It is my fault or my misfortune that I cannot believe in the things in which other men believe. Above all, I cannot believe in formulas. I cannot believe that a few words shuffled over by a parson at Conventford last January 12th can be strong enough to separate me for ever from the woman I love, and who loves me. Yes, she loves me, Raymond," cried the young man, his face lighting up suddenly with a smile which imparted a warmth to his dark complexion, like the rich glow of a Murillo. "She loves me, my beautiful unvalued blossom that I found blooming all alone and unnoticed in a desert. She loves me. If I had discovered coldness or indifference, coquetry or pretence of any kind in her manner the other day when I came home, I would have gone back even then. I would have acknowledged my mistake, and would have gone away to suffer alone. My dear old Raymond, it is your duty, I know, to lecture me and argue with me; but I tell you again, it is only wasted labour. I am past all that. Try to pity me and sympathize with me, if you can. Solitude is not such a pleasant thing, and people do not go through the world alone without some sufficient reason for their loneliness. There must have been some sorrow in your life, dear old friend, some mistake, some disappointment. Remember that, and have pity upon me." Mr. Raymond was silent for some minutes. He sat with his face shaded in his hand, and his hand was slightly tremulous. "There was a sorrow in my life, Roland," he said by and by, "a deep and lasting one; and it is the memory of that sorrow which makes you so dear to me. But it was a sorrow in which shame had no part. I am proud to think that I suffered, and suffered silently. I think you can guess, Roland, why you have always been, and always must be, as dear to me as my own son." "I can," answered the young man, holding out his hand. "You loved my mother." "I did, Roland, and stood aloof, and saw her married to the man she loved. I held her in my arms and blessed her on her wedding day, in the church yonder; but never from that hour to this have I ceased to love and honour her. I have worshipped a shadow all my life, but her image was nearer and dearer to me than the living beauty of other women. I can sympathize with a wasted love, Roland; but I cannot sympathize with a love that seeks to degrade its object." "Degrade her!" cried Roland. "Degrade Isabel! There can be no degradation in such a love as mine. But you see we think differently. We see things from a different point of view. You look through the spectacles of Graybridge, and see an elopement, a scandal, a paragraph in the country papers. I recognise only the immortal right of two free souls, who know that they have been created for each other." "Do you ever think of your mother, Roland? I remember how dearly she loved you, and how proud she was of the qualities that made you worthy to be her son. Do you ever think of her as a living presence, conscious of your sorrows, compassionate of your sins? I think if you considered her thus, Roland, as I do, she has never been dead to me. She is the ideal in my life, and lifts my life above its common level. If you thought of her as I do, I don't think you could hold to the bad purpose that has brought you back to this place." "If I believed what you believe," cried Mr. Lansdell, with sudden animation, "I should be a different man from what I am; a better man than you are, perhaps. I sometimes wonder at such as you, who believe in all the glories of unseen worlds, and yet are so eager and so worldly in all your doings upon this shabby commonplace earth. If I believed, I think I should be blinded and intoxicated by the splendour of my heritage. I would turn Trappist, and live in a dumb rapture from year's end to year's end. I would go and hide myself amid the mountain tops, high among the eagles and the stars, and ponder upon my glory. But you see it is my misfortune not to believe in that beautiful fable. I must take my life as it is; and if, after 10 foolish unprofitable years, fate brings one little chance of supreme happiness in my way, who shall tell me to withhold my hand? Who shall forbid me to grasp my treasure?" Mr. Raymond was not a man to be easily put off. He stayed at Mordred for the remainder of the day, and dined with his young cousin, and sat talking with him until late at night. But he went away at last with a sad countenance and a heavy heart. Roland's disease was past the cure of philosophy. What chance have Friar Lawrence and philosophy ever had against Miss Capulet's Grecian nose and dark Italian eyes, the balmy air of a warm southern night, the low harmonious murmur of a girlish voice, the gleaming of a white arm on a moonlit balcony? End of Chapter 22. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 23 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 23. A Little Cloud. Isabel was happy. He had returned. He had returned to her, never again to leave her. Had he not said something to that effect? He had returned because he had found existence unendurable away from her presence. Mr. Lansdell had told the doctor's wife all this, not once but 20 times; and she had listened, knowing that it was wicked to listen, and yet powerless to shut her ears against the sweet insidious words. She was beloved, for the first time in her life, really, truly, sentimentally beloved, like the heroine of a novel. She was beloved, despite of her shabby dresses, her dowdy bonnets, her clumsy country-made boots. All at once, in a moment, she was elevated into a queen, crowned with woman's noblest diadem, the love of a poet. She was Beatrice, and Roland Lansdell was Dante; or she was Leonora, and he was Tasso. She did not particularly care which. Her ideas of the two poets and their loves were almost as vague as the showman's notion of the rival warriors of Waterloo. She was the shadowy love of the poet, the pensive impossible love who never could be more to him than a perpetual dream. This was how Isabel Gilbert thought of the master of Mordred, who met her so often now in the chill spring sunshine. There was a kind of wickedness in these stolen meetings, no doubt, she thought; but her wickedness was no greater than that of the beautiful princess who smiled upon the Italian poet. In that serene region of romance, that mystic fairyland in which Isabel's fancies dwelt, sin, as the world comprehends it, had no place. There was no such loathsome image in that fair kingdom of fountains and flowers. It was very wrong to meet Mr. Lansdell, but I doubt if the happiness of those meetings would have had quite such an exquisite flavour to Isabel had that faint soupçon of wickedness been wanting. Did Mrs. Gilbert ever think that the road which seemed so pleasant, the blossoming pathway along which she wandered hand in hand with Roland Lansdell, was all downhill, and that there was a black and hideous goal hidden below in the farthermost valley? No, she was enraptured and intoxicated by her present happiness, blinded by the glory of her lover's face. It had been very difficult for her to realise the splendid fact of his love and devotion, but once believing, she was ready to believe for ever. She remembered a sweet sentimental legend of the Rhineland, the story of a knight who, going away to the wars, was reported as dead, whereon his lady love, despairing, entered a convent, and consecrated the sad remainder of her days to heaven. But by and by the knight, who had not been killed, returned, and finding that his promised bride was lost to him, devoted the remainder of his days to constancy and solitude, building for himself a hermitage upon a rock high above the convent, where his fair and faithful Hildegonde spent her pure and pious days. And every morning, with the earliest flush of light in the low eastern sky, and all day long, and when the evening star rose pale and silvery beneath the purpling heavens, the hermit of love sat at the door of his cell, gazing upon the humble casement behind which it pleased him to fancy his pure mistress kneeling before her crucifix, sometimes mingling his name with her prayers. And was not the name of the knight Roland his name? It was such a love as this which Isabel imagined she had won for herself. It is such a love as this which is the dearest desire of womankind, a beautiful, useless, romantic devotion, a wasted life of fond, regretful worship. Poor, weak, sentimental Mary of Scotland accepts Chastelar's poetic homage, and is pleased to think that the poet's heart is breaking because of her grace and loveliness, and would like it to go on breaking for ever. But the love-sick poet grows weary of that distant worship, and would scale the royal heavens to look nearer at the brightness of his star, whence come confusions and troubles, and the amputation of that foolish, half-demented head. So there was no thought of peril to herself or to others in Mrs. Gilbert's mind when she stood on the bridge above the mill stream, talking with Roland Lansdell. She had a vague idea that she was not exactly doing her duty to her husband, but poor George's image only receded farther and farther from her. Did she not still obey his behests, and sit opposite to him at the little dinner table, and pour out his tea at breakfast, and assist him to put on his overcoat in the passage before he went out? Could she do more for him than that? No. He had himself rejected all further attention. She had tried to brush his hat once in a sudden gush of dutiful feeling, but she had brushed the nap the wrong way, and had incurred her husband's displeasure. She had tried to read poetry to him, and he had yawned during her lecture. She had put flowers on his dressing-table, white, fragile-looking flowers, in a tall slender vase, with a tendril of convolvulus twined artfully round the stem, like a garland about a classic column; and Mr. Gilbert had objected to the perfumed blossoms as liable to generate carbonic acid gas. What could any one do for such a husband as this? The tender sentimental raptures, the poetic emotions, the dim aspirations which Isabel revealed to Roland would have been as unintelligible as the Semitic languages to George. Why should she not bestow this other half of her nature upon whom she chose? If she gave her duty and obedience to Othello, surely Cassio might have all the poetry of her soul, which the matter-of-fact Moor despised and rejected. It was something after this wise that Isabel reasoned, when she did reason at all about her platonic attachment for Roland Lansdell. She was very happy, lulled to rest by her own ignorance of all danger, rather than by any deeply studied design on the part of her lover. His manner to her was more tender than a father's manner to his favourite child, more reverential than Raleigh's to Elizabeth of England. But in all this he had no thought of deception. The settled purpose in his mind took a firmer root every day, and he fancied that Isabel understood him, and knew that the great crisis of her life was fast approaching, and had prepared herself to meet it. One afternoon, late in the month, when the March winds were bleaker and more pitiless than usual, Isabel went across the meadows, where the hedgerows were putting forth timid little buds to be nipped by the chill breezes, and where here and there a violet made a tiny speck of purple on the grassy bank. Mr. Lansdell was standing on the bridge when Isabel approached the familiar trysting place, and turned with a smile to greet her. But although he smiled as he pressed the slender little hand that almost always trembled in his own, the master of Mordred was not very cheerful this afternoon. It was the day succeeding that on which Charles Raymond had dined with him, and the influence of his kinsman's talk still hung about him and oppressed him. He could not deny that there had been truth and wisdom in his friend's earnest pleading, but he could not abandon his purpose now. Long vacillating and irresolute, long doubtful of himself and all the world, he was resolved at last, and obstinately bent upon carrying out his resolution. "I am going to London, Isabel," he said, after standing by Mrs. Gilbert for some minutes, staring silently at the water. "I am going to London to-morrow morning, Isabel." He always called her Isabel now, and lingered with a kind of tenderness upon the name. Edith Dombey would have brought confusion upon him for this presumption, no doubt, by one bright glance of haughty reproof; but poor Isabel had found out long ago that she in no way resembled Edith Dombey. "Going to London!" cried the doctor's wife, piteously. "Ah, I knew that you would go away again, and I shall never see you any more." She clasped her hands in her sudden terror, and looked at him with a world of sorrow and reproach in her pale face. "I knew that it would be so," she repeated. "I dreamt the other night that you had gone away, and I came here, and oh, it seemed such a dreadful way to come, and I kept taking the wrong turnings, and going through the wrong meadows, and when I came there was only some stranger, who told me that you were gone and would never come back." "But Isabel, my love, my darling!" The tender epithets did not startle her, she was so absorbed by the fear of losing the god of her idolatry. "I am only going to town for a day or two, to see my lawyer, to make arrangements of vital importance. I should be a scoundrel if I neglected them, or incurred the smallest hazard by delaying them an hour. You don't understand these sort of things, Isabel; but trust me, and believe that your welfare is dearer to me than my own. I must go to town, but I shall only be gone a day or two, 2 days at the most, perhaps only 1. And when I come back, Izzie, I shall have something to say to you, something very serious, something that had better be said at once, something that involves all the happiness of my future life. Will you meet me here 2 days hence, on Wednesday, at 3 o'clock? You will, won't you, Isabel? I know I do wrong in exposing you to the degradation of these stolen meetings. If I feel the shame so keenly, how much worse it must be for you, my own dear girl, my sweet innocent darling. But this shall be the last time, Isabel, the last time I will ask you to incur any humiliation for me. Henceforward we will hold our heads high, my love, for at least there shall be no trickery or falsehood in our lives." Mrs. Gilbert stared at Roland Lansdell in utter bewilderment. He had spoken of shame and degradation, and had spoken in the tone of a man who had suffered, and still suffered, very bitterly. This was all Isabel could gather from her lover's speech, and she opened her eyes in blank amazement as she attended to him. Why should he be ashamed, or humiliated, or degraded? Was Dante degraded by his love for Beatrice? Was Waller degraded by his devotion for Saccharissa, for ever evidenced by so many charming versicles, and never dropping down from the rosy cloudland of poetry into the matter-of-fact regions of prose? Degraded? Ashamed? Her face grew crimson all in a moment as these cruel words stung her poor sentimental heart. She wanted to run away all at once, and never see Mr. Lansdell again. Her heart would break as a matter of course, but how infinitely preferable to shame would be a broken heart, and early death with an appropriate tombstone. The tears rolled down her flushed cheek as she turned away her face from Roland. She was almost stifled by mingled grief and indignation. I did not think you were ashamed to meet me here sometimes," she sobbed out. "You asked me to come. I did not think that you were humiliated by talking to me. "Why, Isabel, darling," cried Roland, "can you misunderstand me so utterly? Ashamed to meet you, ashamed of your society? Can you doubt what would have happened had I come home a year earlier than it was my ill fortune to come? Can you doubt for a moment that I would have chosen you for my wife out of all the women in the universe, and that my highest pride would have been the right to call you that dear name? I was too late, Izzie, too late to win that pure and perfect happiness which would have made a new man of me, which would have transformed me into a good and useful man, as I think. I suppose it is always so. I suppose there is always one drop wanting in the cup of joy, that one mystic drop which would change the commonplace potion into an elixir. I came too late. Why should I have everything in this world? Why should I have 15,000 a year, and Mordred Priory, and the right to acknowledge the woman I love in the face of all creation, while there are crippled wretches sweeping crossings for the sake of a daily crust, and men and women wasting away in great prison houses called unions, whose first law is the severance of every earthly tie? I came too late, and I suppose it was natural that I should so come. Millions of destinies have been blighted by as small a chance as that which has blighted mine, I dare say. We must take our fate as we find it, Isabel, and if we are true to each other, I hope and believe that it may be a bright one even yet, even yet." A woman of the world would have very quickly perceived that Mr. Lansdell's discourse must have relation to more serious projects than future meetings under Lord Thurston's oak, with interchanges of diverse volumes of light literature. But Isabel Gilbert was not a woman of the world. She had read novels while other people perused the Sunday papers, and of the world out of a 3-volume romance she had no more idea than a baby. She believed in a phantasmal universe, created out of the pages of poets and romancers. She knew that there were good people and bad people, Ernest Maltraverses and Lumley Ferrarses, Walter Gays and Carkers. But beyond this she had very little notion of mankind, and having once placed Mr. Lansdell amongst the heroes, could not imagine him to possess one attribute in common with the villains. If he seemed intensely in earnest about these meetings under the oak, she was in earnest too, and so had been the German knight who devoted the greater part of his life to watching the casement of his lady love. "I shall see you sometimes," she said with timid hesitation. "I shall see you sometimes, shan't I, when you come home from town? Not often, of course. I dare say it isn't right to come here often, away from George, and the last time I kept him waiting for his dinner. But I told him where I had been, and that I'd seen you, and he didn't mind a bit." Roland Lansdell sighed. "Ah, don't you understand, Isabel?" he said. "That doubles our degradation. It is for the very reason that he doesn't mind. It is precisely because he is so simple-hearted and trusting that we ought not to deceive the poor fellow any longer. That's the degradation, Izzie, the deception, not the deed itself. A man meets his enemy in fair fight and kills him, and nobody complains. The best man must always win, I suppose, and if he wins by fair means no one need grudge him his victory. I mystify you, don't I, my darling, by all this rambling talk? I shall speak plainer on Wednesday. And now let me take you homewards," added Mr. Lansdell, looking at his watch, "if you are to be home at 5. He knew the habits of the doctor's little household, and knew that 5 o'clock was Mr. Gilbert's dinner hour. There was no conversation of any serious nature during the homeward walk, only dreamy talk about books and poets and foreign lands. Mr. Lansdell told Isabel of bright spots in Italy and Greece, wonderful villages upon the borders of blue lakes deeply hidden among alpine slopes, and snow-clad peaks like stationary clouds, beautiful and picturesque regions which she must see by and by, Roland added gaily. But Mrs. Gilbert opened her eyes very wide and laughed aloud. How should she ever see such places, she asked, smiling. George would never go there. He would never be rich enough to go, nor would he care to go, were he ever so rich. And while she was speaking, Isabel thought that, after all, she cared very little for those lovely lands, much as she had dreamed about them and pined to see them long ago in the Camberwell garden on the still moonlit nights, when she used to stand on the little stone step leading from the kitchen, with her arms resting on the water butt, like Juliet's on the balcony, and fancy it was Italy. Now she was quite resigned to the idea of never leaving Graybridge on the Wayverne. She was content to live there all her life, as long as she could see Mr. Lansdell now and then, so long as she could know that he was near her, thinking of her and loving her, and that at any moment his dark face might shine out of the dullness of her life. A perfect happiness had come to her, the happiness of being beloved by the bright object of her idolatry. Nothing could add to that perfection. The cup was full to the very brim, filled with an inexhaustible draught of joy and delight. Mr. Lansdell stopped to shake hands with Isabel when they came to the gate leading into the Graybridge road. "Good-bye," he said softly. "Good-bye until Wednesday, Isabel. Isabel, what a pretty name it is! You have no other Christian name?" "Oh, no, only Isabel. Isabel Gilbert. Good-bye." He opened the gate and stood watching the doctor's wife as she passed out of the meadow and walked at a rapid pace towards the town. A man passed along the road as Mr. Lansdell stood there, and looked at him as he went by, and then turned and looked after Isabel. "Raymond is right, then," thought Roland. "They have begun to stare and chatter already. Let them talk about me at their tea-tables, and paragraph me in their newspapers to their heart's content. My soul is as much above them as the eagle soaring sunward is above the sheep that stare up at him from the valleys. I have set my foot upon the fiery ploughshare, but my darling shall be carried across it scatheless in the strong arms of her lover." Mrs. Gilbert went home to her husband, and sat opposite to him at dinner as usual; but Roland's words, dimly as she had comprehended their meaning, had in some manner influenced her, for she blushed when George asked her where she had been that cold afternoon. Mr. Gilbert did not see the blush, for he was carving the joint as he asked the question, and indeed had asked it rather as a matter of form than otherwise. This time Mrs. Gilbert did not tell her husband that she had met Roland Lansdell. The words shame and degradation were ringing in her ears all dinner time. She had tasted, if ever so little, the fruit of the famous tree, and she found the flavour thereof very bitter. It must be wrong to meet Roland under Lord Thurston's oak, since he said it was so, and the meeting on Wednesday was to be the last; and yet their fate was to be a happy one. Had he not said so in eloquent, mysterious words, whose full meaning poor Isabel was quite unable to fathom? She brooded over what Mr. Lansdell said all that evening, and a dim sense of impending trouble crept into her mind. He was going away for ever, perhaps, and had only told her otherwise in order to lull her to rest with vain hopes, and thus spare himself the trouble of her lamentations. Or he was going to London to arrange for a speedy marriage with Lady Gwendoline. Poor Isabel could not shake off her jealous fears of that brilliant high-bred rival whom Mr. Lansdell had once loved. Yes, he had once loved Lady Gwendoline. Mr. Raymond had taken an opportunity of telling Isabel all about the young man's early engagement to his cousin, and he had added a hope that, after all, a marriage between the two might yet be brought about. And had not the housekeeper at Mordred said very much the same thing? "He will marry Lady Gwendoline," Isabel thought, in a sudden access of despair, "and that is what he is going to tell me on Wednesday. He was different to-day from what he has been since he came back to Mordred. And yet and yet what?" Isabel tried in vain to fathom the meaning of all Roland Lansdell's wild talk, now earnestly grave, now suddenly reckless, one moment full of hope, and in the next tinctured with despair. What was this simple young novel reader to make of a man of the world, who was eager to defy the world, and knew exactly what a terrible world it was that he was about to outrage and defy? Mrs. Gilbert lay awake all that night, thinking of the meeting by the waterfall. Roland's talk had mystified and alarmed her. The ignorant happiness, the unreflecting delight in her lover's presence, the daily joy that in its fulness had no room for a thought of the morrow, had vanished all at once like a burst of sunlight eclipsed by the darkening clouds that presage a storm. Eve had listened to the first whispers of the serpent, and Paradise was no longer entirely beautiful. End of Chapter 23. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 24 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 24. Lady Gwendoline does her duty. Mrs. Gilbert stayed at home all through the day which succeeded her parting from Roland Lansdell. She stayed in the dingy parlour, and read a little, and played upon the piano a little, and sketched a few profile portraits of Mr. Lansdell, desperately inky and sentimental, with impossibly enormous eyes. She worked a little, wounding her fingers, and hopelessly entangling her thread, and she let the fire out 2 or 3 times, as she was accustomed to do very often, to the aggravation of Mrs. Jeffson. That hard-working and faithful retainer came into the parlour at 2 o'clock, carrying a little plate of seed cake and a glass of water for her mistress's frugal luncheon, and finding the grate black and dismal for the second time that day, fetched a bundle of wood and a box of matches, and knelt down to rekindle the cavernous cinders in no very pleasant humour. "I'm sorry I've left the fire out again, Mrs. Jeffson," Isabel said meekly. "I think there must be something wrong in the grate somehow, for the fire always will go out." "It usen't to go out in Master George's mother's time," Mrs. Jeffson answered, rather sharply, "and it was the same grate then. But my dear young mistress used to sit in yon chair, stitch, 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 at the doctor's cambric shirt fronts, and the fire was always burning bright and pleasant when he came home. She was a regular stay-at-home, she was," added the housekeeper, in a musing tone, "and it was very rare as she went out beyond the garden, except on a summer's eve, when the doctor took her for a walk. She didn't like going out alone, poor dear, for there was plenty of young squires about Graybridge as would have been glad enough to follow her and talk to her, and set people's malicious tongues chattering about her, if she'd have let 'em. But she never did. She was as happy as the day was long, sitting at home working for her husband, always ready to jump up and run to the door when she heard his step outside. God bless her innocent heart." Mrs. Gilbert's face grew crimson as she bent over a sheet of paper on which the words despair and prayer, breath and death, were twisted into a heart-rending rhyme. Ah, this was part of the shame and degradation Roland had spoken of. Everybody had a right to lecture her, and at every turn the perfections of the dead were cast reproachfully in her face, as if she did not wish to be dead and at rest, regretted and not lectured, deplored rather than slandered and upbraided. These vulgar people laid their rude hands upon her cup of joy, and changed its contents into the bitter waters of shame. These commonplace creatures set themselves up as the judges of her life, and turned all its purest and brightest poetry into a prosaic record of disgrace. The glory of the Koh-i-Noor would have been tarnished by the print of such base hands as these. How could these people read her heart, or understand her love for Roland Lansdell? Very likely the serene lady of the Rhineland, praying in her convent cell, was slandered and misrepresented by vulgar boors, who, passing along the roadway beneath, saw the hermit knight sitting at the door of his cell, and gazing fondly at his lost love's casement. Such thoughts as these arose in Isabel's mind, and she was angry and indignant at the good woman who presumed to lecture her. She pushed away the plate of stale cake, and went to the window flushed and resentful. But the flush faded all in a moment from her face when she saw a lady in a carriage driving slowly towards the gate. A lady who wore a great deal of soft brown fur, and a violet velvet bonnet with drooping features, and who looked up at the house as if uncertain as to its identity. The lady was Lord Ruysdale's daughter, and the carriage was only a low basket phaeton, drawn by a stout bay cob, and attended by a groom in a neat livery of dark blue. But if the simple equipage had been the fairy chariot of Queen Mab herself, Mrs. Gilbert could scarcely have seemed more abashed and astounded by its apparition before her door. The groom descended from his seat at an order from his mistress, and rang the bell at the surgeon's gate; and then Lady Gwendoline, having recognised Isabel at the window, and saluted her with a very haughty inclination of the head, abandoned the reins to her attendant, and alighted. Mrs. Jeffson had opened the gate by this time, and the visitors swept by into the little passage, and thence into the parlour, where she found the doctor's wife standing by the table, trifling nervously with that scrap of fancy work whose only progress was to get grimier and grimier day by day under Isabel's idle fingers. Oh, what a dingy, shabby place that Graybridge parlour was always! How doubly and trebly dingy it seemed to-day by contrast with that gorgeous Millet-like figure of Gwendoline Pomphrey, rich and glorious in violet velvet and Russian sable, with the yellow tints of her hair contrasted by the deep purple shadows under her bonnet. Mrs. Gilbert almost sank under the weight of all that aristocratic splendour. She brought a chair for her visitor, and asked in a tremulous voice if Lady Gwendoline would be pleased to sit. There was a taint of snobbishness in her reverential awe of the Earl's handsome daughter. Was not Lady Gwendoline the very incarnation of all her own foolish dreams of the beautiful? Long ago, in the Camberwell garden, she had imagined such a creature, and now she bowed herself before the splendour, and was stricken with fear and trembling in the dazzling presence. And then there were other reasons that she should tremble and turn pale. Might not Lady Gwendoline have come to announce her intended marriage with Mr. Lansdell, and to smite the poor wretch before her with sudden madness and despair? Isabel felt that some calamity was coming down upon her, and she stood pale and silent, meekly waiting to receive her sentence. "Pray sit down, Mrs. Gilbert," said Lady Gwendoline. "I wish to have a little conversation with you. I am very glad to have found you at home, and alone." The lady spoke very kindly, but her kindness had a stately coldness that crept like melted ice through Isabel's veins, and chilled her to the bone. "I am older than you, Mrs. Gilbert," said Lady Gwendoline, after a little pause, and she slightly winced as she made the confession. "I am older than you, and if I speak to you in a manner that you may have some right to resent, as an impertinent interference with your affairs, I trust that you will believe I am influenced only by a sincere desire for your welfare." Isabel's heart sank to a profounder depth of terror than before when she had heard this. She had never in her life known anything but unpleasantness to come from people's desire for her welfare, from the early days in which her stepmother had administered salutary boxes on the ear, and salts and senna, with an equal regard to her moral and physical improvement. She looked up fearfully at Lady Gwendoline, and saw that the fair Saxon face of her visitor was almost as pale as her own. "I am older than you, Mrs. Gilbert," repeated Gwendoline, "and I know my cousin Roland Lansdell much better than you can possibly know him." The sound of the dear name, the sacred name, which to Isabel's mind should only have been spoken in a hushed whisper, like a tender pianissimo passage in music, shot home to the foolish girl's heart. Her face flushed crimson, and she clasped her hands together, while the tears welled slowly up in her eyes. "I know my cousin better than you can know him. I know the world better than you can know it. There are some women, Mrs. Gilbert, who would condemn you unheard, and who would consider their lips sullied by any mention of your name. There are many women in my position who would hold themselves aloof from you, content to let you go your own way. But I take leave to think for myself in all matters. I have heard Mr. Raymond speak very kindly of you. I cannot judge you as harshly as other people judge you. I cannot believe you to be what your neighbours think you." "Oh, what can they think of me?" cried Isabel, trembling with a vague fear, an ignorant fear of some deadly peril utterly unknown to her, and yet close upon her. "What harm have I done that they should think ill of me? What can they say of me? What can they say?" Her eyes were blinded by tears that blotted Lady Gwendoline's stern face from her sight. She was still so much of a child that she made no effort to conceal her terror and confusion. She bared all the foolish secrets of her heart before those cruel eyes. "People say that you are a false wife to a simple-hearted and trusting husband," Lord Ruysdale's daughter answered, with pitiless calmness. "A false wife in thought and intention, if not in deed, since you have lured my cousin back to this place, and are ready to leave it with him as his mistress whenever he chooses to say 'come.' That is what people think of you, and you have given them only too much cause for their suspicion. Do you imagine that you could keep any secret from Graybridge? Do you think your actions, or even your thoughts, could escape the dull eyes of these country people, who have nothing better to do than watch the doings of their neighbours?" demanded Lady Gwendoline, bitterly. Alas, she knew that her name had been bandied about from gossip to gossip, and that her grand disappointment in the matter of Lord Heatherland, her increasing years, and declining chances of a prize in the matrimonial lottery, had been freely discussed at all tea-tables in the little country town. "Country people find out everything, Mrs. Gilbert," she said presently. "You have been watched in your sentimental meetings and rambles with Mr. Lansdell, and you may consider yourself very fortunate if no officious person has taken the trouble to convey the information to your husband." Isabel had been crying all this time, crying bitterly, with her head bent upon her clasped hands; but to Lady Gwendoline's surprise she lifted it now, and looked at her accuser with some show of indignation, if not defiance. "I told George almost every time I met Mr. Lansdell," she exclaimed; "and George knows that he lends me books, and he likes me to have books, nice instructive books," said Mrs. Gilbert, stifling her sobs as best she might. "And I never thought that anybody could be so wicked as to fancy there was any harm in my meeting him. I don't suppose any one ever said anything to Beatrice Portinari, though she was married, and Dante loved her very dearly; and I only want to see him now and then, and to hear him talk, and he has been very, very kind to me." "Kind to you!" cried Lady Gwendoline scornfully. "Do you know the value of such kindness as his? Did you ever hear of any good coming of it? Did such kindness ever bear any fruit but anguish and misery and mortification? You talk like a baby, Mrs. Gilbert, or else like a hypocrite. Do you know what my cousin's life has been? Do you know that he is an infidel, and outrages his friends by opinions which he does not even care to conceal? Do you know that his name has been involved with the names of married women before to-day? Are you besotted enough to think that his new fancy for you is anything more than the caprice of an idle and dissipated man of the world, who is ready to bring ruin upon the happiest home in England for the sake of a new sensation, a little extra aliment for the vanity which a host of foolish women have pampered into his ruling vice?" "Vanity!" exclaimed Mrs. Gilbert. "Oh, Lady Gwendoline, how can you say that he is vain? It is you who do not know him. Ah, if you could only know how good he is, how noble, how generous! I know that he would never try to injure me by so much as a word or a thought. Why should I not love him as we love the stars that are so beautiful and so distant from us? Why should I not worship him as Helena worshipped Bertram, as Viola loved Zanoni? The wicked Graybridge people may say what they like, and if they tell George anything about me, I will tell him the truth. And then, if I was only a Catholic, I would go into a convent like Hildegonde. Ah, Lady Gwendoline, you do not understand such love as mine," added Isabel, looking at the Earl's daughter with an air of superiority that was superb in its simplicity. She was proud of her love, which was so high above the comprehension of ordinary people. It is just possible that she was even a little proud of the slander which attached to her. She had all her life been pining for the glory of martyrdom, and lo, it had come upon her. The fiery circlet had descended upon her brow, and she assumed a dignified pose in order to support it properly. "I only understand that you are a very foolish person," Lady Gwendoline answered coldly, "and I have been extremely foolish to trouble myself about you. I considered it my duty to do what I have done, and I wash my hands henceforward of you and your affairs. Pray go your own way, and do not fear any further interference from me. It is quite impossible that I can have the smallest association with my cousin's mistress." She hurled the cruel word at the doctor's wife, and departed with a sound of silken rustling in the narrow passage. Isabel heard the carriage drive away, and then flung herself down upon her knees to sob and lament her cruel destiny. That last word had stung her to the very heart. It took all the poetry out of her life. It brought before her in its full significance the sense of her position. If she met Roland under Lord Thurston's oak, if she walked with him in the meadows that his footsteps beautified into the smooth lawns of paradise, people, vulgar, ignorant people, utterly unable to comprehend her or her love, would say that she was his mistress. His mistress! To what people she had heard that word applied! And Beatrice Portinari, and Viola, and Leila, and Gulnare, and Zelika, what of them? The visions of all those lovely and shining creatures arose before her, and beside them, in letters of fire, blazed the odious word that transformed her fond platonic worship, her sentimental girlish idolatry, into a shame and disgrace. "I will see him to morrow and say farewell to him," she thought. "I will bid him good-bye for ever and ever, though my heart should break. Ah, how I hope it may, as I say the bitter word! And never, never will I see him again. I know now what he meant by shame and humiliation. I can understand all he said now." Mrs. Gilbert had another of her headaches that evening, and poor George was obliged to dine alone. He went upstairs once or twice in the course of the evening to see his wife, and found her lying very quietly in the dimly lighted room with her face turned to the wall. She held out her hand to him as he bent over her, and pressed his broad palm with fevered fingers. "I'm afraid I've been neglectful of you sometimes, George," she said; "but I won't be so again. I won't go out for those long walks, and keep you waiting for dinner. And if you would like a set of new shirts made, you said the other day that yours were nearly worn out, I should like to make them for you myself. I used to help to make the shirts for my brothers, and I don't think I should pucker so much now. And oh, George, Mrs. Jeffson was talking of your poor mother to-day, and I want you to tell me what it was she died of." Mr. Gilbert patted his wife's hand approvingly, and laid it gently down on the coverlet. "That's a melancholy subject, my love," he said, "and I don't think it would do either of us any good to talk about it. As for the shirts, my dear, it's very good of you to offer to make them, but I doubt if you'd manage them as well as the workwoman at Wareham, who made the last. She's very reasonable, and she's lame, poor soul, so it's a kind of charity to employ her. Good-bye for the present, Izzie. Try to get a nap, and don't worry your poor head about anything." He went away, and Isabel listened to his substantial boots creaking down the stairs, and away towards the surgery. He had come thence to his wife's room, and he left a faint odour of drugs behind him. Ah, how that odious flavour of senna and chamomile flowers brought back a magical exotic perfume that had floated towards her one day from his hair, as he bent his head to listen to her foolish talk. And now the senna and chamomile were to flavour all her life. She was no longer to enjoy that mystical double existence, those delicious glimpses of dreamland which made up for all the dulness of the common world that surrounded her. If she could have died and made an end of it all! There are moments in life when death seems the only issue from a dreadful labyrinth of grief and horror. I suppose it is only very weak-minded people, doubtful, vacillating creatures, like Prince Hamlet of Denmark, who wish to die and make an easy end of their difficulties. But Isabel was not by any means strong-minded, and she thought with a bitter pang of envy of the commonplace young women whom she had known to languish and fade in the most interesting pulmonary diseases, while she so vainly yearned for the healing touch which makes a sure end of all mortal fevers. But there was something, one thing in the world yet worth the weariness of existence: that meeting with him, that meeting which was to be also an eternal parting. She would see him once more. He would look down at her with his mysterious eyes. The eyes of Zanoni himself could scarcely have been more mystically dark and deep. She would see him, and perhaps that strangely intermingled joy and anguish would be more fatal than earthly disease, and she would drop dead at his feet, looking to the last at the dark splendour of his face, dying under the spell of his low tender voice. And then with a shudder she remembered what Lady Gwendoline had said of her demigod: dissipated and an infidel, vain, selfish. Oh, cruel, cruel slander! The slander of a jealous woman, perhaps, who had loved him and been slighted by him. The doctor's wife would not believe any treasonous whisper against her idol. Only from his own lips could come the words that would be strong enough to destroy her illusions. She lay awake all that night, thinking of her interview with Lady Gwendoline, acting the scene over and over again, hearing the cruel words repeated in her ears with dismal iteration throughout the long, dark, slow hours. The pale, cheerless spring daylight came at last, and Mrs. Gilbert fell asleep just when it was nearly time for her to think of getting up. The doctor breakfasted alone that morning, as he had dined the day before. He begged that Isabel might not be disturbed. A good long spell of rest was the best thing for his wife's head, he told Mrs. Jeffson; to which remark that lady only replied by a kind of suspicious sniff, accompanied by a jerk of the head, and followed by a plaintive sigh, all of which were entirely lost upon the parish surgeon. "Females whose heads keep 'em abed when they ought to be seeing after their husbands' meals hadn't ought to marry," Mrs. Jeffson remarked, with better sense than grammar, when she took George's breakfast paraphernalia back to the kitchen. "I heard down the street just now as he come back to the Priory late last night, and I lay she'll be going out to meet him this afternoon, William." Mr. Jeffson, who was smoking his matutinal pipe by the kitchen fire, shook his head with a slow melancholy gesture as his wife made this remark. "It's a bad business, Tilly," he said; "a bad business first and last. If he was anything of a man, he'd keep away from these parts, and 'ud be above leading a poor simple little thing like that astray. Them poetry hooks and such like, as she's allus a reading, has half turned her head long ago, and it only needs a fine chap like him to turn it altogether. I mind what I say to Muster Jarge the night as I fust see her. and I can see her face now, Tilly, as I see it then, with the eyes fixed and looking far away like. And I knew then what I know better still now, my lass. Them two'll never get on together. They warn't made for one another. I wonder sometimes to see the trouble a man'll take before he gets a pair of boots, to find out as they're a good fit and won't gall his foot when he comes to wear 'em. But the same man'll go and get married as careless and off-hand like, as if there weren't the smallest chance of his wife's not suiting him. I was took by thy good looks, lass, I won't deny, when I first saw thee," Mr. Jeffson added, with diplomatic gallantry; "but it wasn't because of thy looks as I asked thee to be my true wife and friend and companion throughout this mortal life and all its various troubles." End of Chapter 24. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 25 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 25. For Love himself took part against himself. It was 11 o'clock when Isabel woke, and it was 12 when she sat down to make some pretence of eating the egg and toast which Mrs. Jeffson set before her. The good woman regarded her young mistress with a grave countenance, and Mrs. Gilbert shrank nervously from that honest gaze. Shame and disgrace. She had denied the application of those hideous words to herself, but the cup which she had repudiated met her lips at every turn, and the flavour of its bitter waters was intermingled with everything she tasted. She turned away from Mrs. Jeffson, and felt angry with her. Presently, when the faithful housekeeper was busy in the kitchen, Mrs. Gilbert went softly upstairs to her room, and put on her bonnet and shawl. She was not to meet him till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now only a little after 12. But she could not stay in the house. A terrible fever and restlessness had taken possession of her lately. Had not her life been altogether one long fever since Roland Lansdell's advent in Midlandshire? She looked back and remembered that she had lived once, and had been decently content, in utter ignorance of this splendid being's existence. She had lived and had believed in the shadowy heroes of books, and in great clumsy grey-coated officers stationed at Conventford, and in a sickly curate at Camberwell, and long, long ago, oh, unutterable horror, in a sentimental-looking young chemist's apprentice in the Walworth Road, who had big watery-looking blue eyes, and was not so very unlike Ernest Maltravers, and who gave more liberal threepennyworths of lavender water or hair oil than any other chemist on the Surrey side of the water, to Isabel, not to other people. Miss Sleaford sent one of the boys for the usual threepennyworth on one occasion, and the chemist's measure was very different, and the young lady was not a little touched by this proof of her admirer's devotion. And looking back now, she remembered these things, and wondered at them, and hated herself because of them. There was no low image of a chemist's assistant lurking dimly in the background of Viola's life when she met her fate in the person of Zanoni. All Isabel's favourite heroines seemed to look out at her reproachfully from their cloudland habitations as she remembered this portion of her existence. She had lived, and there had been no prophetic vision of his face among all her dreams. And now there was nothing for her but to try to go back to the same dull life again, since to-day she was to part from him for ever. The day was a thorough March day, changeable in mood, now brightened by a sudden glimpse of the sun, now grey and threatening, dull and colourless as the life which lay before Isabel Gilbert when he should be gone, and the sweet romance of her existence closed abruptly, like a story that is never to be finished. The doctor's wife shuddered as she went out into the lane, where the dust was blowing into eddying circles every now and then by a frolicsome north-easter. She closed the gate safely behind her and went away, and to-day for the first time she felt that her errand was a guilty one. She went into the familiar meadow pathway, She tried to walk slowly, but her feet seemed to carry her towards Thurston's Crag in spite of herself; and when she was far from Graybridge, and looked at her watch, it was only 1 o'clock, and there were 2 long hours that must elapse before Roland Lansdell's coming. It was only 1:15 when she came in sight of the miller's cottage, the pretty little white-walled habitation, nestling low down under big trees, which made a shelter even in winter time. A girl was standing at a door feeding chickens, and calling to them in a loud cheerful voice. There was no sorrowful love story in her life, Mrs. Gilbert thought, as she looked at the bouncing, red-elbowed young woman. She would marry some flowery visaged miller's man, most likely, and be happy ever after. But it was only a momentary thrill of envy that shot through Isabel's breast. Better to die for Roland Lansdell than to live for a miller's man in thick clumpy boots and an elaborately stitched smock frock. Better to have lived for the briefest summer time of joy and triumph, and then to stand aloof upon a rock for ever afterwards, staring at the wide expanse of waters, and thinking of the past, like Napoleon at St. Helena. "He has loved me," thought Isabel. "I ought never to be unhappy when I remember that." She had brought Shelley with her, and she seated herself upon the bench under the oak; but she only turned the leaves over and over, and listened to the brawling waters at her feet, and thought of Roland Lansdell. Sometimes she tried to think of what her life would be after she had parted from him; but all the future after 4 o'clock that afternoon seemed to recede far away from her, beyond the limits of her understanding. She had a vague idea that after this farewell meeting she would be like Louise de Vallière in the days of her seclusion and penitence. If Father Newman, or any other enthusiastic Romanist, could have found her sitting by the brawling water that afternoon, he would have secured a willing convert to his tender sentimental creed. The poor bewildered spirit pined for the shadowy aisles of some conventional sanctuary, the low and solemn music, the glimmering shrines, the dreamy exultation and rapture, the separation from a hard commonplace world. But no sympathetic stranger happened to pass that way while Isabel sat there watching the path by which Roland Lansdell must come. She took out her watch every now and then, always to be disappointed at the slow progress of the time. But at last, just as a sudden gleam of sunshine lighted the waterfall and flickered upon the winding pathway, a distant church clock struck 3, and the master of Mordred Priory pushed open a little gate, and came in and out among the moss-grown trunks of the bare elms. In the next minute he was on the bridge. In the next moment, as it seemed, he was seated by Isabel's side, and had taken her passive hand in his. For the last time, she thought. Involuntarily her fingers closed on his. How closely they seemed linked together now, they who soon were to be parted forever, they between whom all the expanse of the Atlantic would have been only too narrow a barrier. Mrs. Gilbert looked up sadly and shrinkingly at Roland's face, and saw that it was all flushed and radiant. There was just the faintest expression of nervous hesitation about his mouth, but his dark eyes shone with a resolute glance, and seemed more definite in colour than Isabel had ever yet seen them. "My darling," he said, "I am very punctual, am I not? I did not think you would be here before me. You can never guess how much I have thought of our meeting to-day, Isabel. Seriously, solemnly even. Do you remember the garden scene in Romeo and Juliet, Izzy? What pretty sportive boy and girl gallantry the love-making seems; and yet what a tragedy comes of it directly after. When I look at you to-day, Isabel, and think of my sleepless nights, my restless weary days, my useless wanderings, my broken vows and wasted resolutions, I look back and remember our first meeting at Warncliffe Castle, our chance meeting. If I had gone away 10 minutes sooner, I might not have seen you. I might never have seen you. I look back and see it all. I looked up so indifferently when poor Raymond introduced you to us. It was almost a bore to get up and bow to you. I thought you were very pretty, a beautiful pale-faced automaton, with wonderful eyes that belonged of right to some Italian picture. and not to a commonplace little person like you. And then, having so little to do, being altogether such an idle, purposeless wretch, and being glad of any excuse for getting away from my stately cousin and my dear prosy old uncle, I must needs stroll to Hurstonleigh Grove, and meet you again under the changing shadows of the grand old trees. Oh, what was it, Isabel? Why was it? Was it only idle curiosity, as I believed, that took me there? Or had the cruel arrow shot home already? Was my destiny sealed even then? I don't know. I am not a good man, Izzie, but I am not utterly bad either. I went away from you, my dear. I did try to avoid the great peril of my life. But you remember the monk in Hugo's Notre Dame? It seems a grand story in that book, Izzie, but it's the commonest story in all the world. Some day, some careless day, we look out of the window and see the creature dancing in the sunshine, and from that moment every other purpose of our life is done with and forgotten. We can do nothing but go out and follow her wherever she beckons us. If she is a wicked siren, she may lure us into the dark recesses of her cave and pick our bones at her leisure. If she is Undine and plunges deep down into the blue water, we can only take a header and go to the bottom after her. But if she is a dear little innocent creature, worthy of our best love and worship, why should we not be happy with her ever afterwards, like the good people in the story books? Why should we not plan a bright life of happiness and fidelity? Isabel, my darling, I want to talk very seriously to you to-day. The crisis has come in our lives, and I am to find out to-day whether you are the true woman I believe you to be, or only a pretty little village coquette who has fooled me to the top of my bent, and who can whistle me off and let me down the wind to prey at fortune directly I become a serious nuisance. Izzie, I want you to answer a serious question to-day, and all the happiness of my future life depends upon your answer." "Mr. Lansdell!" She looked up at him, very much frightened by his manner, but with her hand still clasping his. The link must so soon be broken for ever. Only for a little while longer might she retain that dear hand in hers. Half an hour more, and they would be parted for ever and ever. The pain of that thought was strangely mingled with the delicious joy of being with him, of hearing from his lips that she was beloved. What did she care for Lady Gwendoline now? Cruel, jealous Lady Gwendoline, who had outraged and insulted the purity of her love. "Isabel," Roland said very gravely, bending his head to a level with hers as he spoke, but looking at the ground rather than at her, "it is time that we ended this farce of duty and submission to the world. We have tried to submit and to rule our lives by the laws which other people have made for us; but we cannot, my dear. We are only hypocrites, who try to mask our revolt under the pretence of submission. You come here and meet me, and we are happy together, unutterably and innocently happy; but you leave me and go home to your husband, and smile at him, and tell him that, while you were out walking, you met Mr. Lansdell, and so on; and you hoodwink and fool him, and act a perpetual lie for his delusion. All that must cease, Isabel. That preacher, whom I think the noblest reformer, the purest philosopher whose voice was ever heard upon this earth, said that we cannot serve two masters. You cannot go on living the life you have lived for the last 3 weeks, Isabel. That is impossible. You have made a mistake. The world will tell you that, having made it, you must abide by it, and atone for your folly by a life of dissimulation. There are women brave enough, good enough, if you like, to do this, and to bear their burden patiently. But you are not one of them. You cannot dissimulate. Your soul has flown to me like a bird out of a cage. It is mine henceforth and for ever, as surely as that I love you, fatally, unaccountably, mysteriously, but eternally. I know the strength of my chain, for I have tried to break it. I have held aloof and tested the endurance of my love. If I ask you now to accept that love, it is because I know that it is true and pure, the true metal, Izzy, the real virgin gold. I suppose a narrow vein of it runs through every man's nature, but it is only one woman's hand that has power to strike upon the precious ore. I love you, Isabel, and I want you to make an end of your present life, and leave this place for ever. I have written to an agent to get me a little villa on the outskirts of Naples. I went there alone, Izzy, 2 months ago, and set up your image in the empty rooms, and fancied you hovering here and there in your white dress, upon the broad marble terrace, with the blue sea below you and the mountains above. I have made 100 plans for our life, Izzy. There is not a whim or fancy of yours that I have not remembered. Ah, what happiness to show you wonderful things and beautiful scenes! What delicious joy to see your eyes open their widest before all the fairest pictures of the earth! I fancy you with me, Isabel, and behold, my life is transformed. I have been so tired of everything in the world, and yet with you by my side all the world will be as fresh as Eden was to Adam on the first day of his life. Isabel, you need have no doubt of me. I have doubted myself and tested myself. Mine is no light love that time or custom can change or lessen. If it were, I would have done my duty and stayed away from you for ever. I have thought of your happiness as well as my own, darling, and I ask you now to trust me and leave this place for ever." Something like a cry of despair broke from Isabel's lips. "You ask me to go away with you?" she exclaimed, looking at Roland as if she could scarcely believe the testimony of her own ears. "You ask me to leave George, and be your mistress? Oh, Lady Gwendoline only spoke the truth then. You don't understand. No one understands how I love you." She had risen as she spoke, and flung herself passionately against the balustrade of the bridge, sobbing bitterly, with her face hidden by her clasped hands. "Isabel, for heaven's sake, listen to me. Can you doubt the purity of my love, the truth, the honesty of my intentions? I ask you to sign no unequal compact. Give me your life, and I'll give you mine in exchange, every day, every hour. Whatever the most exacting wife can claim of her husband, you shall receive from me. Whatever the truest husband can be to his wife, I swear to be to you. It is only a question of whether you love me, Isabel. You have only to choose between me and that other man yonder." "Oh, Roland, Roland, I have loved you so! And you could think that oh, you must despise me. You must despise me very much, and think me very wicked, or you would never—" She couldn't say any more, but she still leant against the bridge, sobbing for her lost delusion. Lady Gwendoline had been right after all. This is what Isabel thought. And there had been no Platonism, no poet worship on Roland Lansdell's side, only the vulgar everyday wish to run away with another man's wife. From first to last she had been misunderstood. She had been the dupe of her own fancies, her own dreams. Lady Gwendoline's cruel words were only cruel truths. It was no Dante, no Tasso, who had wandered by her side, only a dissipated young country squire in the habit of running away with other people's wives, and glorying in his iniquity. There was no middle standing place which Roland Lansdell could occupy in this foolish girl's mind. If he was not a demigod, he must be a villain. If he was not an exalted creature, full of poetic aspirations and noble fancies, he must be a profligate young idler, ready to whisper any falsehood into the ears of a foolish rustic womanhood. All the stories of aristocratic villainy that she had ever read flashed suddenly back upon Mrs. Gilbert's mind, and made a crowd of evidence against Lady Anna Lansdell's son. If he was not the one grand thing which she had believed him to be, a poetic and honourable adorer, he was in nothing the hero of her dreams. She loved him still, and must continue to love him, in spite of all his delinquencies. But she must love him henceforward with fear and trembling, as a splendid iniquitous creature, who had not even one virtue to set against 1,000 crimes. Such thoughts as these crowded upon her as she leaned sobbing on the narrow wooden rail of the bridge, while Roland Lansdell stood by, watching her with a grave and angry countenance. "Is this acting, Mrs. Gilbert? Is this show of surprise and indignation a little comedy which you play when you want to get rid of your lovers? Am I to accept my dismissal, and bid you good afternoon, and put up patiently with having been made the veriest fool that ever crossed this bridge?" "Oh, Roland!" cried Isabel, lifting her head and looking piteously round at him. "I loved you so!" "You love me so, and prove your love by fooling me with tender looks and blushes, till I believe that I have met the one woman in all the world who is to make my life happy. Oh, Isabel, I have loved you because I thought you unlike any other woman. Am I to find that it is only the old story after all? Falsehood and trick and delusion? It was a feather in your cap to have Mr. Lansdell of the Priory madly in love with you, and now that he grows troublesome you send him about his business. I am to think this, I suppose. It has all been coquetry and falsehood from first to last." "Falsehood! Oh, Roland, when I love you so dearly and truly! Not as you love me, with a cruel love that would bring shame and disgrace upon me. You never can be more to me than you are now. We may part, but there is no power on earth that can part my soul from yours, or lessen my love. I came to you this afternoon to say good-bye for ever, because I have heard that cruel things have been said of me by people who do not understand my love. Ah, how should those common people understand, when even you do not, Roland? I came to say good-bye, and then, after to-day, my life will be finished. You know what you said that night. The curtain goes down, and all is over. I shall think of you for ever and ever, till I die. Ah, is there any kind of death that can ever make me forget you? But I will never come here again to see you. I will always try to do my duty to my husband." "Your husband!" cried Mr. Lansdell, with a strident laugh. "Had we not better leave his name out of the question? Oh, Isabel!" he exclaimed, suddenly changing his tone, "so help me heaven, I cannot understand you. Are you only an innocent child after all, or the wiliest coquette that ever lived? You must be one or the other. You speak of your poor husband. My poor dear, is it too late in the day now to talk of him? You should have thought of him first, when we met, when your eyelids first drooped beneath my gaze, when your voice first grew tremulous as you spoke my name. From the very first you have lured me on. I am no trickster or thief, to steal another man's property. If your heart had been your husband's when first I met you, the beauty of an angel in a cathedral fresco would not have been farther away from me than yours. Depend upon it, Eve was growing tired of Eden when the serpent began to talk to her. If you had loved your husband, Isabel, I should have bowed my head before the threshold of your home, as I would at the entrance to a chapel. But I saw that you did not love him. I very soon saw that you did love, or seemed to love me. Heaven knows how I struggled against the temptation, and only yielded at last when my heart told me that my love was true and honest, and worthy of the sacrifice I asked from you. I do ask that sacrifice, boldly, as a man who is prepared to give measure for measure. The little world to which you will say good-bye, Isabel, is a world whose gates will close on me in the same hour. Henceforth your life will be mine, with all its forfeitures. I am not an ambitious man, and have long ceased to care about making any figure in a world which has always seemed to me more or less like a show at a fair, with clanging cymbals and brazen trumpets, and promise and protestation and boasting outside, and only delay and disappointment and vexation within. I do not give up very much, therefore, but what I have I will freely resign. Come with me, Isabel, and I will take you away to the beautiful places you have been pleased to hear me talk about. All the world is ours, my darling, except this little corner of Midlandshire. Great ships are waiting to waft us away to the far southern shores, and tropical paradises, and deep unfathomable forests. All the earth is organized for our happiness. The money that has been so useless to me until now shall have a new use henceforward, for it shall be dedicated to your pleasure. Do you remember opening your eyes very wide the other day, Isabel, and crying out that you would like to see Rome, and poor Keats's grave, and the Colosseum, Byron's Colosseum, where the poetic gladiator thought of his wife and children, Izzy? I made such a dream out of that little childish exclamation. I know the balcony in which we will sit, darling, after dark nights, in carnival time, to watch the crowd in the streets below, and on one grandest night of all, the big dome of St. Peter's shining like a canopy of light, and all the old classic pediments and pillars blazing out of the darkness, as in a city living of fire. Isabel, you cannot have been ignorant of the end to which our fate was chafing us. You must have known that I should sooner or later say what I have said to-day." "Oh, no, no, no!" cried Mrs. Gilbert despairingly. "I never thought that you would ask me to be more to you than I am now. I never thought that it was wicked to come here and meet you. I have read of people who by some fatality could never marry, loving each other and being true to each other for years and years, till death sometimes, and I fancied that you loved me like that, and the thought of your love made me so happy. It was such a happiness to see you sometimes, and to think of you afterwards, remembering every word you had said, and seeing your face as plainly as I see it now. I thought till yesterday that this might go on for ever, and never, never believed that you would think me like those wicked women who run away from their husbands." "And yet you love me?" "With all my heart." She looked at him with her eyes still drowned in tears, but radiant with the truth of her sentimental soul, which had never before revealed itself so artlessly as now. Fondly as she worshipped her idol, his words had little power to move her, now that he was false to his attributes, and came down upon common ground, and wooed her as an everyday creature. If Mr. Lansdell had declared his intention of erecting a marble mausoleum in the grounds of Mordred, and had requested Isabel to commit suicide in order to render herself competent to occupy it with him immediately, she would have thought his request both appropriate and delightful, and would have assented on the spot. But his wild talk of foreign travel had no temptation for her. True, she saw, as in a bright and changing vision, a picture of what her life might be, far away amidst wild romantic regions, in that dear companionship; but between herself and those far-away visions there was a darkly brooding cloud of shame and disgrace. The Graybridge people might say what they chose of her. She could afford to hold her head high, and despise their slanderous whispers; but she could not afford to tarnish her love which had no existence out of bright ideal regions wherein shame could never enter. Roland Lansdell watched her face in silence for some moments, and faintly comprehended the exaltation of spirit which lifted this foolish girl above him to-day. But he was a weak and vacillating young man, who was unfortunate enough not to believe in anything, and he was, in his own fashion, truly and honestly in love, too much in love to be just or reasonable, and he was very angry with Isabel. The tide of his feelings had gathered strength day by day, and had relentlessly swept away every impediment, to be breasted at last by a rocky wall, here where he thought to meet only the free boundless ocean, ready to receive and welcome him. "Isabel," he said at last, "have you ever thought what your life is to be, always, after this parting day? You are likely to live 40 years, and even when you have got through them you will not be an old woman. Have you ever contemplated those 40 years, with 365 days in every one of them? Every day to be spent with a man you don't love, a man with whom you have not one common thought? Think of that, Isabel; and then, if you do love me, think of the life I offer you, and choose between them." "I can make only one choice," Mrs. Gilbert answered, in a low sad voice. "I shall be very unhappy, I dare say; but I will do my duty to my husband, and think of you." "So be it," exclaimed Mr. Lansdell, with a long drawn sigh. "In that case, good-bye." He held out his hand, and Isabel was startled by the coldness of its touch. "You are not angry with me?" she asked, piteously. "I have no right to be angry with any one but myself. I do not suppose you meant any harm, but you have done me the deepest wrong a woman can do a man. I have nothing to say to you except good-bye. For mercy's sake, go away, and leave me to myself." She had no pretence for remaining with him after this, so she went away very slowly, frightened and sorrowful. But when she had gone a few yards along the pathway under the trees, she felt all at once that she could not leave him thus. She must see his face once more. She must know for certain whether he was angry with her or not. She crept slowly back to the spot where she had left him, and found him lying at full length upon the grass, with his face hidden on his folded arms. With a sudden instinct of grief and terror, she knew that he was crying, and, falling down on her knees by his side, murmured amidst her sobs, "Oh, pray forgive me! Pray do not be angry with me! I love you so dearly and so truly. Only say that you forgive me." Roland Lansdell lifted his face and looked at her. Ah, what a reproachful look it was, and how long it lived in her memory and disturbed her peace. "I will forgive you," he answered sternly, "when I have learnt to endure my life without you." He dropped his head again upon his folded arms, and Isabel knelt by his side for some minutes, watching him silently. But he never stirred, and she was too much frightened and surprised by his anger, and remorsefully impressed with a vague sense of her own wrongdoing, to dare address him further. So at last she got up and went away. She began to feel that she had been, somehow or other, very wicked, and that her sin had brought misery upon this man whom she loved. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 26 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 26. A Popular Preacher. What could Isabel Gilbert do? The fabric of all her dreams was shivered like a cobweb in a sudden wind, and floated away from her for ever. Everybody had mistrusted her. Even he, who should have been a demigod in power of penetration, as in every other attribute, even he had wronged and outraged her, and never again could she look trustfully upward to the dark beauty of his face. Never again could her hand rest, oh so lightly, for one brief instant on his arm. Never again could she tell him in childish confidence all the vague yearnings, the innocently sentimental aspirations of her childish soul. Never any more. The bright ideal of her life had melted away from her like a spectral cloud of silvery spray hovering above an alpine waterfall, and had left behind only a cynical man of the world, who boldly asked her to run away from her husband, and was angry with her because she refused to comply with his cruel demand. Not for one moment did the doctor's wife contemplate the possibility of taking the step which Roland Lansdell had proposed to her. Far off, as far away from her as some dim half-forgotten picture of fairyland, there floated a vision of what her life might have been with him, if she had been Clotilde, or the glittering Duchess, or Lady Gwendolen, or some one or other utterly different from herself. But the possibility of deliberately leaving her husband to follow the footsteps of this other man was as far beyond her power of comprehension as the possibility that she might steal a handful of arsenic out of one of the earthenware jars in the surgery, and mix it with the sugar that sweetened George Gilbert's matutinal coffee. She wandered away from Thurston's Crag, not following the meadow pathway that would have taken her homeward, but going anywhere, half unconscious, wholly indifferent where she went, and thinking with unutterable sadness of her broken dreams. She had been so childish, so entirely childish. She had given herself up so completely to that one dear daydream. I think her childhood floated away from her for ever in company with that broken dream. and that the grey dawn of her womanhood broke upon her, cold and chill, as she walked slowly away from the spot where Roland Lansdell lay face downwards on the grass, weeping over the ruin of his dream. It seemed as if in that hour she crossed Mr. Longfellow's typical rivulet and passed on to the bleak and sterile country beyond. Well may the maiden linger ere she steps across that narrow boundary, for the land upon this hither side is very bare and desolate, as compared with the fertile gardens and pleasant meads she abandons for ever. The sweet age of enchantment is over. The fairy companions of girlhood, who were loveliest even when they were most deluded, spread their bright wings and flutter away; and the grave genius of common sense, a dismal looking person who dresses in grey woollen stuff, warranted not to shrink under the ordeal of the wash tub, and steadfastly abjures crinoline, stretches out her hand and offers, with a friendly but uncompromising abruptness, to be the woman's future guide and monitress. Isabel Gilbert was a woman all at once, 10 years older by that bleak afternoon's most bitter discovery. Since there was no one in the world who understood her, since even he so utterly failed to comprehend her, it must be that her dreams were foolish and impossible of comprehension to any one but herself. But those foolish dreams had for ever vanished. She could never think of Roland Lansdell again as she had thought of him. All her fancies about him had been so many fond and foolish delusions. He was not the true and faithful knight who could sit for ever at the entrance of his hermitage, gazing fondly at the distant convent casement, which might or might not belong to his lost love's chamber. No, he was quite another sort of person. He was the fierce, dissolute cavalier, with a cross-handed sword 1.5 yards long, and pointed shoes with long cruel spurs, and steel chain-work jingling and clanking as he strode across his castle hall. He was the false and wicked lover who would have scaled the wall of Hildegonde's calm retreat some fatal night, and would have carried the shrieking nun away, to go mad and throw herself into the Rhine on the earliest opportunity. He was a heartless Faust, ready to take counsel of Mephistopheles, and betray poor trusting Gretchen. He was Robert the Devil, about whose accursed footsteps a whole graveyard of accusing spirits might arise at any moment. It may be that Isabel did not admire Mr. Lansdell less when she thought of him thus, but there was an awful shuddering horror mingled with her admiration. She was totally unable to understand him as he really was, a benevolently disposed young man, desirous of doing as little mischief in the world as might be compatible with his being tolerably happy himself, and fully believing that no great or irreparable harm need result from his appropriation of another man's wife. The tears rolled slowly down Mrs. Gilbert's pale cheeks as she walked along the Midlandshire lanes that afternoon. She did not weep violently, or abandon herself to any wild passion of grief. As yet she was quite powerless to realize the blankness of her future life, now that her dream was broken for ever. Her grief was not so bitter as it had been on the day of Roland's sudden departure from Mordred. He had loved her, she knew that now, and the supreme triumph of the thought supported her in the midst of her sorrow. He had loved her. His love was not the sort of thing she had so often read of and so fondly believed in. It was only the destroying passion of the false knight, the cruel fancy of the wicked squire in top boots, whom she had frequently seen, per favour of a newspaper order, from the back boxes of the Surrey Theatre. But he did love her. He loved her so well as to cast himself on the ground and weep because she had rejected him. And the wicked squire in top boots had never gone so far as that, generally contenting himself with more practical evidences of his vexation, such as the levying of an execution on the goods and chattels of the heroine's father, or the waylaying and carrying off of the heroine herself by lurid ruffians. How oddly it happened that the worthy farmer in the chintz waistcoat is always in arrear with his rent, and always stands in the relation of tenant to the dissolute squire. Would Mr. Lansdell do anything of that kind? Isabel gave a little shiver as she glanced at the lonely landscape, and thought how a brace of hireling scoundrels might spring suddenly across the hedge and bear her off to a convenient post chaise. Were there any post chaises in the world now, Isabel wondered? A strange confusion of thoughts filled her mind. She could not become quite a woman all in a moment. The crossing of the mystic brook is not so rapid an operation as that. Some remnants of the old delusions hung about her, and merely took a new form. She sat down on the lower step of a stile to rest herself by and by, and smoothed back her hair, which had been blown about her face by the March wind, and retied the strings of her bonnet, before she went out on the high road that lay on the other side of the stile. When she did emerge upon the road, she found herself ever so far from home, and close to the model village where Mr. Raymond had given his simple entertainment of tea and pound cake, and in which George Gilbert had stood by her side, pleading to her with such profound humility. Poor George! The quiet aspect of the village green, the tiny cottages, trim and bright in the fading March sunshine, the low wooden gate opening into the churchyard, all these, so strange and yet so familiar, brought back the memory of a time that seemed unspeakably far away now. It was Passion Week, for Easter fell very late in March this year, and the model village being a worthy model in the matter of piety as well as in other virtues, there was a great deal of church going among the simple inhabitants. The bells were ringing for evening service now, as Mrs. Gilbert lingered in the road between the village and the churchyard, and little groups of twos and threes, and solitary old women in black bonnets, passed her by as she loitered, quite at a loss whither to go or what to do. They looked at her with solemn curiosity expressed in their faces. She was a stranger there, though Graybridge was only a few miles away. She was a stranger, and that alone, in any place so circumscribed as the model village, was enough to excite curiosity. And it may be that, over and above this, there was something in the look of her pale face and heavy eyelids, and a certain absent expression in her downcast eyes, calculated to arouse suspicion. Even in the midst of her trouble she could see that people looked at her suspiciously, and all in a moment there flashed back upon her mind the cruel things that Lady Gwendoline Pomphrey had said to her. Yes, all at once she remembered those bitter sentences. She had made herself a subject for slanderous tongues, and the story of her wicked love for Roland Lansdell was on every lip. If he, who should have known her, if he, before whom she had bared all the secrets of her sentimental soul, if even he thought so badly of her as to believe that she could abandon her husband and become the thing that Mr. Dombey believed his wife to be when he struck his daughter on the stairs, the sort of creature whom grave Judge Braddon met one night under a lamp post in a London street, how could she wonder that other people slandered and despised her? Very suddenly had the gates of paradise closed upon her. Very swiftly had she been dropped down from the fairy regions of her fancy to this cold, hard, cruel workaday world. And being always prone to exaggeration, she fancied it even colder, harder, and more cruel than it was. She fancied the people pointing at her in the little street at Graybridge, the stern rector preaching at her in his Sunday sermon. She pictured to herself everything that is most bitterly demonstrative in the way of scorn and contumely. The days were past in which solemn elders of Graybridge could send her out to wander here and there with bare bleeding feet and a waxen taper in her hand. There was no scarlet letter with which these people could brand her as the guilty creature they believed her to be. But short of this, what could they not do to her? She imagined it all. Her husband would come to know what was thought of her, and to think of her as others thought, and she would be turned out of doors. The groups of quiet people, almost all of them were women, and very few of them were young, melted slowly into the shadowy church porch, like the dusky unsubstantial figures in a dioramic picture. The bells were still ringing in the chill twilight, but the churchyard was very lonely now, and the big solemn yew trees looked weird and ghost-like against the darkening grey sky. Only one long low line of pale yellow light remained of the day that was gone, the day in which Isabel had said farewell to Roland Lansdell. It was a real farewell, no lover's quarrel, wherefrom should spring that renewal of love so dismally associated with the Eton Latin grammar. It was an eternal parting, for had he not told her to go away from him, to leave him for ever? Not being the wicked thing for which he had mistaken her, she was nothing in the world for him. He did not require perpetual worship. He did not want her to retire to a convent, in order that he might enjoy himself for the rest of his existence by looking up at her window. He did not want her to sit beside a brazier of charcoal with her hand linked in his, and die. He was not like that delightful Henry von Kleist, who took his Henriette to a pleasant inn about a mile from Potsdam, supped gaily with her, and then shot her and himself beside a lake in the neighbourhood. Mr. Lansdell wanted nothing that was poetical or romantic, and had not even mentioned suicide in the course of his passionate talk. She went into the little churchyard, and walked towards the little bridge upon which she had stood with George Gilbert by her side. The Wayverne flowed silently under the solid moss-grown arch. The wind had gone down by this time, and there was only now and then a faint shiver of the long dark rushes, as if the footsteps of the invisible dead, wandering in the twilight, had stirred them. She stood on the bridge, looking down at the quiet water. The opportunity had come now, if she really wanted to drown herself. Happily for weak mankind, self-destruction is a matter in which opportunity and inclination very seldom go together. The doctor's wife was very miserable, but she did not feel quite prepared to take that decisive plunge, which might have put an end to her earthly troubles. Would they hear the splash yonder in the church, if she dropped quietly in among the rushes from the sloping bank under the shadow of the bridge? Would they hear the water surging round her as she sank, and wonder what the sound meant, and then go on with their prayers, indifferent to the drowning creature, and absorbed by their devotions? She wondered what these people were like, who kept their houses so tidily, and went to church twice a day in Passion Week, and never fell in love with Roland Lansdell. Long ago, in her childhood, when she went to see a play, she had wondered about the people she met in the street, the people who were not going to the theatre. Were they very happy? Did they know that she had a free admission to the upper boxes of the Adelphi, and envy her? How would they spend the evening, they who were not going to weep with Mr. Benjamin Webster and Miss Sarah Woolgar? Now she wondered about people who were not miserable like herself, simple commonplace people, who had no yearnings after a life of poetry and splendour. She thought of them as a racer who had just run second for the Derby might think of a quiet pack-horse plodding along a dusty road, and not wanting to win any race whatsoever. Even if they knew him, they wouldn't care about him, she thought. They did know him, perhaps, saw him ride by their open windows on a summer's afternoon, gorgeous on a 200-guinea hack, and did not feel the world to be a blank desert when he was gone. Did she wish to be like these people? No. Amid all her sorrow she could acknowledge, in the words of the poet, that it was better to have loved and lost him than never to have loved him at all. Had she not lived her life, and was she not entitled to be a heroine for ever and ever by reason of her love and despair? For a long time she loitered on the bridge, thinking of all these things, and thinking very little of how she was to go back to Graybridge, where her absence might have created some alarm by this time. She had often kept the surgeon waiting for his dinner before to-day, but she had never been absent while he ate it. There was a station at the model village, but there was no rail to Graybridge. There was only a lumbering old omnibus that conveyed railway passengers thither. Isabel left the churchyard, and went to the little inn before which George had introduced her to his gardener and factotum. A woman standing at the door of this hostelry gave her all needful information about the omnibus, which did not leave the station till 8:30 o'clock. Until that time she must remain where she was. So she went slowly back to the churchyard, and being tired of the cold and darkness without, crept softly into the church. The church was very old and very irregular. There were only patches of yellow light here and there about the pulpit and reading desk, up in the organ loft, and near the vestry door. A woman came out of the dense obscurity as Isabel emerged from the porch, and hustled her into a pew, scandalized by her advent at so late a stage of the service, and eager to put her away somewhere as speedily as possible. It was a very big pew, square and high, and screened by faded curtains, hanging from old-fashioned brass rods. There were a great many hassocks, and a whole pile of prayer and hymn books in the darkest corner; and Isabel, sitting amongst these, felt as completely hidden as if she had been in a tomb. The prayers were just finished, the familiar prayers, which had so often fallen like a drowsy cadence of meaningless words upon her unheeding ears, while her erring and foolish thoughts were busy with the master of Mordred Priory. She heard the footsteps of the clergyman coming slowly along the matted aisle, the rustling of his gown as he drew it on his shoulders. She heard the door of the pulpit closed softly, and then a voice, a low earnest voice that sounded tender and solemn in the stillness, recited the preliminary prayer. There are voices which make people cry, voices which touch too acutely on some hidden spring within us, and open the floodgates of our tears; and the voice of the curate of Hurstonleigh was one of these. He was only a curate, but he was very popular in the model village, and the rumour of his popularity had already spread to neighbouring towns and villages. People deserted their parish churches on a Sunday afternoon, and came to hear Mr. Austin Colborne preach one of his awakening sermons. He was celebrated for awakening sermons. The stolid country people wept aloud sometimes in the midst of one of his discourses. He was always in earnest, tenderly earnest, sorrowfully earnest, terribly earnest sometimes. His life, too, outside the church was in perfect harmony with the precepts he set forth under the shadow of the dark oaken sounding board. There are some men who can believe, who can look forward to a prize so great and wonderful as to hold the pain and trouble of the race of very small account when weighed against the hope of victory. Austin Colborne was one of these men. The priestly robes he wore had not been loosely shuffled on by him because there was no other lot in life within his reach. He had assumed his sacred office with all the enthusiasm of a Loyola or an Irving, and he knew no looking back. It was such a man as this whom people came to hear at the little church beside the wandering Wayverne. It was such a man as this whose deep-toned voice fell with a strange power upon Isabel Gilbert's ears to-night. Ah, now she could fancy Louise de la Vallière low on her knees in the black shadow of a Gothic pillar, hearkening to the cry of the priest who called upon her to repent and be saved. For some little time she only heard the voice of the preacher; the actual words of his discourse fell blankly on her ear. At first it was only a beautiful voice, a grand and solemn voice, rising and sinking on its course like the distant murmur of mighty waves for ever surging toward the shore. Then, little by little, the murmurs took a palpable form, and Isabel Gilbert found that the preacher was telling a story. Ah, that story, that exquisite idyll, that solemn tragedy, that poem so perfect in its beauty that a sentimental Frenchman has only to garnish it with a few flowery periods, and lo, all the world is set reading it on a sudden, fondly believing that they have found something new. Mr. Austen Colborne was very fond of dwelling on the loveliness of that sublime history, and more frequently founded his discourse upon some divine incident in the records of the four evangelists than on any obscure saying in St. Paul's epistles to the Corinthians or the Hebrews. This is no place in which to dwell upon Mr. Austen Colborne, or the simple Christian creed it was his delight to illustrate. He was a man according to the purest and simplest signification of the word. His sermons were within the comprehension of a rustic or a child, yet full and deep enough in meaning to satisfy the strictest of logicians, the sternest of critics. Heaven knows I write of him and of his teaching in all sincerity, and yet the subject seems to have so little harmony with the history of a foolish girl's errors and shortcomings, that I approach it with a kind of terror. I only know that Isabel Gilbert, weeping silently in the dark corner of her curtained pew, felt as she had never felt in all her Graybridge church going, felt at once distressed and comforted. Was it strange that, all at once, Isabel Gilbert should open her ears to the sublime story which, in one shape or other, she had heard so often? Surely the history of all popular preachers goes far to demonstrate that Heaven gives a special power to some voices. When Whitfield preached the gospel to the miners at Kingswood, to rugged creatures who were little better than so many savages, but who, no doubt, in some shape or other, had heard that gospel preached to them before, the scalding tears ploughed white channels upon the black cheeks as the men listened. At last the voice of all others that had power to move them arose, and melted the stubborn ignorant hearts. Is it inspiration or animal magnetism which gives this power to some special persons? Or is it not rather the force of faith, out of which is engendered a will strong enough to take hold of the wills of other people and bend them howsoever it pleases? When Danton, rugged and gigantic, thundered his hideous demands for new hecatombs of victims, there must have been something in the revolutionary monster strong enough to trample out the common humanity in those who heard him, and mould a mighty populace to his own will and purpose as easily as a giant might fashion a mass of clay. Surely Mirabeau was right. There can be nothing impossible to the man who believes in himself. The masses of this world, being altogether incapable of lasting belief in anything, are always ready to be beaten into any shape by the chosen individual who believes, and is thus of another nature, something so much stronger than all the rest as to seem either a god or a demon. Cromwell appears, and all at once a voice is found for the wrongs of a nation. See how the king and his counsellors go down like corn before the blast of tempest, while the man with a dogged will and a sublime confidence in his own powers plants himself at the helm of a disordered state, and wins for himself the name of Tiger of the Seas. Given Mr. John Law, with ample confidence in his own commercial schemes, and all France is rabid with a sudden madness, beating and trampling one another to death in the Rue Quincampoix. Given a Luther, and all the old papistical abuses are swept away like so much chaff before the wind. Given a Wesley, the believer, the man who is able to preach 40,000 sermons and travel 100,000 miles, and behold, 1,000,000 disciples exist in this degenerate day to bear testimony to his power. Was it strange, then, that Isabel Gilbert, so dangerously susceptible of every influence, should be touched and melted by Mr. Colborne's eloquence? She had not been religiously brought up. In the Camberwell household Sunday had been a day on which people got up later than usual, and there were pies or puddings to be made. It had been a day associated with savoury baked meats, and a beer-stained Weekly Dispatch newspaper, borrowed from the nearest tavern. It had been a day on which Mr. Sleaford slept a good deal on the sofa, excused himself from the trouble of shaving, and very rarely put on his boots. Raffish-looking men had come down to Camberwell in the Sunday twilight, to sit late into the night smoking and drinking, and discoursing in a mysterious jargon known to the household as business talk. Sometimes of a summer evening, Mrs. Sleaford, awakened to a sense of her religious duties, would suddenly run a raid amongst the junior branches of the family, and hustle off Isabel and one or two of the boys to evening service at the big bare church by the canal. But the spasmodic attendance at divine service had very little effect upon Miss Sleaford, who used to sit staring at the holes in her gloves, or calculating how many yards of riband, at how much per yard, would be required for the trimming of any special bonnet to which her fancy leaned, or thinking how a decent looking young man up in the gallery might be a stray nobleman, with a cap and tiger waiting somewhere outside the church, who would perhaps fall in love with her before the sermon was finished. She had not been religiously brought up, and the church going at Graybridge had been something of a bore to her, or at best a quiet lull in her life, which left her free to indulge the foolish vagaries of her vagabond fancy. But now, for the first time, she was touched and melted. The weak sentimental heart was caught at the rebound. She was ready to be anything in the world except a commonplace matron, leading a dull, purposeless life at Graybridge. She wanted to find some shrine, some divinity, who would accept her worship; some temple lifted high above the sordid workaday earth, in which she might kneel for ever and ever. If not Roland Lansdell, why then Christianity. She would have commenced her novitiate that night had she been in a Roman Catholic land, where convent doors were open to receive such as her. As it was, she could only sit quietly in the pew and listen. She would have liked to go to the vestry when the service came to an end, and cast herself at the feet of the curate and make a full confession of her sins; but she had not sufficient courage for that. The curate might misunderstand her, as Roland Lansdell had done. He might see in her only an ordinarily wicked woman who wanted to run away from her husband. Vague yearnings towards Christian holiness filled her foolish breast, but as yet she knew not how to put them into any shape. When the congregation rose to leave the church, she lingered to the last, and then crept slowly away, resolved to come again to hear this wonderful preacher. She went to the little station whence the Graybridge omnibus was to start at 8:30, and after waiting a quarter of an hour, took her place in a corner of the vehicle. It was nearly 10 when she rang the bell at her husband's gate, and Mrs. Jeffson came out with a grave face to admit her. "Master George had his dinner and tea alone, ma'am," she said in tones of awful reproof, while Isabel stood before the little glass in the sitting room, taking off her bonnet; "and he's gone out again to see some sick folks in the lanes on the other side of the church. He was downright uneasy about you." "I've been to Hurstonleigh to hear Mr. Colborne preach," Isabel answered, with a very feeble effort to appear quite at her ease. "I had heard so much about his preaching, and I wanted so much to hear him." It was true that she had heard Austin Colborne talked of amongst her church-going acquaintance at Graybridge; but it was quite untrue that she had ever felt the faintest desire to hear him preach. Had not her whole life been bounded by a magic circle, of which Roland Lansdell was the resplendent centre? End of Chapter 26. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 27 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 27. And now I live, and now my life is done. George Gilbert accepted his wife's explanation of her prolonged absence on that March afternoon. She had carried her books to Thurston's Crag, and had sat there reading while the time slipped by unawares, and it was too late to come back to dinner, and so she had bethought herself that there was evening service at Hurstonleigh during Passion week, and she might hear Mr. Colborne preach. George Gilbert received this explanation as he would have received any other statement from the lips in whose truth he believed. But Mrs. Jeffson treated her young mistress with a stately politeness that wounded Isabel to the quick. She endured it very meekly, however, for she felt that she had been wicked, and that all her sufferings were the fruit of her own sin. She stayed at home for the rest of the week, except when she attended the Good Friday's service at Graybridge Church with her husband, and on Sunday afternoon she persuaded George to accompany her to Hurstonleigh. She was making her feeble effort to be good, and if the enthusiasm awakened in her breast by Mr. Colborne's preaching died out a little after she left the church, there was at the worst something left which made her a better woman than she had been before. But did she forget Roland Lansdell all this time? No. With bitter anguish and regret she thought of the man who had been as powerless to comprehend her as he was intellectually her superior. "He knows so much, and yet did not know that I was not a wicked woman," she thought in simple wonder. She did not understand Roland's sceptical manner of looking at everything, which could perceive no palpable distinction between wrong and right. She could not comprehend that this man had believed himself justified in what he had done. But she thought of him incessantly. The image of his pale, reproachful face, so pale, so bitterly reproachful, never left her mental vision. The sound of his voice bidding her leave him was perpetually in her ears. He had loved her. Yes, however deep his guilt, he had loved her, and had wept because of her. There were times when the memory of his tears, flashing back upon her suddenly, nearly swept away all her natural purity, her earnest desire to be good. There were times when she wanted to go to him and fall at his feet, crying out, "Oh, what am I, that my life should be counted against your sorrow? How can it matter what becomes of me, if you are happy?" There were times when the thought of Roland Lansdell's sorrow overcame every other thought in Isabel Gilbert's mind, until the day when he had thrown himself upon the ground in a sudden passion of grief. She had never realized the possibility of his being unhappy because of her. For him to love her in a patronizing, far-off kind of manner was very much. Was it not the condescension of a demigod who smiles upon some earthly creature? Was it not a reversal of the story of Diana and Endymion? It was not the goddess but the god who came down to earth; but that he should love her desperately and passionately, and be grief-stricken because he could not win her for his own, this was a stupendous fact, almost beyond Isabel Gilbert's comprehension. Sometimes she thought he was only the wicked squire who pretends to be very much in earnest in the first act, and flings aside his victim with scorn and contumely in the second. Sometimes the whole truth burst upon her, sudden as a thunderclap, and she felt that she had indeed done Roland Lansdell a great and cruel wrong. And where was he all this time? The man who had judged Isabel Gilbert by a common standard, and had believed her quite ready to answer to his summons whenever he chose to call her to his side. Who shall tell the bitter sinful story of his grief and passion? Never once in all his anger against Lady Gwendoline Pomphrey, when she jilted him for the sake of young Lord Heatherland, had he felt so desperate a rage, so deep an indignation, as that which now possessed him when he thought of Isabel Gilbert. Wounded in his pride, his vanity, shaken in the self-confidence peculiar to a man of the world, he could not all at once forgive this woman who had so entirely duped and deceived him. He was mad with mingled anger and disappointment when he thought of the story of the last 12-month. The bitterness of all his struggles with himself, his heroic resolutions, young and fresh in the early morning, old and grey and wasted before the brief day was done, came back to him, and he laughed aloud to think how useless all those perplexities and hesitations had been, when the obstacle, the real resistance to his sinful yearnings, was here in the shape of a simple woman's will. There may be some men who would not have thought the story finished with that farewell under Lord Thurston's oak, but Roland Lansdell was not one of those men. He had little force of mind or strength of purpose with which to fight against temptation; but he had, on the other hand, few of the qualifications which make a tempter. So long as he had been uncertain of himself and the strength of his love for Isabel, he had indeed dissembled, so far as to make a poor show of indifference. So long as he meant to go away from Midlandshire without doing any harm, he had thought it a venial sin to affect some little friendship for the husband of the woman he loved. But from the moment in which all vacillation gave way before a settled purpose, from the hour of his return to Midlandshire, he had made no secret of his feelings or intentions. He had urged this girl to do a dishonourable act, but he had used no dishonourable means. No words can tell how bitterly he felt his disappointment. For the first time in his life, this favourite of bountiful nature, this spoiled child of fortune, found there was something in the world he could not have, something that was denied to his desire. It was such a very little time since he had bewailed the extinction of all youthful hope and ardour in petty cynical little verses, all sparkling with scraps of French and Latin and Spanish and Italian, cunningly woven into the native pattern of the rhyme. It was only a few months since he had amused himself by scribbling melodious lamentations upon the emptiness of life in general, and that mortal coldness of the soul to which a young man of 27, with a great deal of money and nothing particular to do, is especially subject. Ah, how pitilessly he had laughed at other men's tenderest sentiments! What cruel aphorisms from Scarron and Rochefoucauld and Swift and Voltaire and Wilkes and Mirabeau he had quoted upon the subject of love and woman! How resolutely he had refused to believe in the endurance of passion! How coldly he had sneered at the holy power of affection! He had given himself cynical airs upon the strength of his cousin's falsehood, and had declared that there was no truth in woman, because Lady Gwendolen Pomphrey had been true to the teaching of her life, and had tried to make the best market of her Saxon face and her long ringlets. And now he was utterly false to his own creed. He was in love, passionately, earnestly in love, with a foolish, sentimental little woman, whose best charm was what? That was the question which he tried in vain to answer. He gnashed his teeth in an access of rage when he sought to discover why he loved this woman. Other women were more beautiful, and how much more accomplished, who had spread enchanted webs of delicious flattery and tenderness about him, and he had broken through the impalpable meshes, and had gone away unscathed from the flashing glances of bright eyes, unmoved by the smiles for which other men were ready to peril so much. Why was it that his heart yearned for this woman's presence? She was in no way his intellectual equal. She was not a companion for him even at her best, when she murmured pretty little feminine truisms about Shelley and Byron. In all his loiterings by Lord Thurston's waterfall, he could recall no wise or witty saying that had ever fallen from those childish lips. And yet, she was something to him that no other woman had ever been, or, as he firmly believed, ever could become. Oh, for one upward glance of those dark eyes, so shyly tender, so pensively serene! Oh, for the deep delight of standing by her side upon the border of a still Italian lake! For the pure happiness of opening all the wild realms of wisdom and poetry before those youthful feet! And then, in after years, when she had risen little by little to the standard which the world would deem befitting his wife, then fate or chance, the remote abstraction most men called Providence, having favoured the truest and purest love upon this earth, then he might proclaim the ownership of the prize he had won for himself. Then he might exhibit before shallow, sceptical mankind one bright and grand example of a perfect union. Mr. Lansdell's thoughts wandered very much after this fashion as he wore out the long dreary days in his solitary home. He went nowhere, he received no one. He gave the servants standing orders to say that he was out or engaged to whomsoever came to Mordred. His portmanteaux were packed, and had been packed ever since the night of his last meeting with Isabel Gilbert. Every day he gave fresh orders respecting his departure. He would have the carriage at such and such an hour to catch a certain train. But when the hour came, the groom was sent back to the stables, and Mr. Lansdell lingered yet another day at Mordred Priory. He could not go away. In vain he wrestled with himself. Most bitterly did he despise and hate himself for his unmanly weakness, but he could not go away. She would repent. She would write to summon him to another meeting beneath the bare old oak. With an imagination as ardent as her own, he could picture that meeting. He could almost hear her voice as he fancied the things she would say. "My love," she would cry, clasping those slender hands about his arm, "I cannot live without you. I cannot. The weeks went slowly by, and Mr. Lansdell's body servant had what the individual was pleased to designate a precious time of it. Never was gentleman's gentleman so tormented by the whims and vagaries of his master. One day we were off to Swisserland. Mr. Lansdell's valet always called it Swisserland. And we were going to go as fast as the railway service could carry us, and not get a wink of sleep anywheres, except in railway carriages, until we got to Pau or Basel. The valet called it Basel. Another day we were going to St. Petersburg, with our friend Hawkwood, the Queen's messenger; and a pretty rate we were going at, knocking the very lives out of us. Sometimes we were for tearing across the Balkan range on those blessed Turkish horses that jolt a man's life half out of him; or we were going on a yachting cruise in the Mediterranean, or fishing in the wildest regions of Norway; and all about a trumpery minx at Graybridge. Mr. Lansdell's body servant would wind up with unmitigated contempt, all about a young person who was not fit to hold a candle to Sarah Jane the housemaid, or Eliza in the laundry. Alas for Roland Lansdell! The servants who waited upon him knew quite as well as he knew himself the nature of the fever which had made him so restless. They knew that he was in love with a woman who could never be his wife, and they despised him for his folly, and discussed all the phases of his madness over their ponderous meat suppers in the servants' hall. The weeks went slowly by. To Roland the days were weary and the nights intolerable. He went up to London several times, always leaving Mordred alone and at abnormal hours, and every time intending to remain away; but he could not. A sudden fever seized him as the distance grew wider between him and Midlandshire. She would repent of her stern determination. She would write to him, avowing that she could not live without him. Ah, how long he had expected that letter! She would grow suddenly unable to endure her life, perhaps, and would be rash and desperate enough to go to Mordred in the hope of seeing him. This would happen while he was away. The chance of happiness would be offered to him, and he would not be there to seize it. She, his love, the sole joy and treasure of his life, would be there, trembling on his threshold, and he would not be near to welcome and receive her. The people at Clarendon thought that Mr. Lansdell had gone mad, so sudden were his flights from their comfortable quarters. And all this time he could hear nothing of the woman he loved. He could not talk to his servants, and he had closed his doors against all visitors. What was she doing? Was she at Graybridge still? Was she leading the old quiet life, sitting in that shabby parlour where he had sat by her side? He remembered the pattern of the Kidderminster carpet, the limp folds of the muslin curtains, the faded crimson silk that decorated the front of the piano upon which she had sometimes played to him, oh, so indifferently. Day after day he haunted the bridge under Lord Thurston's oak. Day after day he threw tribute of cigar ends into the waterfall, while he waited in the faint hope that the doctor's wife might wander thither. Oh, how cruel she was, how cruel! If she had ever loved him, she too would have haunted that spot. She would have come to the place associated with his memory. She would have come, as he came, in the hope of another meeting. Sometimes Mr. Lansdell ventured to ride along the little street at Graybridge, and through the dusty lane in which the doctor's house stood. On horseback, the master of Mordred Priory was almost on a level with the bedroom windows of George Gilbert's habitation, and could look down into the little parlour where Isabel was wont to sit. Once, and once only, he saw her there, sitting before the table with some needlework in her hands, so deeply absorbed, as it seemed, in her commonplace labour, that she did not see the cavalier who rode so slowly past her window. How should he know how often she had run eagerly to that very window, her face pale, her heart beating tempestuously, only to find that it was not his horse whose hoof she had heard in the lane? Perhaps the sight of George Gilbert's wife sitting at her needlework gave Roland Lansdell a sharper pang than he would have felt had he seen 2 mutes from Wareham keeping guard at that gate, and Mrs. Gilbert's coffin being carried out at the door. She was not dead, then. She could live and be happy, while he... Well, he was not dead himself, certainly, but he was the very next thing to being dead, and he felt indignant at the sight of Isabel's apparent composure. He walked to Lowlands in the course of a week or so after this, and strolled into the drawing rooms with some undefined intention of flirting desperately with his cousin Gwendoline, of making her an offer of marriage, perhaps. Why should he not marry? He could scarcely be more miserable than he was, and a marriage with Gwendoline would be some kind of revenge upon Isabel. He was inclined to do anything desperate and foolish, if by so doing he could sting that cruel, obdurate heart. Was this generous? Ah, no. But then, in spite of all that is said and sung in its honour, love is not such a very generous passion. Roland found his cousin alone in the long low morning room, looking out into her flower garden. She was making wax flowers, and looked almost as tired of her employment as if she had been some poor little artisan toiling for scanty wages. "I'm very glad you have interrupted me, Roland," she said, pushing away all the paraphernalia of her work. "They are very tiresome, and after all the roses are as stiff as camellias, and at the very best a vase of wax flowers only reminds one of an hotel at a watering place. They always have wax flowers, Bohemian glass candelabra at seaside hotels. And now tell me what you have been doing, Roland, and why you have never come to us. We are so terribly dull." "Do you think my presence would enliven you?" demanded Mr. Lansdell, with a sardonic laugh. "No, Gwendoline, I have lived my life, and I am only a dreary bore whom people tolerate in their drawing rooms out of deference to the West End tailor who gets me up. I am only so much old clothes, and I have to thank Mr. Poole for any position that I hold in the world. What is the use of me, Gwendoline? What am I good for? Do I ever say anything new, or think anything new, or do anything for which any human creature has cause to say thank you? I have lived my life. Does this kind of thing usually grow old, I wonder?" he asked, striking himself lightly on the breast. "Does it wear well? Shall I live to write gossiping old letters and collect china? Will Christie and Manson sell my pictures when I am dead? And shall I win a posthumous reputation by reason of the prices given for my wines, especially Tokay? All connoisseurs go in for Tokay. What is to become of me, Gwendoline? Will any woman have pity upon me, and marry me, and transform me into a family man, with a mania for short-horned cattle and subsoil drainage? Is there any woman in all the world capable of caring a little for such a worn-out wretch as I?" It almost depended upon Gwendoline Pomphrey whether this speech should constitute an offer of marriage. A pretty lackadaisical droop of the head, a softly murmured, "Oh, Roland, I cannot bear to hear you talk like this. I cannot bear to think such qualities as yours can be so utterly wasted." Any sentimental womanly little speech, however stereotyped, and the thing would have been done. But Lady Gwendoline was a great deal too proud to practise any of those feminine arts affected by manoeuvring mothers. She might jilt a commoner for the chance of winning a marquis, but even that she would only do in a grand off-hand way befitting a daughter of the house of Ruysdale. She looked at her cousin now with something like contempt in the curve of her thin upper lip. She loved this man perhaps as well as the doctor's wife loved him, or it may be even with a deeper and more enduring love; but she was of his world, and could see his faults and shortcomings as plainly as he saw them himself. "I am very sorry you have sunk so low as this, Roland," she said gravely. "I fancy it would be much better for you if you employed your life half as well as other men, your inferiors in talent, employ their lives. You were never meant to become a cynical dawdler in a country house. If I were a man, a fortnight in the hunting season would exhaust the pleasures of Midlandshire for me. I would be up and doing amongst my compeers." She looked not at Roland but across the flower beds in the garden as she spoke, with an eager yearning gaze in her blue eyes. Her beauty, a little sharp of outline for a woman, would have well become a young reformer, enthusiastic and untiring in a noble cause. There are these mistakes sometimes, these mésalliances of clay and spirit. A bright ambitious young creature, with the soul of a pit, sits at home and works sham roses in Berlin wool, while her booby brother is thrust out into the world to fight the mighty battle. The cousins sat together for some time, talking of all manner of things. It was a kind of relief to Roland to talk to some one who was not likely to lecture him or to pry into the secrets of his heart. He did not know how very plainly those secrets were read by Gwendoline Pomphrey. He did not know that he had aroused a scornful kind of anger in that proud heart by his love for Isabel Gilbert. "Have you seen anything of your friends lately, that Graybridge surgeon and his wife, whom we met one day last summer at Mordred?" Lady Gwendoline asked by and by, with supreme carelessness. She had no intention of letting Roland go away with his wound unprobed. "No, I have seen very little of them," Mr. Lansdell answered. He was not startled by Lady Gwendoline's question. He was perpetually thinking of Isabel, and felt no surprise at any allusion made to her by other people. "I have not seen Mr. Gilbert since I returned to England." "Indeed! I thought he had inspired you with an actual friendship for him; though I must confess, for my own part, I never met a more commonplace person. My maid, who is an intolerable gossip, tells me that Mrs. Gilbert has been suddenly seized with a religious mania, and attends all the services at Hurstonleigh. The Midlandshire people seem to have gone mad about that Mr. Colborne. I went to hear him last Sunday myself, and was very much pleased. I saw Mr. Gilbert's wife sitting in a pew near the pulpit, with her great unmeaning eyes fixed upon the curate's face all through the sermon. She is just the sort of person to fall in love with a popular preacher." Mr. Lansdell's face flushed a vivid scarlet, and then grew pale. With her great unmeaning eyes fixed upon the curate's face, those wondrous eyes that had so often looked up at him, mutely eloquent, tenderly pensive. Oh, had he been fooled by his own vanity? Was this woman a sentimental coquette, ready to fall in love with any man who came across her path, learned in stereotyped schoolgirl phrases about platonic affection? Lady Gwendoline's shaft went straight home to his heart. He tried to talk about a few commonplace subjects with a miserable assumption of carelessness, and then, looking suddenly up at the clock on the chimney-piece, made a profuse apology for the length of his visit, and hurried away. It was 4 o'clock when he left the gates of Lowlands, and the next day was Sunday. "I will see for myself," he muttered, as he walked along a narrow lane, slashing the low hedgerows with his stick as he went. "I will see for myself to-morrow." End of Chapter 27. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 28 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.
This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 28. Trying to be Good. The Sunday after Roland Lansdell's visit to his cousin was a warm May day, and the woodland lanes and meadows through which the master of Mordred Priory walked to Hurstonleigh were bright with wild flowers. Nearly 2 months had gone by since he and the doctor's wife had parted on the dull March afternoon which made a crisis in Isabel's life. The warm breath of the early summer fanned the young man's face as he strolled through the long grass under the spreading branches of elm and beech. He had breakfasted early, and had set out immediately after that poor pretence of eating and drinking. He had set out from Mordred in feverish haste, and now that he had walked 2 or 3 miles, he looked wan and pale in the vivid light of the bright May morning. To-day he looked as if his cynical talk about himself was not altogether such sentimental nonsense as genial, practical Mr. Raymond thought it. He looked tired, worn, mentally and physically, like a man who has indeed lived his life. Looking at him this morning, young, handsome, clever, and prosperous though he was, there were very few people who would have ventured to prophesy for him a bright and happy existence, a long and useful career. He had a wan, faded, unnatural look in the summer daylight, like a lamp that has been burning all night. He had only spoken the truth that day in the garden at Mordred. The Lansdells had never been a long-lived race, and a look that lurked somewhere or other in the faces of all the portraits at the Priory might have been seen in the face of Roland Lansdell to-day. He was tired, very tired. He had lived too fast, and had run through his heritage of animal spirits and youthful enthusiasm like the veriest spendthrift who squanders a fortune in a few nights spent at a gaming-house. The nights are very brilliant while they last, riotous with wild excitement that can only be purchased at this monstrous cost. But oh, the blank grey mornings, the freezing chill of that cheerless dawn, from which the spendthrift's eyes shrink appalled when the night is done. Roland Lansdell was most miserably tired of himself and all the world except Isabel Gilbert. Life, which is so short when measured by art, science, ambition, glory; life, which always closes too soon upon the statesman or the warrior, whether he dies in the prime of life, like Peel, or flourishes a sturdy evergreen like Palmerston; whether he perishes like Wolfe on the heights of Quebec, or sinks to his rest like Wellington in his simple dwelling by the sea. Life, so brief when estimated by a noble standard, is cruelly long when measured by the empty pleasures of an idle worldling with 15,000 a year. Émile Angier has very pleasantly demonstrated that the world is much smaller for a rich man than it is for a poor one. My lord the millionaire rushes across wide tracts of varied landscape, asleep in the paddled corner of a first-class carriage, and only stops for a week or so here and there in great cities, to be bored almost to death by cathedrals and Valhallas, picture galleries and ruined Roman baths, done in the stereotyped fashion; while the poorer traveller, joggling along out-of-the-way country roads, with his staff in his hand and his knapsack on his shoulder, drops upon 100 pleasant nooks in this wide universe, and can spend a lifetime agreeably in seeing the same earth that the millionaire, always booked and registered all the way through, like his luggage, grows tired of in a couple of years. We have only to read Sterne's Sentimental Journey and Dickens's Uncommercial Traveller in order to find out how much there is in the world for the wanderer who has eyes to see. Read the story of Mr. Dickens's pedestrian rambles, and then read William Beckford's delicious, discontented, blasé letters, and see the difference between the great writer, for whom art is long and life is only too short, and the man of pleasure who squandered all the wealth of his imagination upon the morbid phantasma of Vathek, and whose talent could find no higher exercise than the planning of objectionable towers. The lesson which Mr. Lansdell was called upon to learn just now was a very difficult one. For the first time in his life he found that there was something in the world that he could not have. For the first time he discovered what it was to wish wildly, madly, for one precious treasure out of all the universe, and to wish in vain. This morning he was not such a purposeless wanderer as he usually was. He was going to Hurstonleigh Church in the hope of seeing Isabel Gilbert, and ascertaining for himself whether there was any foundation for Lady Gwendoline's insinuation. He wanted to ascertain this, but above all he wanted to see her, only to see her, to look at the pale face and the dark eyes once more. Yes, though she were the basest and shallowest hearted coquette in all creation. Mr. Lansdell was doomed to be disappointed that morning, for the doctor's wife was not at the Hurstonleigh church. Graybridge would have been scandalized if Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert had not attended morning service in their own parish. So it was only in the afternoon or evening that Isabel was free to worship at the feet of the popular preacher. The church was very full in the morning, and Roland sat in a pew near the door, waiting patiently until the service concluded. Isabel might be lurking somewhere in the rambling old edifice, though he had not been able to see her. He listened very attentively to the sermon, and bent his head approvingly once or twice during Mr. Colborne's discourse. He had heard so many bad sermons, delivered in divers languages, during his wandering existence, that he had no wish to deprecate a good one. When all was over, he stood at the door of his pew, watching the congregation file slowly and quietly out of the church, and looking for Isabel. But she was not there. When the church was quite empty, he breathed a long regretful sigh, and then followed the rest of the congregation. "She will come in the afternoon, perhaps," he thought. "Oh, how I love her! What a weak, pitiful wretch I must be to feel like this, to feel this sinking at my heart because she is not here, to consider all the universe so much emptiness because her face is missing." He went away into a secluded corner of the churchyard, a shadowy corner, where there was an angle in the old wall, below which the river crept in and out among the sedges. Here the salutations of the congregation loitering about the church door seemed only a low distant hum. Here Mr. Lansdell could sit at his ease upon the bank, staring absently at the blue Wayverne, and thinking of his troubles. The distant murmur of voices, the sound of footsteps, and the rustling of women's light garments in the summer breeze died away presently, and a death-like stillness fell upon the churchyard. All Hurstonleigh was at dinner, being a pious village that took its Sabbath meal early, and dined chiefly on cold meats and crisp salads. The place was very still, and Roland Lansdell, lolling idly with his back against the moss-grown wall, had ample leisure for contemplation. What did he think of during those 2 long hours in which he sat in the churchyard waiting for the afternoon service? What did he think of? His wasted life? The good things he might have done upon this earth? No. His thoughts dwelt with a fatal persistency upon one theme. He thought of what his life might have been if Isabel Gilbert had not balked all his plans of happiness. He thought of how he might have been sitting that very day, at that very hour, on one of the fairest islands in the Mediterranean, with the woman he loved by his side, if she had chosen, if she had only chosen, that it should be so. And he had been so mistaken in her, so deluded by his own fatuity, as to believe that any obstacle on her part was utterly out of the question. He had believed that it was only for him to weigh the matter in the balance and decide the turning of the scale. He sat by the water, listening to the church bells as they rang slowly out upon the tranquil atmosphere. It was one of those bright summer days which come sometimes at the close of May, and the sky above Hurstonleigh church was cloudless. When the bells had been ringing for a long time, slow footsteps sounded on the gravel walks upon the other side of the churchyard, with now and then the creaking of a gate or the murmur of voices. The people were coming to church. Roland's heart throbbed heavily in his breast. Was she amongst them? Ah, surely he would have recognised her lightest footfall, even at that distance. Should he go and stand by the gate to make sure of seeing her as she came in? No, he could not make a show of himself before all those inquisitive country people. He would wait till the service began, and then go into the church. That half hour, during which the bells swung to and fro in the old steeple with a weary monotonous clang, seemed intolerably long to Roland Lansdell. But at last, all was quiet, and the only bell to be heard in the summer stillness was the distant tinkle of a sheep bell far away in the sunlit meadows. Mr. Lansdell got up as the clock struck 3, and walked at a leisurely pace towards the church. Mr. Colborne was reading that solemn invitation to the wicked man to repent of his wickedness, as the Squire of Mordred went into the low porch. The penetrating voice reached the remotest corners of the old building, and yet its tone was low and solemn as an exhortation by a dying man's bed. The church was not by any means so full as it had been in the morning, and there was none of that fluttering noise of bonnet strings and pocket handkerchiefs which is apt to disturb the quiet of a crowded edifice. The pew opener, always on the look out to hustle stray intruders into pews, pounced immediately upon Mr. Lansdell. "I should like to sit upstairs," he whispered, dropping a half-crown into her hand. "Can you put me somewhere upstairs?" He had reflected that from the gallery he should be better able to see Isabel, if she was in the church. The woman curtsied and nodded, and then led the way up the broad wooden stairs. Where would she not have put Mr. Lansdell for such a donation as that which he had bestowed upon her? The gallery at Hurstonleigh Church was a very special and aristocratic quarter. It consisted only of a half-dozen roomy old pews at one end of the church, immediately opposite the altar, and commanding an excellent view of the pulpit. The chief families of the neighbourhood occupied these 6 big open pews, and the common herd in the aisles below contemplated these aristocratic persons admiringly in the pauses of the service. As the grand families in the outskirts of Hurstonleigh were not quite such unabating church-goers as the model villagers themselves, these gallery pews were not generally filled of an afternoon, and it was into one of these that the grateful pew-opener ushered Mr. Lansdell. She was there. Yes, she was there. She was alone, in a pew near the pulpit, on her knees, with her hands clasped and her eyes looking upwards. The high old-fashioned pew shut her in from the congregation about her, but Mr. Lansdell could look down upon her from his post of observation in the gallery. Her face was pale and worn, and her eyes looked larger and brighter than when he had last seen her. Was she in a consumption? Ah, no, it was only the eager yearning soul which was always consuming itself. It was no physical illness, but the sharp pain of a purely mental struggle that had left those traces on her face. Her lover watched her amidst the kneeling congregation, and a kind of holy exaltation in her face reminded him of the pictures of saints and angels that he had seen abroad. Was it real, that exalted expression of the pale still face? Was it real, or had she begun a new flirtation, a little platonic sentimentalism, in favour of the popular preacher? "The fellow has something in him, and is not by any means bad looking," thought Mr. Lansdell. "I wonder whether she is laying traps for him with her great yellow-black eyes." And then in the next moment he thought how, if that look in her face were real, and she was really striving to be good, how then? Had he any right to come into that holy place? For the place was holy, if only by virtue of the simple prayers so simply spoken by happy and pious creatures who were able to believe. Had he any right to come there and trouble this girl in the midst of her struggle to forget him? "I think she loved me," he mused. "Surely I could not be mistaken in that. Surely I have known too many coquettes in my life to be duped by one at the last. Yes, I believe she loved me." The earlier prayers and the psalms were over by this time, and Mrs. Gilbert was seated in her pew facing the gallery, but with the pulpit and reading desk between. Mr. Colborne began to read the first lesson, and there was a solemn hush in the church. Roland was seized with a sudden desire that Isabel should see him. He wanted to see the recognition of him in her face. Might he not learn the depth of her love, the strength of her regret, by that one look of recognition? A green serge curtain hung before him. He pushed the folds aside, and the brazen rings made a little clanging noise as they slipped along the rod. The sound was loud enough to startle the woman whom Mr. Lansdell was watching so intently. She looked up and recognized him. He saw a white change flit across her face. He saw her light muslin garments flutter by a faint shiver, and then in the next moment she was looking demurely downwards at the book on her lap, something as she had looked on that morning when he first met her under Lord Thurston's oak. All through the service Roland Lansdell sat watching her. He made no pretence of joining in the devotions of the congregation, but he disturbed no one. He only sat, grim and sombre looking, staring down at that one pale face in the pew near the pulpit. 1,000 warring thoughts and passionate emotions waged in his breast. He loved her so much that he could not be chivalrous, he could not even be just or reasonable. All through the service he sat watching the face of the woman he loved. If Austin Colborne could have known how strangely his earnest pleading words fell upon the ears of 2 of his listeners that afternoon. Isabel Gilbert sat very quietly under all the angry fire of that dark gaze. Only now and then were her eyelids lifted, only now and then did her eyes steal one brief imploring glance at the face in the gallery. In all the church she could see nothing but that face. It absorbed and blotted out all else, and shone down upon her, grand and dazzling as of old. She was trying to be good. For the last 2 months she had been earnestly trying to be good. There was nothing else for her in the world but goodness, seeing that he was lost to her, seeing that a romantic Beatrice Portinari kind of existence was an impossibility. If she had been a dweller in a Catholic country, she would have gone into a convent. As it was, she could only come to Hurstonleigh to hear Mr. Colborne, whose enthusiasm answered to the vague aspirations of her own ignorant heart. She was trying to be good. She and worthy plain-spoken Mrs. Jeffson were on the best possible terms now, for the doctor's wife had taken to staying at home a great deal, and had requested honest Tilly to instruct her in the art of darning worsted socks. Would the sight of the wicked squire's dark reproachful face undo all the work of these 2 months? Surely not. To meet him once more, to hear his voice, to feel the strong grasp of his hand, ah, what deep joy! But what good could come of such a meeting? She could never confide in him again. It would only be new pain, wasted anguish. Besides, was there not some glory, some delight in trying to be good? She felt herself a Louise de la Vallière, standing behind a grating in the convent parlour, while a kingly Louis pleaded and stormed on the other side of the iron bars. Some such thoughts as these sustained her all through that afternoon service. The sermon was over. The blessing had been spoken. The congregation began to disperse slowly and quietly. Would he go now? Would he linger to meet and speak to her? Would he go away all at once? He did linger, looking at her with an appealing expression in his haggard face. He stood up, as if waiting until she should leave her pew, in order to leave his at the same moment. But she never stirred. Ah, if Louise de la Vallière suffered as much as that, what wonder that she became renowned for ever in sentimental story. Little by little the congregation melted out of the aisle. The charity boys from the neighbourhood of the organ loft came clumping down the stairs. Still Mr. Lansdell stood, waiting and watching the doctor's wife in the pew below. Still Isabel Gilbert kept her place, rigid and inflexible, until the church was quite empty. Then Mr. Lansdell looked at her, only one look, but with a world of passion concentrated in its dark fury. He looked at her, slowly folding his arms, and drawing himself to his fullest height, he shrugged his shoulders with one brief contemptuous movement, as if he flung some burden off him by the gesture, and then turned and left the pew. Mrs. Gilbert heard his firm tread upon the stairs, and she rose from her seat in time to see him pass out of the porch. It is very nice to have a place in a romantic story, but there are some bitter pangs to be endured in the life of a Mademoiselle de la Vallière. End of Chapter 28. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 29 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 29. The First Whisper of the Storm. There was no omnibus to take Mrs. Gilbert back to Graybridge after the service at Hurstonleigh; but there had been some Graybridge people at church, and she found them lingering in the churchyard talking to some of the model villagers, enthusiastic in their praises of Mr. Colborne's eloquence. Amongst these Graybridge people was Miss Sophronia Burdock, the maltster's daughter, very radiant in a bright pink bonnet, so vivid as almost to extinguish her freckles, and escorted by young Mr. Pawlkatt, the surgeon's son, and his sister, a sharp-nosed, high-cheek-boned damsel, who looked polite daggers at the doctor's wife. Was not Mr. George Gilbert a rising man in Graybridge? And was it likely that the family of his rival should have any indulgence for the shortcomings of his pale-faced wife? But Miss Sophronia was in the humour to heap coals of fire on the head of the nursery governess whom George Gilbert had chosen to marry. Sophronia was engaged, with her father's full consent, to the younger Pawlkatt, who was to insure his life for the full amount of the fair damsel's dower, which was to be rigidly tied up for her separate use and maintenance, etc., and who looked of so sickly and feeble a constitution that the maltster may have reasonably regarded the matrimonial arrangement as a very fair speculation. Sophronia was engaged, and displayed the little airs and graces that Graybridge considered appropriate to the position of an engaged young lady. "The only way to make love now," said Mr. Nash to Goldsmith, "is to take no manner of notice of the lady." And Graybridge regarded the art of polite courtship very much in this fashion, considering that a well-bred damsel could not possibly be too contemptuously frigid in her treatment of the man whom she had chosen from all other men to be her partner for life. Acting on this principle, Miss Burdock, although intensely affectionate in her manner to Julia Pawlkatt, and warmly gushing in her greeting of the doctor's wife, regarded her future husband with a stony glare, only disturbed by a scornful smile when the unfortunate young man ventured to make any remark. To reduce a lover to a state of coma, and exhibit him in that state to admiring beholders for an entire evening, was reckoned high art in Graybridge. Everybody in the little Midlandshire town knew that Miss Burdock and Mr. Pawlkatt were engaged, and people considered that Augustus Pawlkatt had done a very nice thing for himself by becoming affianced to a young lady who was to have £4,000 tightly tied up for her separate use and maintenance. The consciousness of being engaged and having a fortune combined to render Sophronia especially amiable to everybody but the comatose future. Was Isabel alone, and going to walk back? "Oh, then, in that case you must go with us," cried Miss Burdock, with a view to the exhibition of the unfortunate Augustus in peripatetic coma. What could Mrs. Gilbert say, except that she would be delighted to go home with them? She was thinking of him. She was looking to see his head towering above the crowd. Of course it would tower above that crowd, or any crowd. But he was like the famous Spanish fleet in the Critic.
inasmuch as she could not see him because he was not to be seen. She went with Miss Burdock and her companions out of the churchyard towards the meadow path that led across country towards Graybridge. They walked in a straggling, uncomfortable manner, for Sophronia resolutely refused all offers of her future husband's arm, and he was fain to content himself with the cold comfort of her parasol, and a church service of ruby velvet with a great many ribbons between the pages. The conversation during that Sabbath afternoon walk was not very remarkable for liveliness or wisdom. Isabel only spoke when she was spoken to, and even then like a bewildered creature newly awakened from a dream. Miss Julia Pawlkatt, who was an intellectual young person, and prided herself upon not being frivolous, discoursed upon the botanical names and attributes of the hedge blossoms beside the path, and made a few remarks on the science of medicine as adapted to female study, which would have served for the groundwork of a letter in a Sunday paper. Miss Burdock, who eschewed intellectual acquirements, and affected to be a gushing thing of the Dora Spenlow stamp, entreated her future sister-in-law not to be dreadful, and asked Isabel's opinion upon several deers of bonnets exhibited that afternoon in Hurstonleigh Church; and the comatose future, who so rarely spoke that it seemed hard he should always commit himself when he did speak, ventured a few remarks which were received with black and frowning looks by the idol of his heart. "I say, Sophronia, weren't you surprised to see Mr. Lansdell in the gallery?" the young man remarked, interrupting his betrothed in a discussion of a bunch of artificial may on top of the white tulle bonnet, so sweet and innocent looking. "You know, dear, he isn't much of a church-goer, and people do say that he's an atheist. Yet there he was, as large as life this afternoon, and I thought him looking very ill. I've heard my father say that all those Lansdells are consumptive." Miss Burdock made frowning and forbidding motions at the unhappy youth with her pale buff eyebrows, as if he had mentioned an improper French novel, or stated some other immoral subject. Poor Isabel's colour went and came. Consumptive! Ah! What more likely, what more proper, if it came to that? These sort of people were intended to die early. Fancy the Giaour pottering about in his 80th year, and boasting that he could read small print without spectacles. Imagine the Corsair on the parish, or Byron or Keats, or Shelley grown old and dim and grey. Ah, how much better to be erratic and hapless Shelley drowned in an Italian lake, than worthy respectable Samuel Rogers living to demand, in feeble bewilderment, "And who are you, ma'am?" of an amiable and distinguished visitor. Of course Roland Lansdell would die of consumption. He would fade little by little, like the delightful Lionel in Rosalind and Helen. Isabel improved the occasion by asking Mr. Augustus Pawlkatt if many people died of consumption. She wanted to know what her own chances were. She wanted so much to die, now that she was good. The unhappy Augustus was quite relieved by this sudden opening for a professional discourse, and he and his sister became scientific, and neglected Sophronia, while they gave Isabel a good deal of useful information respecting tubercular disease, Thitis, etc., etc., whereon Miss Burdock, taking offence, lapsed into a state of sullen gloom highly approved by Graybridge, as peculiarly befitting an engaged young lady who wished to sustain the dignity of her position. At last they came out of a great cornfield into the very lane in which George Gilbert's house was situated, and Isabel's friends left her at the gate. She had done something to redeem her character in Graybridge by her frequent attendance at Hurstonleigh Church, which was as patent to the gossips as ever her visits to Lord Thurston's Oak had been. She had been cured of running after Mr. Lansdell, people said. No doubt George Gilbert had discovered her goings on, and had found a means of clipping her wings. It was not likely that Graybridge would credit her with any such virtue as repentance, or a wish to be a better woman than she had been. Graybridge regarded her as an artful and presuming creature, whose shameful goings on had been stopped by marital authority. She went into the parlour, and found the tea things laid on the little table, and Mr. Gilbert lying on the sofa, which was too short for him by a couple of feet, and was eked out by a chair on which his clumsy boots rested. Isabel had never seen him give way to any such self-indulgence before, but as she bent over him, gently enough, if not tenderly, he told her that his head ached, and he was tired, very tired. He had been in the lanes all afternoon. The people about there were very bad, and he had been at work in the surgery since coming in. He put his hand in Isabel's, and pressed hers affectionately. A very little attention from his pretty young wife gratified him, and made him very happy. "Why, George," cried Mrs. Gilbert, "your hand is as hot as a burning coal." Yes, he was very warm, he told her. The weather was hot and oppressive. At least he had found it so that afternoon. Perhaps he had been hurrying too much, walking too fast. He had upset himself somehow or other. "If you'll pour out the tea, Izzie, I'll take a cup and then go to bed," he said. "I'm regularly knocked up." He took not 1 cup only, but 4 cups of tea, pouring the mild beverage down his throat as a draught. And then he went up to the room overhead, walking heavily, as if he were very tired. "I'm sure you're ill, George," Isabel said, as he left the parlour. "Do take something, some of that horrid medicine you give me sometimes." "No, my dear, there's nothing the matter with me. What should there be amiss with me, who never had a day's illness in my life? I must have an assistant, Izzie. My work's too hard. That's what is the matter." Mrs. Gilbert sat in the dusk for a little while after her husband had left, thinking of that last look which Roland Lansdell had given her in the church. Heaven knows how long she might have sat thinking of him, if Mrs. Jeffson had not come in with those 2 miserable mould candles, which were wont to make feeble patches of yellow haze, not light, in the doctor's parlour. After the candles had been brought, Isabel took a book from the top of the little chiffonier by the fireplace. It was a religious book. Was she not trying to be good now, and was not goodness incompatible with the perusal of Shelley's poetry on a Sunday? It was a very dry religious book, being in fact a volume of Tillotson's sermons, with more hard logic, and firstly, secondly, and thirdly, than ordinary human nature could support. Isabel sat with the volume open before her, staring hopelessly at the pale old-fashioned type, and going back a little way every now and then when she caught her thoughts far away from the Reverend Tillotson. She sat thus till after the clock had struck 10. She was all alone in the lower part of the house at that hour, for the Jeffsons had gone clumping upstairs to bed at 8:30. She sat alone, a poor childish, untaught, unguided creature, staring at Tillotson, and thinking of Roland Lansdell, yet trying to be good all the time in her own feeble way. She sat thus until she was startled by a cautious single knock at the door. She started from her seat at the sound, but she went boldly enough with the candle in her hand to answer the summons. There was nothing uncommon in a late knocking at the doctor's door. Some one from the lanes wanted medicine, no doubt. The people in the lanes were always wanting medicine. Mrs. Gilbert opened the door and looked out into the darkness. A man was standing there, well clad, rather a handsome-looking man, with broad shoulders, bold black eyes, and a black beard that covered all the lower part of his face. He did not wait to be invited to enter, but walked across the threshold like a man who had a right to come into that house, and almost pushed Isabel on one side as he did so. At first she only stared at him with a blank look of wonder, but all at once her face grew as white as the plaster on the wall behind her. "You!" she gasped in a whisper. "You here?" "Yes, me. You needn't stare as if you saw a ghost. There's nothing so very queer about me, is there? You're a nice young lady, I don't think, to stand there shivering and staring. Where's your husband?" "Upstairs." "Oh, why did you come here?" cried the doctor's wife, piteously, clasping her hands like a creature in some extremity of fear and trouble. "How could you be so cruel as to come here? How could you be so cruel as to come?" "How could I be so fiddlesticks?" muttered the stranger, with supreme contempt. "I came here because I had nowhere else to go, my lassie. You needn't whimper, for I shan't trouble you very long. This is not exactly the sort of place I should care to hang out in. If you can give me a bed in this house for to-night, well and good. If not, you can give me a sovereign, and I'll find one elsewhere. While I'm here, remember my name's Captain Morgan, and I'm in the merchant service. Just home from the Mauritius." End of Chapter 29. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30. The Beginning of a Great Change. George Gilbert was something more than knocked up. There had been a great deal of typhoid fever amongst the poorer inhabitants of Graybridge and the neighbouring villages lately, a bad infectious fever, which hung over the narrow lanes and little clusters of cottages like a black cloud; and the parish surgeon, working early and late, subject to sudden chills when his work was hottest, exposed to every variety of temperature at all times, fasting for long hours, and altogether setting at naught those very first principles of health wherein it was his duty to instruct other people, had paid the common penalty to which all of his profession are more or less subject. George Gilbert had caught a touch of the fever. Mr. Pawlkatt senior called early on Monday morning, summoned by poor terrified Isabel, who was a stranger to sickness, and was frightened at the first appearance of the malady, and spoke of his rival's illness very lightly, as a touch of the fever. "I always said it was infectious," he remarked, "but your husband would have it that it wasn't. It was all the effect of dirty habits and low living, he said, and not any special and periodical influence in the air. Well, poor fellow, he knows now who is right. You must keep him very quiet. Give him a little toast and water, and the lime draughts I shall send you." And Mr. Pawlkatt went on to give all necessary directions about the invalid. Unhappily for the patient, it was not the easiest matter in the world to keep him quiet. There was not so much in George Gilbert, according to any poetic or sentimental standard, but there was a great deal in him when you came to measure him by a far nobler standard of duty. He was essentially thorough, and in his own quiet way he was very fond of his profession. He was attached to those rough Midlandshire peasants whom it had been his duty to attend from his earliest manhood until now. Never before had he known what it was to have a day's illness, and he could not lie tranquilly watching Isabel sitting at work near the window, with the sunlight creeping in at the edges of the dark curtain that had been hastily nailed up to shut out the glaring day. He could not lie there quietly, while there were mothers of sick children and wives of sick husbands waiting for hope and comfort from his lips. True, Mr. Pawlkatt had promised to attend to George's patients, but then, unhappily, George did not believe in Mr. Pawlkatt. The two surgeons' views were in every way opposed, and the idea of Mr. Pawlkatt attending the sick people in the lanes, and seized with delight on the opportunity of reversing his rival's treatment, was almost harder to bear than the thought of the same sufferers being altogether unattended. And beyond this, Mr. Gilbert, so clever while other people were concerned, was not the best possible judge in his own case, and he would not consent to believe that he had the fever. "I dare say Pawlkatt likes to see me laid by the heels here, Izzie," he said to his wife, "while he goes interfering with my patients, and bringing his old-fashioned theories to bear. He'll shut up the poor wretched little windows of all those cottages in the lanes, I dare say, and make the rooms even more stifling than they have been made by the builder. He'll frighten the poor women into shutting out every breath of fresh air, and then take every atom of strength away from those poor wasted creatures by his drastic treatment. Dr. Robert James Graves said he only wanted 3 words for his epitaph, and those words were, 'He fed fevers.' Pawlkatt will be for starving those poor feeble creatures in the lanes. It's no use talking, my dear. I'm a little knocked up,
but I've no more fever about me than you have, and I shall go out this evening. I shall go round and see those people. There's a woman in the lane behind the church, a widow, with 3 children lying ill, and she seems to believe in me, poor creature, as if I was Providence itself. I can't forget the look she gave me yesterday, when she stood on the threshold of her wretched hovel, asking me to save her children, as if she thought it rested with me to save them. I can't forget her look, Izzie. It haunted me all last night when I lay tossing about, for I was too tired to sleep, somehow or other. And when I think of Pawlkatt pouring his drugs down those children's throats, I tell you it's no use, my dear. I'll take a cup of tea, and then get up and dress." It was in vain that Isabel pleaded, in vain that she brought to her aid Mrs. Jeffson, the vigorous and outspoken, who declared that it would be nothing short of self-murder if Mr. Gilbert insisted on going out that evening. Equally in vain the threat of summoning Mr. Pawlkatt. George was resolute. These quiet people always are resolute, not to say obstinate. It is your animated, impetuous, impulsive creatures who can be turned by a breath from the pursuit or purpose they have most vehemently sworn to accomplish. Mr. Gilbert put aside all arguments in the quietest possible manner. He was a medical man, and he was surely the best judge of his own health. He was wanted yonder among his patients, and he must go. Isabel and Mrs. Jeffson retired in melancholy resignation to prepare the tea, which was to fortify the surgeon for his evening's work. George came downstairs half an hour afterwards, looking not ill or even weak, but at once flushed and haggard. "There's nothing whatever the matter with me, my dear Izzie," he said, as his wife followed him to the door. "I'm only done up by very hard work. I feel tired and cramped in my limbs, as if I'd caught cold somehow or other. I was out all day in the wet last week, you know, but there's nothing in that. I shall just look in at those people at Briargate, and come back by the lanes, and then an hour or so in my surgery will finish my work, and I shall be able to get a good night's rest. I must have an assistant, my dear. The agricultural population gets very thick about Graybridge, and unless some one takes pity on the poor people, and brings about some improvement in the places they live in, we may look for plenty of fever." He went out at the little gate, and Isabel watched him go along the lane. He walked a little slower than usual, and that was all. She watched him with a quiet affection on her face. There was no possible phase of circumstance by which she could ever have been brought to love him, but she knew that he was good. She knew that there was something praiseworthy in what he was doing to-night, this resolute visiting of wretched sick people. It was not the knightly sort of goodness she had adored in the heroes of her choice, but it was good, and she admired her husband a little, in a calm, unenthusiastic manner, as she might have admired a very estimable grandfather, had she happened to possess such a relative. She was trying to be good, remember, and all the sentimental tenderness of her nature had been aroused by George's illness. He was a much more agreeable person, lying faint and languid in a shaded room, and requiring his head constantly bathed with vinegar and water, than when in full vigour of health and clumsiness. Mr. Pawlkatt came in for his second visit half an hour after George had left the house. He was very angry when he was told what had happened, and inveighed solemnly upon his patient's imprudence. "I sent my son round amongst your husband's patients," he said, "and I must say I am a little hurt by the want of confidence in me which Mr. Gilbert's conduct exhibits." Isabel was too much occupied by all manner of contending thoughts to be able to do much towards soothing Mr. Pawlkatt's indignation. That gentleman went away with his heart full of bitterness against the younger practitioner. "If your husband's well enough to go about amongst his patients, he can't want me, Mrs. Gilbert," he said, as Isabel opened the gate for him. "But if you find him much worse, as you are very likely to do after his most imprudent conduct, you know where to send for me. I shall not come again till I'm sent for. Good night." Isabel sighed as she shut the gate upon the offended surgeon. The world seemed to her quite full of trouble just now. Roland Lansdell was angry with her. Ah, what bitter anger and contempt had been exhibited in his face in the church yesterday! George was ill, and bent on making himself worse, as it seemed. The person whom of all the doctor's wife most feared, had dropped, as it were, from the clouds into Midlandshire. And here, added to all this trouble, was Mr. Pawlkatt, indignant and offended. She did not go indoors at once. The house seemed gloomy and hot in the summer dusk. She lingered by the gate, looking over the top of the rails at the dusty lane, the monotonous, uninteresting lane, of whose changeless aspect she was so very tired. She was sorry for her husband now that he was ill. It was her nature to love and pity every weak thing in creation, the same kind of tenderness that she had felt long ago for a sick kitten, or a wounded bird, or a forlorn street wanderer of the canine species, looking pleadingly at her with great hungry eyes, filled her heart now as she thought of George Gilbert. Out of the blank emptiness into which he had melted long ago at Roland Lansdell's advent, he emerged now, distinct and palpable, as a creature who wanted pity and affection. "Is he very ill?" she wondered. "He says himself that he is not, and he is much cleverer than Mr. Pawlkatt." She looked out into the lane, watching for her husband's coming. 2 or 3 people went slowly by at considerable intervals, and at last, when it was growing quite dark, the figure of a boy, a slouching country-built lad, loomed out of the obscurity. "Be this Muster Gilbert's, the doctor's?" he asked of Isabel. "Yes. Do you want him?" "I don't want him, but I've got a letter for his wife, from a man that's staying up at our place. Be you she?" "Yes. Give me the letter," answered Isabel, putting her hand over the gate. She took the missive from the hand of the boy, who resigned it in a slow, unwilling manner, and then slouched away. Mrs. Gilbert put the letter in her pocket and went into the house. The candles had just been taken into the parlour. The doctor's wife seated herself at the little table, and took the letter from her pocket and tore it open. It was a brief and unceremonious kind of epistle, containing only these words: "I've found comfortable quarters for the nonce in a little crib called the Leicester Arms, down in Nessborough Hollow, to the left of the Briargate Road. I suppose you know the place, and I shall expect to see you in the course of to-morrow. Don't forget the sinews of war, and be sure you ask for Captain Morgan. Yours truly." There was no signature. The letter was written in a big dashing hand, which had sprawled recklessly over a sheet of old-fashioned letter paper. It seemed a riotous, improvident kind of writing, that gloried in the wasted space and squandered ink. "How cruel of him to come here!" muttered Isabel, as she tore the letter into a little heap of fragments. "How cruel of him to come! As if I had not suffered enough already! As if the misery and disgrace had not been bitter enough and hard enough to bear!" She rested her elbows on the table, and sat quite still for some time, with her face hidden in her hands. Her thoughts were very painful, but for once in a way they were not entirely devoted to Roland Lansdell. And yet the master of Mordred Priory did figure in that long reverie. George came in by and by, and found her sitting in the attitude into which she had fallen after destroying the letter. She had been very anxious about her husband some time ago, but for the last half hour her thoughts had been entirely removed from him, and she looked up at him confusedly, almost startled by his coming, as if he had been the last person in the world whom she expected to see. Mr. Gilbert did not notice that look of confusion, but dropped heavily into the nearest chair, like a man who feels himself powerless to go one step further. "I'm very ill, Izzie," he said. "It's no use mincing the matter. I am ill. I suppose Pawlkatt is right after all, and I've got a touch of the fever." "Shall I send for him?" asked Isabel, starting up. "He said I was to send for him if you were worse." "Not on any account. I know what to do as well as he does. If I should happen to get delirious by and by, you can send for him, because I dare say you'd be frightened, poor girl, and would feel more comfortable with a doctor pottering about me. And now listen to me, my dear, while I give you a few directions, for my head feels like a ton of weight, and I don't think I should be able to sit upright much longer." The doctor proceeded to give his wife all necessary instructions for the prevention of infection. She was to have a separate room prepared for herself immediately, and she was to fumigate the room in which he was to lie in such and such a manner. As for any attendance upon himself, that would be Mrs. Jeffson's task. "I don't believe the fever is infectious," Mr. Gilbert said. "I've caught it from the same causes that give it to the poor people: hard work, exposure to bad weather, and the foul air of the places I have to visit. Still, we can't be too careful. You'd better keep away from my room as much as possible, Izzie, and let Mrs. Jeffson look after me. She's a strong-minded sort of woman, who wouldn't be likely to catch a fever, because she'd be the last in the world to trouble her head about the risk of catching it." But Isabel declared that she herself would wait upon her sick husband. Was she not trying to be good? And did not all Mr. Colborne's sermons inculcate self-sacrifice and compassion, tenderness and pity? The popular curate of Hurstonleigh was perhaps the kind of teacher that some people would have designated a sentimentalist; but his tender, loving exhortations had a fascination which could surely never belong to the tenable threats and awful warnings of a sterner preacher. In spite of Austin Colborne's deep faith in an infinitely grand and beautiful region beyond this lower earth, he did not look upon the world as a howling wilderness in which Providence intended people to be miserable. He might certainly behold in it a place of probation, a kind of preparatory school, in which very small virtues were expected of ignorant and helpless scholars, wandering dimly towards a starry future; but he did not consider it a universal Dotheboys Hall, presided over by a Providence after the model of Mr. Squeers. He looked into the simple narratives of 4 historians who flourished some 18 centuries ago, and in those solemn pages he saw no possible justification for the gloomy view of life entertained by many of his clerical compeers. He found in those sacred histories a story that opened like an idyll. He found bright glimpses of a life in which there were marriage festivals and pleasant gatherings, social feasts and happy Sabbath wanderings through rustic paths betwixt the standing corn. He found pure earthly friendship counted no sin against the claims of heaven, and passionate parental love not reproved as an unholy idolatry of the creature, but hallowed for ever by 2 separate miracles that stand eternal records of a love so entirely divine as to be omnipotent, so tenderly human as to change the sternest laws of the universe in pity for weak human sorrow. Mr. Pawlkatt was summoned to his rival's bedside early on the following morning. George's case was quite out of his own hands by this time, for he had grown much worse in the night, and was fain to submit to whatever people pleased to do to him. He was very ill. Isabel sat in the half-darkened room, sometimes reading, sometimes working in the dim light that crept through the curtain, sometimes sitting very quietly wrapped in thought, painful and perplexing thought. Mr. Gilbert was wakeful all through the day, as he had been all through the night, tossing uneasily from side to side, and now and then uttering half-suppressed groans that wrung his wife's heart. She was very foolish, she had been very wicked, but there was a deep fount of tenderness in that sentimental and essentially feminine breast, and I doubt if George Gilbert was not more lovingly watched by his weak, erring young wife than ever he could have been by a strong-minded helpmate, who would have frozen any lurking sentiment in Mr. Lansdell's breast by one glance from her pitiless eyes. The doctor's wife felt a remorseful compassion for the man who, after his own matter-of-fact fashion, had been very good to her. "He has never, never been cross to me, as my stepmother used to be," she thought. "He married me without even knowing who I was, and never asked any cruel questions; and even now, if he knew, I think he would have pity upon me and forgive me." She sat looking at her husband with an earnest, yearning expression in her eyes. It seemed as if she wanted to say something to him, but lacked the courage to approach the subject. He was very ill. It was no time to make any unpleasant communication to him. He had been delirious in the night, and had fancied that Mr. Pawlkatt was present at an hour when that gentleman was snoring comfortably in his own bed. Isabel had been specially enjoined to keep her husband as quiet as it was possible for an active, industrious man, newly stricken down by some unlooked for malady, to be kept. No, whatever she might have to say to him must be left unspoken for the present. Whatever help he might, under ordinary circumstances, have given her, he was utterly powerless to give her now. The day in that sick chamber seemed terribly long, not because Isabel felt any selfish weariness of her task. She was only too anxious to be of use to the man she had so deeply wronged. She was only too eager to do something that Mr. Colborne himself might approve, as an atonement for her sin. But she was quite unused to sickness, and, being of a hypersensitive nature, suffered keenly at the sight of any suffering whatever. If the invalid was restless, she fancied directly that he was worse, much worse, in imminent danger perhaps. If he rambled a little in his talk betwixt sleeping and waking, she sat with his burning hands clasped in hers, trembling from head to foot. If he fell into a profound slumber, she was seized with a sudden terror, fancying him unnaturally quiet, and was fain to disturb him, in her fear lest he should be sinking into some ominous lethargy. The doctor's wife was not one of those excellent nurses who can settle themselves with cheerful briskness in a sick room, and improve the occasion by the darning of a whole basketful of invalided stockings, reserved for some such opportunity. She was not a nurse who could accept the duties of her position in a business-like way, and polish off each separate task as coolly as a clerk in a banking house transacts the work assigned to him. Yet she was very quiet withal, soft of foot, gentle-handed, tender, and George was pleased to see her sitting in the shadowy room, when he lifted his heavy eyelids a little now and then. He was pleased, in a dim kind of way, to take his medicine from her hand, the slender little white hand with tapered fingers, the hand he had admired as it lay lightly on the moss-grown brickwork of the bridge in Hurstonleigh churchyard on the afternoon when he asked her to be his wife. Mrs. Gilbert sat all day in her husband's room, but about 5 in the afternoon George fell into a deep slumber, in which Mr. Pawlkatt found him at a little after 6 o'clock. Nothing could be better than tranquil sleep, the surgeon said; and when he was gone, Mrs. Jeffson, who had been sitting in the room for some time, anxious to be of some use to her master, suggested that Isabel should go downstairs and out into the garden to get a breath of fresh air. "You must be almost stifled, I should think, sitting all day in this room," Tilly said compassionately. Mrs. Gilbert's face crimsoned all over as she answered in a timid, hesitating way, "Yes, I should like to go downstairs a little, if you think that George is sure to sleep soundly for a long time, and I know you'll take good care of him. I want to go out somewhere, not very far, but I must go to-night." The doctor's wife sat with her back to the light, and Mrs. Jeffson did not see that sudden tide of crimson that rushed into her face and faded as she said this; but George Gilbert's housekeeper gave a sniff of disapproval, notwithstanding. "I should have thought, if you was the greatest gadderbout that ever was, you'd have stayed quietly at home while your husband was lying ill, Mrs. Gilbert," she said sharply. "But of course you know your own business best." "I'm not going far, only a little way on the Briargate Road," Isabel answered piteously; and then her head sank back against the wall behind her, and she sighed a plaintive, almost heart-broken sigh. Her life was very hard just now, hard and difficult, begirt with terror and peril, as she thought. She put on her bonnet and shawl, the darkest and shabbiest she possessed. Mrs. Jeffson watched her as she stood before the old-fashioned looking-glass, and perceived that she did not even take the trouble to brush the rumpled hair which she pushed under her dingy bonnet. "She can't be going out to meet him in that plight, anyhow," thought honest Matilda, considerably pacified by the contemplation of her mistress's toilet. She lifted the curtain and looked out of the window as the garden gate closed on Isabel, and she saw the doctor's wife hurrying away with her veil pulled over her face. There was some kind of mystery about this evening's walk, something that filled the Yorkshirewoman's mind with a vague disquietude. The touch of fever, alluded to so slightly by Mr. Pawlkatt, turned out to be a great deal more serious in its nature than either he or George Gilbert had anticipated. The week came to an end, and the parish surgeon was still a prisoner in the room in which his father and mother had died. It seemed quite a long time now since he had been active and vigorous, going about his work all day, mixing medicines in the surgery, and coming into the parlour at stated times to eat hearty meals of commonplace substantial food. Now that he was so weak, and that it was a matter for rejoicing when he took a couple of spoonfuls of beef tea, Isabel's conscience smote her cruelly as she remembered how she had despised him because of his healthy appetite, with what bitter scorn she had regarded him when he ate ponderous slices of underdone meat, and mopped up the last drop of the goriest looking gravy with great pieces of bread. He had been ill for only a week, and yet already it seemed quite a normal state of things for him to be lying in that darkened chamber, helpless and uneasy, all through the long summer day. The state of the doctor's health was common talk in Graybridge, as common a subject for idle people's converse as the heat of the weather, or the progress of the great corn in the fields beyond the little town. All manner of discreditable looking parish patients came every day to the surgery to inquire after the surgeon's health, and went away downcast and lamenting when they were told that he grew daily worse. Mrs. Gilbert, going down to answer these people's questions, discovered for the first time how much he was beloved, he who had not one of the attributes of a hero. She wondered sometimes whether it might not be better to wear thick boots and go about doing good, than to be a used up aristocratic wanderer with white hands, and oh, such delightful varnished boots, wrinkled over an arched instep. She was trying to be good herself now, pleased and fascinated by Mr. Colborne's teachings as by some newly discovered romance. She wanted to be good, and scarcely knew how to set about the task. And behold, here was the man whom she had so completely ignored and despised, infinitely above her in the region she had entered. But was her romantic attachment to Roland Lansdell laid down at the new altar, as she had found herself? Ah, no. She tried very hard to do her duty, but the old sentimental worship still held its place in her heart. She was like some classic pagan newly converted to Christianity, and yet entertaining a lurking love and reverence for the old heathen deities, too grand and beautiful to be cast off all at once. The first week came to an end, and still Mr. Pawlkatt came twice a day to visit his patient, and still he gave very much the same directions to the untiring nurses who waited on George Gilbert. He was to be kept very quiet. He was to continue the medicine. All the old stereotyped rules were to be observed. Throughout her husband's illness Isabel had taken very little rest, though Mr. and Mrs. Jeffson would gladly have kept watch alternately with her in the sick room, and were a little wounded when banished therefrom. But Mrs. Gilbert wanted to be good. The harder the task was, the more gladly did she undertake it. Very often, quite alone in that quiet room, she sat watching through the stillest hours of the night. During all those solemn watches, did any bad thoughts enter her mind? Did she ever think that she might be free to marry Roland Lansdell if the surgeon's illness should terminate fatally? Never. Never once did such a dark and foul fancy enter the regions of her imagination. Do not believe that because she has been a foolish woman she must necessarily be a vicious woman. Again and again, on her knees by her husband's bed, she supplicated that his life might be spared. She had never encountered death, and her imagination shrank appalled from the thought of that awful presence. A whole after-life of happiness could not have atoned to her for the one pang of seeing a dreadful change come upon the familiar face. Sometimes, in spite of herself, though she put away the thought from her with shuddering horror, the idea that George Gilbert might not recover would come into her mind. He might not recover. The horror which so many others had passed through might overtake her. Oh, the hideous tramp of the undertaker's men upon the stairs, the knocking, unlike all other knocking, the dreadful aspect of the shrouded house. If any such sorrow came upon her, Mrs. Gilbert thought that she would join some community of holy women, and go about doing good until she died. Was it so very strange, this sudden conversion? Surely not. In these enthusiastic natures, sentiment may take any unexpected form. It is a question whether a Madame de Chantal shall write hazy devotional letters to a Saint Francis de Sales, or peril her soul for the sake of an earthly lover. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 31 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 31. £50. After that scene in the church at Hurstonleigh, Roland Lansdell went back to Mordred, to think with even greater bitterness of the woman he loved. That silent encounter, the sight of the pale face, profoundly melancholy, almost statuesque in its air of half-despairing resignation, had exercised no softening influence on the mind of this young man, who could not understand why the one treasure for which he languished should be denied to him. He could not be generous or just toward the woman who had fooled him with false hopes, and then left him to despair. He could not have pity upon the childish creature who had wandered unawares upon the flowery margin of a hideous gulf, and had fled aghast and horrified at the first glimpse of the yawning depths below. No, his anger against Isabel could not have been more intense had she been a hardened and practised coquette who had deliberately lured him to his ruin. "I suppose this is what the world calls a virtuous woman," he cried bitterly. "I dare say Lucretia was this sort of person, and dropped her eyelids to show off the dark lashes, and made the most of her tapering arms over the spinning wheel, and summoned conscious blushes into her cheeks when Tarquin looked at her. These virtuous women delight in clamour and scandal. I've no doubt Mrs. Gilbert profoundly enjoyed herself during our rencontre in the church, and went away proud of the havoc she made in me, the haggard lines about my mouth, and the caverns under my eyes. It is not because she is a good woman, it is not because she loves her husband, that she refuses to listen to me," he thought. "It is only a paltry provincial terror of an esclandre that ties her to this wretched place, and when she has broken my heart, and when she has ruined my life, she goes to church at Hurstonleigh, and sits in a devotional pose, with her big eyes lifted up to the parson's face, like a Madonna by Giorgione, in order that she may rehabilitate herself in the consideration of Graybridge." He could neither be just nor patient. Sometimes he laughed aloud at his own folly. Was he, who had prided himself on his cynical disbelief in the depth or endurance of any emotion, was he the man to go mad for love of a pale face and darkly pensive eyes? Ah, yes, it is just these scoffers who take the fever most deeply when the infection seizes them. I, who have lived my life out, as I thought, wherever life is most worth living, I suffer like this at last for the sake of a village surgeon's half-educated wife. I, who have given myself the airs of a Lausanne or a Brummel, am perishing for the love of a woman who doesn't even know how to put on her gloves." Every day Mr. Lansdell resolved to leave Midlandshire to-morrow; but to-morrow found him still lingering at the Priory, in a hopeless, purposeless way, lingering for he knew not what, lingering perhaps for want of the mere physical energy required for the brief effort of departure. He would go to Constantinople overland. There would be more fatigue in a journey that way. Might not a walk across Mount Census cure him of his foolish love for Isabel Gilbert? Did not D'Alembert retire from the world and all its troubles into peaceful pleasures of geometry? Did not Goethe seek relief from some great sorrow in the study of a new language? Roland Lansdell made a faint effort to acquire the Arabic alphabet during those wretched idle days and nights at Mordred. He would study the Semitic languages, all of them. He would go in for the Book of Job. Many people have got plenty of hard work out of the Book of Job, but the curly little characters in the Arabic alphabet slipped out of Mr. Lansdell's brain as if they had been so many little lively young serpents, and he only made so much headway in the attainment of the Semitic languages as enabled him to scrawl an Arabic rendering of Isabel Gilbert's name over the leaves of a blotting book. He was in love. No schoolboy, bewitched by a pretty, blue-eyed, blue-ribboned, white-robed partner at a dancing school, was ever more foolishly in love than the young squire of Mordred, who had filled a whole volume with various metrical versions of his profound contempt for his species in general, and the feminine portion of them in particular. He had set up that gladsome halloo before he was safely out of the wood, and now he found to his cost that he had been premature. For lo, the dense forest hemmed him in on every side, and there seemed no way of escape out of the sombre labyrinth. George Gilbert had been ill nearly a fortnight, and the master of Mordred Priory still lingered in Midlandshire. He had heard nothing of the surgeon's illness, for he had never been much given to gossiping with his body servant, and that gentleman was especially disinclined to offer his master any unasked for information just now, for, as he expressed himself in the servants' hall, "Mr. Lansdell's been in a devil of a temper almost ever since we come back to Priory, and you might as lief talk to a tiger as speak to him, except when you're spoken to, and goodness knows that ain't very often. For anything as gloomy as his ways has become of late, I never remember to have met with. And if it wasn't that the remuneration is high, and the perquisites never greasy about the elbows or frayed at the edges, which I've been with a member of the peerage that wore his clothes till they was shamefully shabby, it wouldn't be very long as I should trouble this dismal old dungeon with my presence." Only from Lady Gwendoline was Roland likely to hear of George Gilbert's illness, and he had not been to Lowlands lately. He had a vague idea that he would go there some morning and ask his cousin to marry him, and so make an end of it. But he deferred the carrying out of that idea indefinitely, as a man who contemplates suicide may postpone the ghastly realization of his purpose, keeping his loaded pistol or his prussic acid handy against the time when it shall be wanted. He had never ridden past the surgeon's house since that day on which he had seen Isabel seated in the parlour. He had indeed shunned Graybridge, and the Graybridge road altogether. "She shall not triumph in the idea that I pursue her," he thought. "Her vain, shallow heart shall not be gratified by the knowledge of my pitiful weakness. I bared my foolish breast before her once, and she sat in her pew, playing at devotion, and let me go away with my despair. She might have thrown herself in my way that afternoon, if only for a few minutes. She might have spoken to me, if only half a dozen commonplace words of comfort, but it pleased her better to exhibit her piety. I dare say she knows as well as I do how that devotional air harmonizes with her beauty, and she went home happy, no doubt, in the knowledge that she had made one man miserable. And that's the sort of woman whom the world calls virtuous, a creature in whom vanity is strong enough to usurp the place of every other passion. For a really good woman, for a true-hearted wife who loves her husband, and before whose quiet presence the veriest libertine bows his head abashed and reverent, for such a woman as that I have no feeling but respect and admiration. But I hate and despise these sentimental coquettes who preach second-hand Platonism borrowed from the misty pages of Shelley. But it was not always that Roland Lansdell was thus bitter against the woman he loved. Sometimes, in the midst of his rage and anger, a sudden current of tenderness swept across the dark waters of his soul, and for a little while the image of Isabel Gilbert appeared to him in its true colours. He saw her as she really was, foolish but not base, weak but not hypocritical, sentimental, and with some blemish of womanly vanity perhaps, but not designing. Sometimes, amidst all contending emotions, in which passion and selfishness and wounded pride and mortified vanity made a very whirlpool of bitter feeling, sometimes, amidst such baser emotions as these, true love, the sublime, the clear-sighted, arose for a brief interval triumphant, and Roland Lansdell thought tenderly of the woman who had shattered his future. My poor little girl, my poor innocent, childish love, he thought, in these moments of purer feeling. If I could only be noble, and go away, and forgive you, and leave you to grow into a good woman, with that well-meaning, commonplace husband, whom it is your duty to honour and obey. Nothing could be more irregular than Mr. Lansdell's habits during this period. The cook at Mordred declared that such a thing as a soufflé was a simple impossibility with an employer who might require his dinner served at any time between the hours of 7 and 9. The fish was flabby, the joints were leathery, and all the hot water reservoirs in the Mordred dinner service could not preserve the cook's most special plat from stagnation. That worthy artist shrugged his shoulders over the ruins of his work, and turned his attention to the composition of a menu in which the best things were to be eaten cold. He might have spared himself the trouble. The young man, who, naturally careless as to what he ate, had, out of pure affectation, been wont to outrival the insolence of the old bon vivant, now scarcely knew the nature of the dishes that were set before him. He ate and drank mechanically, and, it may be, drank a little deeper than he had been accustomed to drink of the famous clarets his father and grandfather had collected. But eating delighted him not, nor drinking neither. The wine had no exhilarating effect upon him. He sat dull and gloomy after a magnum of the famous claret, sat with the Arabic grammar open before him, wondering what was to become of him now that his life was done. He was sitting thus in the library, with the sombre Rembrandt face that was something like his own looking gravely down upon him. He was sitting thus by the lamplit table one sultry June evening, when George Gilbert had been ill nearly a fortnight. The light of the lamp, a soft subdued light, shining dimly through a great moon-like orb of thick ground glass, fell chiefly on the open book, and left the student's face in shadow. But even in that shadow the face looked wan and haggard, and the something that lurked somewhere in all the Lansdell portraits, the something that you may see in every picture of Charles I of England and Marie Antoinette of France, whensoever and by whomsoever painted, was very visible in Roland's face to-night. He had been sitting brooding over his books, but scarcely reading half a dozen pages, ever since 9 o'clock, and it was now 11:30. He was stretching his hand towards the bell in order to summon his valet, and release that personage from the task of sitting up any longer, yawning alone in the housekeeper's room; for the habits of Mordred Priory had never lost the sobriety of Lady Anna Lansdell's regime, and all the servants, except Roland's valet, went to bed at 11, when that gentleman entered the library. "Would it please you to see any one, sir?" he asked. "Would I please see any one?" cried Roland, turning in his low easy chair, and staring at the solemn face of his valet. "Who should want to see me at such a time of night? Is there anything wrong? Is it any one from Lowlands?" "No, sir. It's a strange lady. Leastways, when I say a strange lady, I think, sir, though her veil being down, and a very thick veil, I should not like to speak positive, I think it's Mrs. Gilbert, the doctor's lady from Graybridge." Mr. Lansdell's valet coughed doubtfully behind his hand, and looked discreetly at the carved oaken bosses in the ceiling. Roland started to his feet. "Mrs. Gilbert," he muttered, "at such an hour as this! It can't be. She would never. Show the lady here, whoever she is," he added aloud to his servant. "There must be something wrong. It must be some very important business that brings any one to this place to night." The valet departed, closing the door behind him, and Roland stood alone upon the hearth, waiting for his late visitor. All the warmer tints, he had never had what people called a colour, faded out of his face, and left him very pale. Why had she come to him at such a time? What purpose could she have in coming to that house, save one? She had come to revoke her decision. For a moment a flood of rapture swept into his soul, warm and revivifying as the glory of a sudden sunburst on a dull grey autumn day. But in the next moment, so strange and subtle an emotion is that which we call love, a chill sense of regret crept into his mind, and he was almost sorry that Isabel should come to him thus, even though she were to bring him the promise of future happiness. "My poor ignorant, innocent girl! How hard it seems that my love must for ever place her at a disadvantage," he thought. The door was opened by the valet with as bold a sweep as if the Duchess had been entering in all the glory of her court robes, and Isabel came into the room. One glance showed Mr. Lansdell that she was very nervous, that she was suffering cruelly from the terror of his presence, and it may be that even before she had spoken, he understood that she had not come to announce any change in her decision, any modification of the sentiments that had led her to their parting at Thurston's Crag. There was nothing desperate in her manner, nothing of the dramatic aplomb that belongs to the grand crises of life. She stood before him pale and irresolute, with pleading eyes lifted meekly to his face. Mr. Lansdell wheeled forward a chair, but he was obliged to ask her to sit down, and even then she seated herself with a kind of timid irresolution he had so often seen in a burly farmer come to supplicate abnormal advantages in the renewal of a lease. "I hope you are not angry with me for coming here at such a time," she said in a low tremulous voice. "I could not come any earlier, or I—" "It can never be anything but a pleasure for me to see you," Roland answered gravely, "even though the pleasure is strangely mingled with pain. You have come to me, perhaps, because you are in some kind of trouble, and have need of my services in some way or other. I am very much pleased to think that you can so far confide in me. I am very glad to think that you can rely on my friendship." Mr. Lansdell said this because he saw that the doctor's wife had come to demand some favour at his hands, and he wished to smooth the way for that demand. Isabel looked up at him with something like surprise in her gaze. She had not expected that he would be like this, calm, self-possessed, reasonable. A mournful feeling took possession of her heart. She thought that his love must have perished altogether, or he could surely not have been so kind to her, so gentle and dispassionate. She looked at him furtively as he lounged against the farther angle of the massive mantelpiece. His transient passion had worn itself out, no doubt, and he was deep in the tumultuous ocean of a new love affair, a glittering duchess, a dark-eyed Clotilde, some brilliant creature after one of the numerous models in the pages of the Alien. "You are very, very good not to be angry with me," she said. "I have come to ask you a favour, a very great favour, and She stopped, and sat silently twisting the handle of her parasol, the old green parasol under whose shadow Roland had so often seen her. It was quite evident that her courage had failed her altogether at this crisis. "It is not for myself I am going to ask you this favour," she said, still hesitating and looking down at the parasol. "It is for another person it is a secret, in fact, and—" "Whatever it is, it shall be granted," Roland answered, without question, without comment. "I have come to ask you to lend me, or at least I had better ask you to give it to me, for indeed I don't know when I should ever be able to repay it, some money, a great deal of money, £50." She looked at him as if she thought the magnitude of the sum must inevitably astonish him, and she saw a tender, half melancholy smile upon his face. "My dear Isabel, my dear Mrs. Gilbert, if all the money I possess in the world could secure your happiness, I would willingly leave Midlandshire to morrow a penniless man. I would not for the world that you should be embarrassed for an hour while I have more money than I know what to do with. I will write you a cheque immediately, or, better still, half a dozen blank cheques, which you can fill up as you require them." But Isabel shook her head at this proposal. "You are very kind," she said, "but a cheque would not do. It must be money, if you please. The person for whom I want it would not take a cheque." Roland Lansdell looked at her with a sudden expression of doubt, of something that was almost terror in his face. "The person for whom you want it," he repeated. "It is not for yourself, then, that you want this money?" "Oh, no, indeed. What should I want with so much money?" "I thought you might be in debt. I thought that... Ah, I see. It is for your husband that you want the money." "Oh, no. My husband knows nothing about it. But, oh, pray, pray don't question me. Ah, if you knew how much I suffered before I came here to-night! If there had been any other person in the world who could have helped me, I would never have come here. But there is no one, and I must get the money." Roland's face grew darker as Mrs. Gilbert spoke. Her agitation, her earnestness, mystified and alarmed him. "Isabel," he cried, "God knows I have little right to question you, but there is something in the manner of your request that alarms me. Can you doubt that I am your friend? Next to your husband, your best and truest friend, perhaps. Forget every word that I have ever said to you, and believe only what I say to-night. To-night, when all my better feelings are aroused by the sight of you. Believe that I am your friend, Isabel, and for pity's sake trust me. Who is this person who wants money of you? Is it your stepmother? If so, my cheque book is at her disposal." "No," faltered the doctor's wife, "it is not for my stepmother, but—" "But it is for some member of your family?" "Yes," she answered, drawing a long breath. "But oh, pray do not ask me any more questions. You said just now that you would grant me the favour I asked without question or comment. Ah, if you knew how painful it was for me to come here!" "Indeed, I am sorry that it was so painful to you to trust me." "Ah, if you knew!" Isabel murmured in a low voice, speaking to herself rather than to Roland. Mr. Lansdell took a little bunch of keys from his pocket, and went across the room to an iron safe, cunningly fashioned after the presentment of an antique ebony cabinet. He opened the ponderous door, and took a little cash box from one of the shelves. "My steward brought me a bunch of notes yesterday. Will you take what you want?" he asked, handing the open box to Isabel. "I would rather you gave me the money. I do not want more than £50. Roland counted 5 £10 notes, and handed them to Isabel. She rose, and stood for a few moments hesitating, as if she had something more to say, something almost as embarrassing in its nature as the money question had been. I hope you will not think me troublesome," she said, "but there is one more favour that I want to ask of you." "Do not hesitate to ask anything of me. All I want is your confidence." "It is only a question that I wish to ask you. You talked some time since of going away from Midlandshire, from England. Do you still think of doing so?" "Yes, my plans are all made for an early departure." "A very early departure? You are going almost immediately?" "Immediately. To-morrow, perhaps. I am going to the East. It may be a long time before I return to England." There was a little pause, during which Roland saw that a faint flush kindled in Isabel Gilbert's face, and that her breath came and went rather quicker than before. "Then I must say good-bye to-night," she said. "Yes, it is not likely we shall meet again. Good night. Good-bye. Perhaps some day, when I am a pottering old man, telling people the same anecdotes every time I dine with them, I shall come back to Midlandshire, and find Mr. Gilbert a crack physician in Kylmington, petted by rich old ladies, and riding in a yellow barouche. Till then, good-bye." He held Isabel's hand for a few moments, not pressing it ever so gently, only holding it, as if in that frail tenure he held the last link that bound him to love and life. Isabel looked at him wonderingly. How different was this adieu from that passionate farewell under Lord Thurston's oak, when he had flung himself upon the ground and wept aloud in the anguish of parting from her. The melodramas she had witnessed at the Surrey Theatre were evidently true to nature. Nothing could be more transient than the wicked squire's love. "Only one more word, Mrs. Gilbert," Roland said, after that brief pause. "Your husband, does he know about this person who asks for money from you?" "No, I should have told him, I think, and asked him to give me the money, only he is so very ill. He must not be troubled about anything." "He is very ill? Your husband is ill?" "Yes, I thought every one knew. He is very, very ill. It is on that account I came here so late. I have been sitting in his room all day. Good night." "But you cannot go back alone. It is such a long way. It will be 2 o'clock in the morning before you can get back to Graybridge. I will drive you home. Or it will be better to let my coachman, my mother's old coachman, drive you home." It was in vain that Mrs. Gilbert protested against this arrangement. Roland Lansdell reflected that as the doctor's wife had been admitted by his valet, her visit would of course be patent to all the other servants at their next morning's breakfast. Under these circumstances, Mrs. Gilbert could not leave Mordred with too much publicity, and a steady old man, who had driven Lady Anna Lansdell's fat white horses for slow jog-trot drives along the shady highways and byways of Midlandshire, was aroused from his peaceful slumbers and told to dress himself, while a half-somnolent stable-boy brought out a big bay horse and an old-fashioned brougham. In this vehicle Isabel returned very comfortably to Graybridge, but she begged the coachman to stop at the top of the lane, where she alighted and bade him good night. She found all dark in the little surgery, which she entered by means of her husband's latchkey, and she crept softly upstairs, to the room opposite that in which Mr. George Gilbert lay, watched over by Mrs. Jeffson. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 32 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 32. I'll not believe but Desdemona's honest. See that some hothouse grapes and a pineapple are sent to Mr. Gilbert at Graybridge, Roland said to his valet on the morning after Isabel's visit. I was sorry to hear of his serious illness from his wife last night. Mr. Lansdell's valet, very busily occupied with a hat brush, smiled softly to himself as his employer made this speech. The master of Mordred Priory need scarcely have stained his erring soul by any hypocritical phrases respecting the Graybridge surgeon. I shouldn't mind laying a 12 months' wages that if her husband dies he marries her within 6 months, Roland's manservant remarked as he sipped his second cup of coffee. I never did see such an infatuated young man in all my life. A change came over the spirit of Mr. Lansdell's dreams. The thought, the base and cruel thought, which had never entered Isabel's mind, was not to be shut out of Roland's breast after that midnight interview in the library. Do what he would, struggle against the foul temptation as he might, and he was not naturally wicked, he was not utterly heartless, he could not help thinking of what might happen if Death, who carries in his fleshless hand so many orders for release, should cut that knot that bound Isabel Gilbert. God knows I am not base enough to wish any harm to that poor fellow at Graybridge, thought Mr. Lansdell. But if... And then the tempter's hand swept aside a dark curtain and revealed a lovely picture of the life that might be, if George Gilbert would only be so obliging as to sink under that tiresome low fever which had done so much mischief in the lanes about Graybridge. Roland Lansdell was not a hero. He was only a very imperfect, vacillating young man, with noble impulses for ever warring against the baser attributes of his mind. A spoiled child of fortune, who had almost always had his own way until just now. I ought to go away, he thought. I ought to go away all the more because of this man's illness. There seems something horrible in my stopping here, watching and waiting for the result, when I should gain such an unutterable treasure by George Gilbert's death. But he lingered nevertheless. A man may fully appreciate the enormity of his sin, and yet go on sinning. Mr. Lansdell did not go away from Mordred. He contented himself with sending the Graybridge surgeon a basket of the finest grapes, and a couple of the biggest pineapples to be found in the Priory hothouses, and it may be that his conscience derived some small solace from the performance of this courtesy. Lord Ruysdale called upon his nephew in the course of the bright summer morning that succeeded Isabel's visit to the Priory, and as the young man happened to be smoking his cigar in front of the porch at the moment when the Earl's quiet cob came jogging along the broad carriage drive, there was no possibility of avoiding the elderly gentleman's visit. Roland threw aside his cigar and resigned himself to the prospect of an hour's prosy discussion of things in which he felt no kind of interest, no ray of pleasure. What was it to him that there was every prospect of a speedy dissolution, unless... There almost always was every prospect of a dissolution, unless something or other took place, but nothing special ever seemed to come of all the fuss and clamour. The poor people were always poor, and grumbled at being starved to death. The rich people were always rich, and indignant against the oppression of an exorbitant income tax. Poor Roland behaved admirably during the infliction of his uncle's visit, and if he gave vague answers and asked irrelevant questions now and then, Lord Ruysdale was much too engrossed by his own eloquence to find out his nephew's delinquencies. Roland only got rid of him at last by promising to dine at Lowlands that evening. "If there's a dissolution, our party must inevitably come in," the Earl said at parting; "and in that case you must stand for Wareham. The Wareham people look to you as their legitimate representative. I look forward to great things, my boy, if the present ministry go out. I've been nursing my little exchequer very comfortably for the last 12 months, and I shall take a furnished house in town, and begin life again next year, if things go well; and I expect to see you make a figure in the world yet, Roland." And in all that interview Lord Ruysdale did not once remark the tired look in his nephew's face, that nameless look which gave a sombre cast to all Lansdell's portraits, and which made the blasé idler of 30 seem older of aspect than the hopeful country gentleman of 60. Roland went to Lowlands in the evening. Why should he not do this to please his uncle, inasmuch as it mattered so very little what he did, or where he went, in a universe where everything was weariness? He found Lady Gwendoline in the drawing room, looking something like Marie Antoinette in a demi toilette of grey silk, with a black lace scarf crossed upon her stately shoulders, and tied in a careless bow at the back of her waist. Mr. Raymond was established in a big chintz-covered easy-chair, turning over the boxes of books newly arrived from London, and muttering scornful comments on their titles and contents. "At last!" he exclaimed, as Mr. Lansdell's name was announced. "I've called at Mordred about half a dozen times in the last 2 months, but as your people always said you were out, and as I could always see by their faces that you were at home, I had given up the business in despair." Lord Ruysdale came in presently with the Times newspaper open in his hand, and insisted on reading a leader, which he delivered with amazing energy, and all the emphasis on the beginnings of the sentences. Dinner was announced before the leader was finished, and Mr. Raymond led Lady Gwendoline to the dining room, while Roland stayed to hear the Thunderer's climax murdered by his uncle's defective elocution. The dinner went off very quietly. The Earl talked politics, and Mr. Raymond discoursed very pleasantly on the principles of natural philosophy as applied to the rulers of the nation. There was a strange contrast between the animal spirits of the two men who had passed the meridian of life, and were jogging quietly on the shady slope of the lull, and the dreamy languor exhibited by the two young people who sat listening to them. George Sand has declared that nowadays all the oldest books are written by the youngest authors. Might she not go even farther, and say that nowadays the young people are older than their seniors? We have got rid of our Spring-heeled Jacks and John Mittens, and Tom and Jerry are no more popular either on or off the stage. Our young aristocrats no longer think it a fine thing to drive a hearse to Epsom races, or to set barrels of wine running in the Haymarket. But in place of all this foolish riot and confusion, a mortal coldness of the soul seems to have come down upon the youth of our nation, a deadly languor and stagnation of spirit, from which nothing less than a Crimean war or an Indian rebellion can arouse the worn-out idlers in a wearied world. The dinner was drawing to a close when Lord Ruysdale mentioned a name that awakened all Mr. Lansdell's attention. "I rode into Graybridge after leaving you, Roland," he said, "and made a call or two. I am sorry to hear that Mr. Gilbert, that very worthy young doctor, whom we met at your house the other day, last year, by the by. Egad, how the time spins round! I was sorry to hear that he is ill, low fever, really in a very dangerous state, Saunders, the solicitor, told me. You'll be sorry to hear it, Gwendoline." Lady Gwendoline's face darkened, and she glanced at Roland before she spoke. "I am sorry to hear it," she said. "I am sorry for Mr. Gilbert, for more than one reason. I am sorry he has so bad a wife." Roland's face flushed crimson, and he turned to his cousin as if about to speak; but Mr. Raymond was too quick for him. "I think the less we say upon that subject the better," he exclaimed eagerly. "I think, Lady Gwendoline, that is a subject that had much better not be discussed here." "Why should it not be discussed?" cried Roland, looking, if people can look daggers, a perfect arsenal of rage and scorn at his cousin. "Of course we understand that slander of her own sex is a woman's privilege. Why should not Lady Gwendoline avail herself of her special right? Here is only a very paltry subject, certainly, a poor little provincial nobody, but she will serve for want of any better. Lay her on the table by all means, and bring out your dissecting tools, Lady Gwendoline. What have you to say against Mrs. Gilbert?" He waited, breathless and angry, for his cousin's answer, looking at her with sullen defiance in his face. "Perhaps Mr. Raymond is right after all," Gwendoline said quietly. She was very quiet, but very pale, and looked her cousin as steadily in the eyes as if she had been fighting a small sword duel with him. "The subject is one that will scarcely bear discussion, here or elsewhere; but since you accuse me of feminine malice, I am bound to defend myself. I say that Mrs. Gilbert is a very bad wife and a very wicked woman. A person who is seen to attend a secret rendezvous with a stranger, not once but several times, with all appearance of stealth and mystery, while her husband lies between life and death, must surely be one of the worst and vilest of women." Mr. Lansdell burst into a discordant laugh. "What a place this Midlandshire is!" he cried, "and what a miraculous power of invention lies uncultivated amongst the inhabitants of our country towns! I withdraw any impertinent insinuations about your talent for scandal, my dear Gwendoline, for I see you are the merest novice in that subtle art. The smallest rudimentary knowledge would teach you to distinguish between the stories that are ben trovato and those that are not. Their being true or false is not of the least consequence. Unfortunately, this Graybridge slander is one of the very lamest of canards. A newspaper correspondent, sending it in to fill the bottom of a column, would be dismissed for incompetency on the strength of his blunder. Tell your maid to be a little bit more circumspect in future, Gwendoline." Lady Gwendoline did not condescend to discuss the truth or probability of her story. She saw that her cousin was ashy pale to the lips, and she knew that her shot had gone home to the very centre of the bull's eye. After this there was very little conversation. Lord Ruysdale started one or two of his favourite topics, but he understood dimly that there was something not quite pleasant at work amongst his companions. Roland sat frowning at his plate, and Charles Raymond watched him with an uneasy expression in his face, as a man who is afraid of lightning might watch the gathering of a storm cloud. The dinner drew to a close amidst dense gloom and awful silence, dismally broken by the faint chinking of spoons and jingling of glass. Ah, what funeral bell can fall more solemnly upon the ear than those common everyday sounds amidst the awful stillness that succeeds or precedes a domestic tempest? There is nothing very terrible in the twittering of birds, yet how ominous sound the voices of those innocent feathered warblers in the dread pauses of a storm. Lady Gwendoline rose from the table when her father filled his second glass of Burgundy, and Mr. Raymond hurried to open the door for her. But Roland's eyes were never lifted from his empty plate. He was waiting for something. Now and then a little convulsive movement of his lower lip betrayed that he was agitated, but that was all. Lord Ruysdale seemed relieved by his daughter's departure. He had a vague idea that there had been some little passage at arms between Roland and Gwendoline, and fancied that serenity would be restored by the lady's absence. He went twaddling on with his vapid discourse about the state of the political atmosphere, placid as some babbling stream, until the dusky shadows began to gather in the corners of the low old-fashioned chamber. Then the Earl pulled out a fat ponderous old hunter, and exclaimed at the lateness of the hour. "I've some letters to write that must go by to-night's post," he said. "Raymond, I know you'll excuse me if I leave you for an hour or so. Roland, I expect you and Raymond to do justice to that Chambertin." Charles Raymond muttered some polite conventionality as the Earl left the room, but he never removed his eyes from Roland's face. He had watched the brewing of the storm, and was prepared for a speedy thunderclap. Nor was he mistaken in his calculations. "Raymond, is this true?" Mr. Lansdell asked, as the door closed upon his uncle. He spoke as if there were no break or change in the conversation since Mrs. Gilbert's name had been mentioned. "Is what true, Roland?" "This dastardly slander against Isabel Gilbert. Is it true? Pshaw! I know that it is not. But I want to know if there is any shadow of an excuse for such a scandal. Don't trifle with me, Raymond. I have kept no secrets from you, and I have a right to expect that you will be candid with me." "I do not think you have any right to question me upon the subject," Mr. Raymond answered, very gravely. "When last it was mentioned between us, you rejected my advice, and protested against my further interference in your affairs. I thought we finished with the subject then, Roland, at your request, and I certainly do not care to renew it now." "But things have changed since then," Mr. Lansdell said eagerly. "It is only common justice to Mrs. Gilbert that I should tell you as much as that, Raymond. I was very confident, very presumptuous, I suppose, when I last discussed this business with you. It is only fair that you should know that the schemes I had formed when I came back to England have been entirely frustrated by Mrs. Gilbert herself." "I am very glad to hear it." There was very little real gladness in Mr. Raymond's tone as he said this, and the uneasy expression with which he had watched Roland for the last hour was, if anything, intensified now. "Yes, I miscalculated when I built all those grand schemes for a happy future. It is not so easy to persuade a good woman to run away from her husband, however intolerable may be the chain that binds her. These provincial wives accept the marriage service in its sternest sense. Mrs. Gilbert is a good woman. You can imagine, therefore, how bitterly I felt Gwendoline's imputations against her. I suppose these women really derive some kind of pleasure from one another's destruction. And now set my mind quite at rest. There is not one particle of truth, not so much as can serve as the foundation for a lie, in this accusation. Is there, Raymond?" If the answer to this question had involved a sentence of death, or a reprieve from the gallows, Roland Lansdell could not have asked it more eagerly. He ought to have believed in Isabel so firmly as to be quite unmoved by any village slander. But he loved her too much to be reasonable. Jealousy, the demon, closely united as a Siamese twin to love, the god, was already gnawing at his entrails. It could not be that she had deceived and deluded him. But if she had, what baseness, what treachery! "Is there any truth in it, Raymond?" he repeated, rising from his chair and glowering across the table at his kinsman. "I decline to answer that question. I have nothing to do with Mrs. Gilbert, or with any reports that may be circulated against her. But I insist upon your telling me all you know, or if you refuse to do so, I will go to Lady Gwendoline and obtain the truth from her." Mr. Raymond shrugged his shoulders, as if he would have said, all further argument is useless. This demented creature must go on to perdition his own way. "You are a very obstinate young man, Roland," he said aloud, "and I am very sorry you ever made the acquaintance of this doctor's wife, than whom there are scores of prettier women to be met with in any summer's day walk. But I dare say there were prettier women than Helen, if it comes to that. However, as you insist upon hearing the whole of this village scandal, which may or may not be true, you must have your own way; and I hope, when you have heard it, you will be contented to turn your back for some time upon Midlandshire and Mrs. George Gilbert. I have heard something of the story Lady Gwendoline told you at dinner, and from a tolerably reliable source. I have heard—" "What? That Isabel has been seen with some stranger?" "Yes." "With whom? When? Where?" "There is a strange man staying at a little rustic tavern in Nessborough Hollow. You know what gossips these country people are. Heaven knows I have never put myself out of the way to learn other people's business; but these things get bruited about in all manner of places." Roland chafed impatiently during this brief digression. "Tell your story plainly, Raymond," he said. "There is a strange man staying in Nessborough Hollow. Well, what then?" "He is rather a handsome looking fellow, flashily dressed, a Londoner evidently, but what has this to do with Mrs. Gilbert? Only this: she has been seen walking alone with this man after dark in Nessborough Hollow. It must be a lie, a villainous invention; or if she has been seen to meet this man, he is some relation. Yes, I have reason to think that she has some relation staying in this neighbourhood." "But why, in that case, should she meet the man secretly at such an hour, while her husband is lying ill?" "There may be 100 reasons." Mr. Raymond shrugged his shoulders. "Can you suggest one?" Roland Lansdell's head sank forward on his breast. No, he could think of no reason why Isabel Gilbert should meet this stranger secretly, unless there were some kind of guilt involved in their association. Secrecy and guilt go so perpetually together that it is almost difficult for the mind to dissever them. "But has she been seen to meet him?" cried Roland suddenly. "No, I will not believe it. Some woman has been seen walking with some man, and the Graybridge vultures, eager to swoop down upon my innocent dove, must have it that the woman is Isabel Gilbert. No, I will not believe this story." "So be it, then," answered Mr. Raymond. "In that case we can drop the subject." But Roland was not so easily to be satisfied. The poisoned arrow had entered far into his soul, and he must needs drag the cruel barb backwards and forwards in the wound. "Not till you have given me the name of your authority." "Pshaw, my dear Roland, have I not already told you that my authority is the common Graybridge gossip?" "I'll not believe that. You are the last man in the world to be influenced by paltry village scandal. You have better grounds for what you told me. Some one has seen Isabel and this man. Who was that person?" "I protest against this cross-examination. I have been weak enough to sympathize with a dishonourable attachment, so far as to wish to spare you pain. You refuse to be spared, and must take the consequences of your own obstinacy. I was the person who saw Isabel Gilbert walking with a stranger, a showily dressed, disreputable looking fellow, in Nessborough Hollow. I had been dining with Hardwicke, the lawyer at Graybridge, and rode home across the Briargate and Hurstonleigh Road, instead of going through Waverley. I heard the scandal about Mrs. Gilbert at Graybridge, heard her name linked with that of some stranger staying at the Leicester Arms, Nessborough Hollow, who had been known to send letters to her and meet her after dark. Heaven only knows how country people find out these things; but these things always are discovered somehow or other. I defended Isabel. I know her head is a good one, though by no means so well balanced as it might be. I defended Isabel throughout a long discussion with the lawyer's wife. But riding home by the Briargate Road, I met Mrs. Gilbert walking arm in arm with a man who answered to the description I had heard at Graybridge." "When was this?" "The night before last. It must have been some time between 10 and 11 when I met them, for it was broad moonlight, and I saw Isabel's face as plainly as I see yours." "And did she recognize you?" "Yes, and turned abruptly away from the road into the waste grass between the highway and the tall hedgerow beyond." For some moments after this there was a dead silence, and Raymond saw the young man standing opposite him in the dusk, motionless as a stone figure, white as death. Then, after that pause, which seemed so long, Roland stretched out his hand and groped among the decanters and glasses on the table for a water jug. He filled the goblet with water, and Charles Raymond knew by the clashing of the glass that his kinsman's hand was shaken by a convulsive trembling. After taking a long draught of water, Roland stretched his hand across the table. "Shake hands, Raymond," he said, in a dull, thick kind of voice. "I thank you heartily for having told me the truth. It was much better to be candid. It was better to let me know the truth. But oh, if you could know how I loved her! If you could know! You think it was only the dishonourable passion of a profligate, who falls in love with a married woman and pursues his fancy, heedless of the ruin he may entail on others. But it was not, Raymond. It was nothing like that. So help me heaven, amidst all selfish sorrow for my own bitter disappointment, I have sometimes felt a thrill of happiness in the thought that my poor girl's name was still untarnished. I have felt this, in spite of my ruined life, the cruel destruction of every hope that had grown up out of my love for her. And to think that she who saw my truth and my despair, saw my weak heart laid bare in all its abject folly, to think that she would dismiss me with the schoolgirl speeches about duty and honour, and then, when my grief was new, while I still lingered here, too infatuated to leave the place in which I had so cruelly suffered, to think that she should fall into some low intrigue, some base and secret association with... It is too bitter, Raymond. It is too bitter." The friendly dusk sheltered him as he dropped into a chair and buried his face upon the broad cushioned elbow. The tears that gathered slowly in his eyes now were even more bitter than those that he had shed 2 months ago under Lord Thurston's oak. If this sort of thing is involved in a man's being earnest, he had not need be in earnest about anything more than once in his life. Happily for us, the power to suffer, like every other power, becomes enfeebled and wears out at last by extravagant usage. If Othello had survived to marry a second time, he would not have dropped down in a fit when a new Iago began to whisper poisonous hints about the lady. "I never loved any one but her," murmured Roland Lansdell. "I have been a hard judge of other women, but I believed in her." "My poor boy, my poor impetuous Roland," Mr. Raymond said softly. "Men have to suffer like this once in a lifetime. Fight it out, and have done with it. Look at the foul phantasm straight in the eyes, and it will melt into so much empty air; and then, being gone, you are a man again. My dear boy, before this year is out, you will be sipping absinthe, most abominable stuff, after supper at the Maison Dorée, and entertaining your companions with a satirical history of your little caprice for the doctor's wife. And heaven forgive me for talking like Major Pendennis, or any other wicked old worldling," Mr. Raymond added mentally. Roland Lansdell got up by and by, and walked to the open French window. There was a silvery shimmer of moonlight upon the lawn, and the great clock in the stables was striking 10. "Good night, Raymond," said Mr. Lansdell, turning on the threshold of the window. "You can make some kind of apology for me to my uncle and Gwendoline. I won't stop to say good night to them." "But where are you going?" "To Nessborough Hollow." "Are you mad, Roland?" "That's a great deal too subtle a question to be answered just now. I am going to Nessborough Hollow to see Isabel Gilbert and her lover." End of Chapter 32. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 33 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 33. Keeping a Promise. The moon was slowly rising behind a black belt of dense foliage, a noble screen of elm and beech that sheltered Lord Ruysdale's domain from the common world without. as Roland Lansdell crossed the lawn and went in amongst the thickest depths of the park. At Lowlands there were no smooth glades and romantic waterfalls, no wonderful effects of landscape gardening such as adorned Mordred Priory. The Earls of Ruysdale had been more or less behind the world for the last century and a half, and the land about the old red brick mansion was only a tangled depth of forest, in which the deer browsed peacefully, undisturbed by the ruthless handiwork of trim modern improvement. The lonely wilderness of the place suited Roland Lansdell's mood to night. At first he had walked very rapidly, even breaking into a run now and then, so feverishly and desperately did he desire to reach the spot where he might perhaps find that which would confirm his despair. But all at once, when he had gone some distance from the house, and the lights in Lady Gwendoline's drawing room were shut from him by half the width of the park, he stopped suddenly, leaning against a tree, faint and almost breathless. He stopped for the first time to think of what he had heard. The hot passion of anger, the fierce sense of outraged pride, had filled his breast so entirely as to sweep away every softer feeling, as flowers growing near a volcanic mountain may be scattered by the rolling lava flood that passes over them. Now, for the first time, he lingered a little to reflect upon what he had heard. Could it be true? Could it be that this woman had deceived him? This woman for whom he had been false to all the teaching of his life? This woman at whose feet he had offered up that comfortable philosophy which found an infallible armour against sorrow in supreme indifference to all things under heaven? This woman for whose sake he had consented to reassume the painful heritage of humanity, the faculty of suffering? And she is like the rest after all, he thought, or only a little worse than the rest. And I had forgotten so much for her sake. I had blotted out the experience of a decade in order that I might believe in the witchery of her dark eyes. I, the man of half a dozen seasons in London and Paris, Vienna and St. Petersburg, had sponged away every base record in the book of my memory, so that I might scrawl her name upon the blank pages. And now I am angry with her, poor pitiful creature, who I suppose is only true to her nature when she is base and false. I am angry with her, when I have only my own folly to blame for the whole miserable business. I am angry with her, just as if she were a responsible being, as if she could be anything but what she is. And yet there have been good women in the world, he thought sadly. My mother was a good woman. I used to fancy sometimes what might have happened if I had known her in my mother's lifetime. I have even made a picture in my mind of the two women, happy together and loving each other. Heaven forgive me! And after all her pretty talk about Platonism and poetry, she betrays me for a low intrigue and a rendezvous kept in an ale-house. In all his anger against the doctor's wife, no thought of her husband's far deeper wrong ever entered into Mr. Lansdell's mind. It was he, Roland, who had been betrayed. It was he whose love was outraged, whose pride was humiliated to the very dust. That there was a man now lying ill and helpless at Graybridge, who had a better right to resent Isabel Gilbert's treachery, and wreak vengeance upon the unknown wretch for whose sake she was thus base and guilty, never occurred to this angry young man. It had been for a long time past his habit to forget George Gilbert's existence. He had resolutely shut from his mind the image of the Graybridge surgeon ever since his return to Midlandshire, ever since the wrong he was doing against George Gilbert had fallen into a deliberate and persistent course, leading steadily to a foregone conclusion. He had done this, and little by little it had become very easy for him to forget so insignificant and unobtrusive a person as the simple-hearted parish surgeon, whose only sin against mankind was that he had chosen a pretty woman for his wife. So now it was of his own wrongs, and of those wrongs alone, that Mr. Lansdell thought. All the circumstances of Isabel's visit to the Priory came back to him. Came back? When had they left his mind, except for that brief interval of passion during which his mind had been a chaos? The money she wanted was for this man, of course, he thought. For whom else should it be? For whom else should she come to ask for money of her rejected lover, in the dead of the night, with all the mean, miserable circumstances of a secret and guilty action? If she had wanted money from me for any legitimate purpose, in any foolish feminine confusion of debt and difficulty, why should she not have written to me boldly for the sum she required? She must have known that my purse was hers to command whenever she required it. But that she should come secretly, trembling like a guilty creature, compromising herself and me by a midnight visit, afraid to confess why she wanted the money, answering my straight questions by hesitation and prevarication. What construction can I put upon her conduct of last night, except one? And yet, even after last night, I believed in her. I thought that she might have wanted the money for some relation. Some relation! What relation should she meet alone, secretly, late at night, in such a place as Nessborough Hollow? She who never, in all the course of our acquaintance, mentioned a living creature beyond her stepmother who had any claim upon her. And all at once some one comes, some one for whom she must have £50, not in the form of a cheque, which might be traced home to the person who received it. I cannot forget that. I cannot forget that she refused to take my cheque for the money she wanted. That alone makes a mystery of the business, and the meeting that Raymond witnessed tells all the rest. This strange man is some old lover, some jilted admirer of a bygone era, who comes now and is clamorous and dangerous, and will only be bought off by a bribe. Oh, shame, shame, shame upon her, and upon my own folly! And I thought her an innocent child who had ignorantly broken a strong man's heart. He walked on slowly now, and with his head bent, no longer trying to make a short cut for himself among the trees, but absently following a narrow winding path worn by slow peasants' feet upon the grass. Why should I be so eager to see this man? He thought. What can I discover that I do not already know? If there is any one upon earth whose word I can trust in, it is Raymond. He would be the very last to slander this wretched woman, or to be self-deluded by a prejudice. And he saw her. And even beyond this, the base intrigue has become common talk. Gwendoline would not have dared to say what she said to-night without good grounds for her statement. It is only I who have lived apart from all the world, to think and dream about her. It is only I who am the last to be told of her shame. But I will try to see this fellow notwithstanding. I should like to see the man who has been preferred to me. Nessborough Hollow was some distance from Lowlands, and Mr. Lansdell, who was familiar with almost every inch of his native country, made his way thither by shadowy lanes and rarely trodden byways, where the summer wildflowers smelt sweetly in the dewy night. Never surely had brighter heavens shone upon a fairer earth. The leaves and blossoms, the long lush grasses faintly stirred by lazy summer winds, made a perpetual whisper that scarcely broke the general stillness. And now and then the gurgling notes of a nightingale sounded amongst the clustering foliage that loomed darkly above tangled hedgerows and broad wastes of moonlit grass. I wonder why people are not happy, mused Mr. Lansdell, impressed in spite of himself by the quiet beauty of the summer landscape. Intensely subjective though our natures may be, external things will not be quite put away, strive as we may to shut them out. Did not Fagin think about the broken rail when he stood in the dock, and wonder who would mend it? Was not Manfred, the supremely egotistical and subjective, perpetually dragging the mountain tops and Alpine streamlets into his talk of his own troubles? So to-night, deeply absorbed though he was by the consciousness of his own wrongs, there was a kind of double action in Roland Lansdell's mind, by means of which he was conscious of every flickering shadow of the honeysuckle blossom dark upon the silver smoothness of the moonlit grass. "I wonder how it is that people cannot be happy," he thought. "Why can't they take a sensuous pleasure out of this beautiful universe, and enjoy the moonlight and the shadows and the perfume of new mown hay upon the summer air, and then, when they are tired of one set of sensations, move on to another, from rural England to tropical India, from the southern prairies to the snow-mantled Alps, playing a game at hide and seek with the disagreeable seasons, and contriving to go down to the grave through the rosy sunsets of a perpetual summer, indifferent as to who dies or suffers, so long as the beauty of the world endures? Why can't people be reasonable, and take life wisely? I begin to think that Mr. Harold Skimpole was the only true philosopher. If he had been rich enough to indulge his sensuous simplicity out of his own pocket, he would have been perfect. It is only when the Skimpole philosopher wants other people's pounds that he becomes objectionable. Ah, how pleasantly life might glide by, taken à la Skimpole! A beautiful waveless river, drifting imperceptibly on to darkness. But we make our own election. When we are wise enough to abjure all the glittering battlegrounds of man's ambition, we must needs fall in love, and go mad because a shallow-hearted woman has black eyes and a straight nose. With red hair and freckles, Mrs. Gilbert might go to perdition, unwept and unhindered. But because the false creature has a pretty face, we want to tear her all to pieces for her treachery. In that moonlight walk from Lowlands to Nessborough Hollow there was time enough for Mr. Lansdell to fall into many moods. At one time he was ready to laugh aloud, in bitter contempt for his own weakness. At another time, moved almost to tears by the contemplation of his ruined dreams. It was so difficult for him to separate the ideal Isabel of yesterday from the degraded creature of to-night. He believed what Charles Raymond had told him, but he could not realize it. The hard and cruel facts slipped away from him every now and then, and he found himself thinking of the doctor's wife with all the old tenderness. Then suddenly, like a glare of phosphoric light, the memory of her treachery would flash back upon him. Why should he lament the innocent idol of his dreams? There was not, there never had been, any such creature. But he could not hold this in his mind. He could not blot out of his brain the Isabel of the past. It was easier for him to think of her as he might have thought of the dead, dwelling fondly on vain dreams of happiness which once might have been, but now could never be, because she was no more. There was not a scheme that he had ever made for that impossible future which did not come back to his mind to-night. The places in which he had fancied himself lingering in tranquil happiness with the woman he loved arose before him in all their brightest colouring. Fair, lonely Alpine villages, whose very names he had forgotten, emerged from the dim mists of memory, bright as an eastern city rising out of night's swiftly melting vapours into the clear light of morning. And he saw Isabel Gilbert, leaning from a rustic balcony jutting out upon broad purple waters, screened and sheltered by the tall grandeur of innumerable snow peaks. Ah, how often he had painted these things, the moonlit journeys on nights as calm as this, under still bluer skies lit by a larger moon, the varied ways and waters by which they might have gone, always leading them farther and farther away from the common world and the base thoughts of common people, the perfect isolation in which there should have been no loneliness. And all this might have been, thought Mr. Lansdell,
if she had not been so base and degraded a creature as to cling blindly to a vulgar lover, whose power over her most likely lay in some guilty secret of the past. 20 times in the course of that long summer night's walk Roland Lansdell stopped for a minute or so, doubtful whether he should go farther or not. What motive had he in seeking out this stranger staying at a rustic public house? What right had he to interfere in a wicked woman's low intrigue? If Isabel Gilbert was the creature she was represented to be, and he could not doubt his authority, what could it matter to him how low she sank? Had she not coolly and deliberately rejected his love, his devotion, so earnestly and solemnly offered to her? Had she not left him to his despair and desolation, with no better comfort than the stereotyped promise that she would think of him? What was she to him, that he should trouble himself about her, and bring universal scorn upon his name, perhaps, by some low tavern brawl? No, he would go no farther. He would blot this creature out of his mind, and turn his back upon the land which held her. Was not all the world before him, and all creation designed for his pleasure? Was there anything upon earth denied him, except the ignis fatuous light of this woman's black eyes? Perhaps this is a turning point in my life, he thought during one of these pauses, and there may be some chance for me after all. Why should I not have a career like other men, and try like them to be of some use to my species? Better, perhaps, to be always trying and always failing, than to stand aloof for ever, wasting my intellect upon vain calculations as to the relative merits of the game and the candle. An outsider cannot judge the merits of the strife. To a man of my temperament it may have seemed a small matter when Spartans or Persians were victors in the pass of Thermopylae. But what a glorious thing the heat and din of the struggle must have been for those who were in it! I begin to think it is a mistake to lounge luxuriously on the Grand Strand, looking down at the riders. Better, perhaps, wear a jockey's jacket, even to be thrown and trampled to death in the race. I will wash my hands of Mrs. George Gilbert, and go back to the Priory and sleep peacefully. And to-morrow morning I will ask Lady Gwendoline to be my wife. And then I can stand for Wareham, and go in for liberal conservatism and steam farming. But the picture of Isabel Gilbert and the stranger meeting in Nessborough Hollow was not to be so easily erased from Mr. Lansdell's brain. The habit of vacillation, which had grown out of the idleness of his life, was stronger in him to-night than usual; but the desire to see for himself how deeply he was wronged triumphed over every other feeling, and he never turned his face from the direction in which Nessborough Hollow lay, a little rustic nook in fertile Midlandshire, almost as beautiful after its own simple English fashion as those sublime Alpine villages which shone upon Roland Lansdell in his dreams. He came near the place at last, a little tired by the long walk from Lowlands, a good deal wearied by all the contending emotions of the last few hours. He came upon the spot at last, not by the ordinary roadway, but across a strip of thickly wooded waste land lying high above the hollow, a dense and verdant shelter in which the fern grew tall beneath the tangled branches of the trees. Here he stopped upon the topmost edge of a bank that sloped down into the rustic roadway. The place beneath him was a kind of glen, sheltered from all the outer world, solemnly tranquil in that silent hour. He saw the road winding and narrowing under the trees till it reached a little rustic bridge. He heard the low ripple of the distant brook, and close beside the bridge he saw the white wall of the little inn, checkered with broad black beams, and crowned by high peaked gables jutting out above the quaint latticed casements. In one low window he saw a feeble candle gleaming behind a poor patch of crimson curtain,
and through the half-open door of a narrow stream of light shone in a slanting line upon the ground. He saw all this, and then from the other end of the still glade he saw two figures coming slowly towards the inn. Two figures, one of which was so familiar and had been so dear that despair, complete and absolute, came upon him for the first time in that one brief start of recognition. Ah, surely he had never believed in her falsehood until this moment. Surely, if he had believed Charles Raymond, the agony of seeing her here could not have been so great as this. He stood upon the crown of the steep slope, with his hands grasping the branches on either side of him, looking down at those two quiet figures advancing slowly in the moonlight. There was nothing between him and them except the grassy bank, broken here and there by patches of gorse and fern, and briars and saplings. There was nothing to intercept his view, and the moonlight shone full upon them. He did not look at the man. What did it matter to him what he was like? He looked at her whom he had loved so tenderly, at her for whose sake he had consented to believe in woman's truth and purity. He looked at her and saw her face, very pale in the moonlight, blanched no doubt by the guilty pallor of fear. Even the pattern of her dress was familiar to him. Had she not worn it in one of their meetings at Thurston's Crag? Fool, he thought, to think that she, who found it so easy a matter to deceive her husband, must needs be true to me. I was ill at ease and remorseful when I went to meet her, but she came to me smiling, and went away, placid and beautiful as a good angel, to tell her husband that she had been to Thurston's Crag, and had happened to meet Mr. Lansdell. He stood as still as death, not betraying his presence by so much as the rustling of a leaf, while the two figures approached the spot above which he stood. But a little way off they paused, and were parting, very coolly as it seemed, when Mrs. Gilbert lifted up her face and said something to the man. He stood with his back turned to Roland, to whom the very expression of Isabel's face was visible in the moonlight. It seemed to him as if she were pleading for something, for he had never seen her face more earnest. No, not even when she had decided the question of his life's happiness in that farewell meeting beneath Thurston's oak. She seemed to be pleading for something, since the man nodded his head once or twice while she was speaking, with a churlish gesture of assent. And when they were about to part, he bent his head and kissed her. There was an insolent indifference about his manner of doing this that stung Roland more keenly than any display of emotion could have done. After this the doctor's wife went away. Roland watched her as she turned once, and stood for a moment looking back at the man from whom she had just parted, and then disappeared amongst the shadows in the glade. Ah, if she had been nothing more than a shadow! If he could have awakened to find all this brief agony of a dream! The man stood where Isabel had left him, while he took a box of fuses from his waistcoat pocket and lighted a cigar, but his back was still turned to Mr. Lansdell. He drew 2 or 3 puffs of smoke from the cigar, assured himself that it was fully lighted, and then strolled slowly towards the spot above which Roland stood. All that was left of the original savage in the fine gentleman arose at that moment in Roland Lansdell's breast. He had come there only to ascertain for himself that he had been betrayed and deluded. He had come with no vengeful purpose in his mind, or at any rate with no consciousness of any such purpose. He had come to be cool, indifferent, ironical, to slay with cruel and cutting words, perhaps, but to use no common weapons. But in a moment all his modern philosophy of indifference melted away, and left him with the original man's murderous instincts, and burning sense of wrong raged fiercely in his breast. He leapt down the sloping bank with scarcely any consciousness of touching the slippery grass, but he dragged the ferns and brambles from the loose earth in his descent,
and a shower of torn verdure flew up into the summer air. He had no weapon, nothing but his right arm, wherewith to strike the broad-chested, black-bearded stranger; but he never paused to consider that, or to count the chances of a struggle. He only knew that he wanted to kill the man for whose sake Isabel Gilbert had rejected and betrayed him. In the next moment his hands were on the stranger's throat. "You scoundrel!" he gasped hoarsely. "You consummate coward and scoundrel, to bring that woman to this place!" There was a brief struggle, and then the stranger freed himself from Mr. Lansdell's grasp. There was no comparison between the physical strength and weight of the two men, and the inequality was sensibly increased by a stout walking stick of the bludgeon order, carried by the black-bearded stranger. "Hoity-toity!" cried that gentleman, who seemed scarcely disposed to take Mr. Lansdell's attack seriously. "Have you newly escaped from some local lunatic asylum, my friend, that you go about the country flying at people's throats in this fashion? What's the row? Can't a gentleman in the merchant navy take a moonlight stroll with his daughter for once in a way, to wish her good-bye before he fits out for a fresh voyage, without all this hullabaloo?" "Your daughter!" cried Roland Lansdell. "Your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter Isabel, wife of Mr. Gilbert, surgeon." "Thank God!" murmured Roland slowly. "Thank God!" And then the pang of remorse shot through his heart, as he thought how little his boasted love had been worth after all; how ready he had been to disbelieve in her purity; how easily he had accepted the idea of her degradation. "I ought to have known," he thought; "I ought to have known that she was innocent. If all the world had been banded together against her, I should have been her champion and defender. But my love was only a paltry passion after all. The gold changed to brass in the fire of the first ordeal." He thought this, or something like this, and then in the next moment he said courteously, "Upon my word, I have to apologize for my—" He hesitated here a little, for he really was ashamed of himself. All the murderous instincts were gone, as if they had never been, and the Englishman's painfully acute perception of the ridiculous being fully aroused, he felt that he had made a consummate fool of himself. "I have to apologize for my very absurd behaviour just now; but having heard a very cruel and slanderous report, connecting you as a stranger and not a near relation with Mrs. Gilbert, and entertaining a most sincere respect for that lady and her husband, to say nothing of the fact that I had been lately dining—" Mr. Lansdell had not drunk so much as one glassful of wine during the last 24 hours, but he would have been quite willing to admit himself a drunkard, if that could have lessened the ridiculous element of his position. "In point of fact, I completely lost my head. I am very happy to think you are so nearly related to the lady I so much esteem, and if I can be of service to you in any manner, I—" "Stop a bit," cried Mr. Sleaford, the barrister. "Stop a bit. I thought I knew your voice. You're the languid swell who was so jolly knowing at the Old Bailey; the languid swell who had nothing better to do than join the hunt against a poor devil that never cheated you out of sixpence. I said if I ever came out of prison alive, I'd kill you, and I'll keep my promise." He hissed out these last words between his set teeth. His big muscular hands were fastened on Roland Lansdell's throat, and his face was pushed forward until it almost touched that other handsome face, which defied him in the proud insolence of a moral courage that rose above all physical superiority. The broad bright moonlight, streaming through a wide gap in the foliage, fell upon the two men, and in the dark face glowering at his, Mr. Lansdell recognised the man whom he had followed down to Liverpool for the mere amusement of the chase, the man described in the police records by a dozen aliases, and best known by his familiar sobriquet of Jack the Scribe. "You dog!" cried Mr. Sleaford.
I've dreamt about such a meeting as this when I was working the pious dodge at Portland. I've dreamt about it, and it did me good to feel my fingers at your throat, even in my dreams. You dog! I'll do for you if I swing for this night's work." There was a struggle, a brief and desperate struggle, in which the two men wrestled with each other, and the chances of victory seemed uncertain. Then Mr. Sleaford's bludgeon went whirling up into the air, and descended with a dull thud, once, twice, 3 times upon Roland Lansdell's bare head. After the third blow, Jack the Scribe loosed his grasp from the young man's throat, and the master of Mordred Priory fell crashing down among the fern and wild flowers, with a shower of opal-tinted rose petals fluttering about him as he fell. He lay very quietly where he had fallen. Mr. Sleaford looked about him right and left along the pleasant moonlighted glade. There was not a creature to be seen either way. The light behind the red curtain in the little rustic tavern still glimmered feebly in the distance, but the stillness of the place could scarcely have seemed more profound had Nessborough Hollow been a hidden glade in some primeval forest. Jack the Scribe knelt down beside the figure lying so quietly amongst the tangled verdure, and laid his strong bare hand very gently above Mr. Lansdell's waistcoat. "He'll do," muttered the scribe. "I've spoilt him for some time to come, anyhow. Perhaps it's all for the best if I haven't gone too far." He rose from his knees, looked about him again, and assured himself of the perfect loneliness of the place. Then he walked slowly towards the inn. "A low blackguard would have taken the fellow's watch," he mused, "and got himself into trouble that way. What did he mean by flying at me about Isabel, I wonder? And how does he come to know her? He belongs to this part of the country, I suppose. And to think that I should have been so near him all this time without knowing it. I knew his name, and that's about all I did know. But I thought he was a London swell." He pushed open the door of the little tavern presently, the door through which the slanting line of light had streamed out upon the pathway. All within was very quiet, for the rustic owners of the habitation had long since retired to their peaceful slumbers, leaving Mr. Sleaford what he called the run of the house. They had grown very familiar with their lodger, and placed implicit confidence in him as a jolly, outspoken fellow of the seafaring order, for these Midlandshire rustics were not very keen to detect any small shortcomings in Mr. Sleaford's assumption of the mercantile mariner. He went into the room where the light was burning. It was the room which he had occupied during his residence at the Leicester Arms. He seated himself at the table, on which there were some writing materials, and scrawled a few lines to the effect that he found himself obliged to go away suddenly that night, on his way to Liverpool, and that he left a couple of sovereigns and a rough guess to pay his score. He wrapped the money up in the letter, sealed it with a great sprawling red seal, directed it to the landlord, and placed it on a conspicuous corner of the mantelpiece. Then he took off his boots and crept softly up the creaking corkscrew staircase leading to his bedroom, with the candle in his hand. He came downstairs again about 10 minutes afterwards, carrying a little valise, which he slung across his shoulder by a strap. Then he took up his bludgeon and prepared to depart. But before leaving the room he bent over the table and examined the heaviest end of his stick by the light of the candle. There was blood upon it, and a little tuft of dark hair, which he burned in the flame of the candle, and when he looked at his waistcoat he saw that there were splashes of blood on that and on his shirt. He held the end of the stick over the candle till it was all smoked and charred. He buttoned his cut-away coat over his chest, and then took a railway rug from a chair in a corner and threw it across his shoulder. "It's an ugly sight to look at that," he muttered, "but I don't think I went too far." He went out at the little door and into the glade, where a nightingale was singing high up amongst the clustering foliage, and where the air was filled with the faint perfume of honeysuckle and starry wild roses. Once he looked, with something like terror in his face, towards the spot where he had left his prostrate enemy; and then he turned and walked away at a rapid pace in the other direction, crossing the rustic wooden bridge, and ascending the rising ground that led towards the Briargate Road. Chapter 33. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 34 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 34. Retrospective. The parish surgeon lay in his darkened bedchamber at Graybridge day after day and night after night, and Mr. Pawlkatt, coming twice a day to look at him, could give very small comfort to the watchers. George Gilbert had been ill nearly a fortnight, not quite a fortnight, but it seemed now a common thing for the house to be hushed and darkened, and the once active master lying dull, heavy, and lethargic under the shadow of the dimity bed curtains. Those who watched him lost all count of time. It seemed almost as if the surgeon had always been ill. It was difficult somehow to remember that not quite 2 weeks ago he had been one of the most active inhabitants of Graybridge. It was still more difficult to imagine that he could ever again be what he had been. No patient, in the dull anguish of an obstinate fever, could have desired better or more devoted nurses than those who waited on George Gilbert. To Isabel this experience of a sick room was altogether a new thing. She had known her father to be laid up for the space of a day with a vague sort of ailment which he called bile, but which generally arose after a dinner in London with certain choice spirits of his acquaintance, and a stealthy return to the sanctuary of his Camberwell home in the chill grey glimmer of early morning. She had known her stepmother to complain perpetually of divers aches and pains and stitches, and stiffness of her ribs, and shoulder blades, and loins, and other complicated portions of her bony structure, and to throw out dismal prophecies to the effect that she would be worried into a premature grave by the breakage and waste of boys, and the general aggravation of a large family. But illness, a real and dangerous malady, with all its solemn accompaniments of hushed voices and darkness and grave faces and stealthy footsteps, was quite new to the doctor's wife. If she had loved her sick husband with that romantic love which it had been her sin and her misfortune to bestow elsewhere, she could not have watched quietly in that darkened chamber. She would have fled away from the patient's presence to fling herself on the ground somewhere, wholly abandoned to her anguish. But she had never loved George Gilbert. Only that womanly tenderness which was the chief attribute of her nature, that sympathetic affection for everything that was suffering or sorrowful, held her to the invalid's bedside. She was so sorry for him, and she was so horribly afraid that he would die. The thought that she might step across the darksome chasm of his grave into those fair regions inhabited by Roland Lansdell could not hold a place in her heart. Death, the terrible and the unfamiliar, stood a black and gaunt figure between her and all beyond the sick room. Edith Dombey and Ernest Maltravers were alike forgotten during those long days and nights in which the surgeon's rambling delirious talk only broke the silence. Isabel Gilbert's ever active imagination was busy with more terrible images than any to be found in her books. The pictures of a funeral cortege in the dusky lane, a yawning grave in the familiar churchyard, forced themselves upon her as she sat watching the black shadow of the perforated lantern that held the rushlight looming gigantic on the whitewashed wall. And thinking thus of that dark hour which might be before her, she thought much less of Roland Lansdell than in the days before her husband's illness. She was not a wicked woman; she was only very foolish. The thought that there was a handsome young country gentleman with a fine estate and 15,000 a year waiting to be her second husband, if death loosened her present bondage, could not have a place amongst those tender poetical dreams engendered out of her books. A woman of the world, hardened by worldly experience, might have sat in that dusky chamber, watching the sick man, and brooding, half remorsefully, half impatiently, upon the thought of what might happen if his malady should have a fatal ending. But this poor sentimental girl, nourished upon the airiest fancies of poets and romancers, had no such loathsome thoughts. Roland Lansdell's wealth and position had never tempted her. It had only dazzled her. It had only seemed a bright and splendid atmosphere, radiating from and belonging to the deity himself. If in some dreamy rapture she had ever fancied herself far away from all the common world, united to the man she loved, she had only pictured herself as a perpetual worshipper in white muslin, kneeling at the feet of her idol, with wild flowers in her hair. The thought that he had 15,000 a year and a superb estate never disturbed by its gross influence her brighter dreams. It was not in her to be mercenary, or even ambitious. That yearning for splendour and glitter, which had made her envious of Edith Dombey's fate, was only a part of her vague longing for the beautiful. She wanted to be among beautiful things, made beautiful herself by their influence. But whether their splendour took the form of a boudoir in Mayfair, all aglow with wonderful pictures and Parisian statues, rare old china and tapestry hangings, or the floral luxuriance of a forest on the banks of the Amazon, was of very little consequence to this sentimental young dreamer. If she could not be Mrs. Dombey, sublime in scornful indignation and ruby silk velvet, she would have been contented to be simple Dorothea, washing her tired feet in the brook, with her hair about her shoulders. She only wanted the vague poetry of life, the mystic beauty of romance infused somehow into her existence; and she was as yet too young to understand that latent element of poetry which underlies the commonest life. In the meantime a very terrible trouble had come to her, the trouble occasioned by her father's presence in the neighbourhood of Graybridge. Never, until some days after his apprehension at Liverpool, had Mr. Sleaford's wife and children known the nature of the profession by which the master of the house earned a fluctuating income, enough for reckless extravagance sometimes, at others barely enough to keep the wolf from the door. This is not a sensational novel. I write here what I know to be the truth. Jack the Scribe's children were as innocently ignorant of their father's calling as if that gentleman had been indeed what he represented himself, a barrister. He went every day to his professional duties, and returned at night to his domestic hearth. He was a very tolerable father, a faithful and not unkind husband, a genial companion amongst the sort of men with whom he associated. He had only that little awkward habit of forging other people's names, by which talent, exercised in conjunction with a gang whose cunningly organised plan of operations won for them considerable celebrity, he had managed to bring up a numerous family in comparative comfort and respectability. If any one had been good enough to die and leave Mr. Sleaford 1,000 a year, Jack the Scribe would have willingly laid down his pen and retired into respectability. But in the meantime he found it necessary to provide for himself and a hungry family; and having no choice between a clerk's place with £1 a week and the vaguely glorious chances of a modern freebooter, he had joined the gang in question, to whom he was originally made known by some very pretty little amateur performances in the accommodation bill line. Never, until after his apprehension, had the truth been revealed to any one member of that Camberwell household. Long ago, when Jack the Scribe was a dashing young articled clerk, with bold black eyes and a handsome face, long ago, when Isabel was only a baby, the knowledge of a bill discounting transaction which the clerk designated an awkward scrape but which his employers declared to be a felony, had come suddenly upon Mr. Sleaford's first wife, and had broken her heart. But when the amateur artist developed into the accomplished professional, Isabel's father learned the art of concealing the art. His sudden departure from Camberwell, the huddling of the family into an Islington lodging, and his subsequent flight to Liverpool, were explained to his household as an attempt to escape an arrest for debt; and as angry creditors and sheriff's officers had been but common intruders upon the peace of the household, there seemed nothing very unnatural in such a flight. It was only when Mr. Sleaford was safely lodged within the fatal walls of Newgate, when the preliminary investigations of the great forgeries were published in every newspaper, that he communicated the real state of the case to his horror-stricken wife and children. There is little need to dwell upon the details of that most bitter time. People get over these sort of things somehow, and grief and shame are very rarely fatal, even to the most sensitive natures. "Alas, sweet friend," says Shelley's Helen, "you must believe this heart is stone. It did not break." There seems to be a good deal of the stony element in all our hearts, so seldom are the arrows of affliction fatal. To Isabel, the horror of being a forger's daughter was something very terrible; but even in its terror there was just the faintest flavour of romance; and if she could have smuggled her father out of Newgate in a woman's cap and gown, like Lady Nithisdale, she might have forgiven him the crimes that had helped to make her a heroine. The boys, after the first shock of the revelation, took a very lenient view of their father's cares, and were inclined to attribute his shortcomings to the tyranny and prejudice of society. "If a rich cove has a jolly lot of money in the bank, and poor coves are starving, the rich cove must expect to have it forged away from him," Horace Sleaford remarked moodily, when debating the question of his father's guilt. Nor did the hobbledehoy's sympathy end here, for he borrowed a dirty and dilapidated copy of Mr. Ainsworth's delightful romance from a circulating library, and minutely studied that gentleman's description of Newgate in the days of Jack Sheppard, with a view to Mr. Sleaford's evasion of his gaolers. It was not so very bad to bear after all, for of course Jack the Scribe was not so imprudent as to make any admission of his guilt. He represented himself as the victim of circumstances, the innocent associate of wicked men, entrapped into the folly of signing other people's names by a conspiracy on the part of his companions. Hardened as he was by the experiences of a long and doubtful career, he felt some natural shame, and he did all in his power to keep his wife and children dissociated from himself and his crimes. Bitterly though the cynic may bewail the time-serving and mercenary nature of his race, a man can generally find some one to help him in the supreme crisis of his fate. Mr. Sleaford found friends, obscure and vulgar people, by whose assistance he was enabled to get his family out of the way before his trial came on at the Old Bailey. The boys, ever athirst for information of the Jack Sheppard order, perused the daily record of that Old Bailey ordeal by stealth in the attic in which they slept. But Isabel saw nothing of the newspapers which set forth the story of her father's guilt, and only knew at the last, when all was decided, what Mr. Sleaford's fate was to be. Thus it was that she never saw Mr. Lansdell's name amongst those of the witnesses against her father, and even if she had seen that name, it is doubtful whether it would have lived in her memory until the day when she met the master of Mordred Priory. No language can describe the horror that she felt on her father's sudden appearance in Midlandshire. Utterly ignorant of the practices of prison life and the privileges of a ticket of leave, she had regarded Mr. Sleaford's dismal habitation as a kind of tomb in which he was to be buried alive for the full term of his imprisonment. Vaguely and afar off she saw the shadow of danger to Roland in the ultimate release of his enemy, But the shadow seemed so very far away, that after the first shock of Mr. Lansdell's story, it had almost faded from her mind, blotted out by nearer joys and sorrows. It was only when her father stood before her, fierce and exacting, hardened and brutalized by prison life, a wretch for ever at war with the laws he had outraged, it was only then that the full measure of Roland Lansdell's danger was revealed to her. "If ever I come out of prison alive, I will kill you." Never had she forgotten the words of that threat. But she might hope that it was only an empty threat, the harmless thunder of a moment's passion, not a deliberate promise to be fulfilled whenever the chance of its fulfilment arose. She did hope this, and in her first stolen interview with her father, she led him to talk of his trial, and contrived to ascertain his present sentiments regarding the man who had so materially helped to convict him. The dusky shadows of the summer evening hid the pallor of her earnest face as she walked by Mr. Sleaford's side in the sheltered hollow, and that gentleman was too much absorbed by the sense of his own wrongs to be very observant of his daughter's agitation. Isabel Gilbert heard enough during the interview to convince her that Roland Lansdell's danger was very real and near. Mr. Sleaford's vengeful passions had fed and battened upon the solitude of the past years. Every privation and hardship endured in his prison life had been a fresh item in his long indictment against Mr. Lansdell, the languid swell, whom he had never wronged to the extent of a halfpenny, but who, for the mere amusement of the chase, had hunted him down. This was what he could not forgive. He could not recognize the right of an amateur detective who bore witness against a criminal for the general benefit of society. After this first meeting in Nessborough Hollow, the doctor's wife had but one thought, one purpose and desire, and that was to keep her father in ignorance of his enemy's near neighbourhood, and to get him away before mischief arose between the two men. But this was not such an easy matter. Mr. Sleaford refused to leave his quarters at the Leicester Arms until he obtained that which he had come to Midlandshire to seek, money enough for a new start in life. He had made his way to Jersey immediately after getting his release, and had there seen his wife and the boys. From them he heard of Isabel's marriage. She had married well, they said, a doctor at a place called Graybridge on the Wayverne, an important man, no doubt, and she had not been unkind to them upon the whole, writing nice long letters to her stepmother now and then, and sending post-office orders for occasional sovereigns. Heaven only knows with what difficulty the poor girl had contrived to save those occasional sovereigns. Mr. Sleaford demanded money of his daughter. He had made all manner of inquiries about George Gilbert's position, and had received very satisfactory answers to those inquiries. The young doctor was a warm man, the gossips in the little parlour at Leicester Arms told Jack the Scribe; a prudent young man, who had inherited a nice little nest egg, perpetually being hatched at a moderate rate of interest in the Wareham Bank, from his father, and had saved money himself, no doubt. And then the gossips entered into calculations as to the value of Mr. Gilbert's practice, and the simple economy of his domestic arrangements, all favourable to the idea that the young surgeon had a few thousands snugly invested in the county bank. Under these circumstances Mr. Sleaford considered himself entirely justified in standing out for what he called his rights, namely, a sum of money, say £50 or £100, from his daughter; and Isabel, with the thought of Roland's danger perpetually in her mind, felt that the money must be obtained at any price. Had her husband been well enough to talk of business matters, she might have made her appeal to him; but as it was, there was an easier and more speedy method of getting the money. Roland himself, who was rich, and to whom £50, large as the sum seemed to this girl who had never had an unbroken £10 note in her life, must be a very small matter. He was the only person who could give her immediate help. It was to him, therefore, that she appealed. Ah, with what bitter shame and anguish! And it was to deliver up this money thus obtained that she met her father in Nessborough Hollow on the night of that dismal dinner at Lowlands. The idea of telling Roland of his danger never for a moment entered her mind. Was he not a hero, and would he not inevitably have courted that or any other peril? She thought of his position with all a weak woman's illogical terror, and the only course that presented itself to her mind was that which she pursued. She wanted to get her father away before any chance allusion upon a stranger's lips told him that the man he so bitterly hated was within his reach. End of Chapter 34. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 35 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 35. 'Twere best at once to sink to peace. After that farewell meeting with Mr. Sleaford in Nessborough Hollow, a sense of peace came upon Isabel Gilbert. She had questioned her father about his plans, and he had told her that he should leave Midlandshire by the 7 o'clock train from Wareham on the following morning. He should be heartily rejoiced to get to London, he said, and to leave a place where he felt like a fox in a hole. The sentimental element was by no means powerfully developed in the nature of Jack the Scribe, to whom the crowded pavements of Fleet Street and the Strand were infinitely more agreeable than the wild roses and branching fern of Midlandshire. His daughter slept tranquilly that night for the first time after Mr. Sleaford's appearance before the surgery's door. She slept in peace, worn out by the fatigue and anxiety of the last fortnight, and no evil dream disturbed her slumbers. The odic forces must be worth very little after all, for there was no consciousness in the sleeper's mind of that quiet figure lying among the broken fern, no shadow, however dim, of the scene that had been enacted in the tranquil summer moonlight while she was hurrying homewards through the dewy lanes, triumphant in the thought that her difficult task was accomplished. Only once in a century does the vision of Maria Martin appear to an anxious dreamer, only so often as to shake the formal boundary wall of common sense which we have so rigidly erected between the visible and invisible, and to show us that there are more things in heaven and earth than our dull philosophy is prepared to recognize. Isabel woke up the morning after that interview in the Hollow with a feeling of relief still in her mind. Her father was gone, and all was well. He was not likely to return, for she had told him, with most solemn protestations, that she had obtained the money with extreme difficulty, and would never be able to obtain any more. She had told him this, and he had promised never again to assail her with any demands. It was a very easy thing for Jack the Scribe to make that or any other promise; but even if he broke his word, Isabel thought, there was every chance that Roland Lansdell would leave Midlandshire very speedily, and become once more an alien and a wanderer. The doctor's wife was at peace, therefore. The dreadful terror of the past fortnight was lifted away from her mind, and she was prepared to do her duty, to be true to Mr. Colborne's solemn teaching, and to watch dutifully, undistracted by any secret fear and anguish, by George Gilbert's sick bed. Very dismal faces greeted her beside that bed. Mr. Jeffson never left his post now at the pillow of his young master. The weeds grew unheeded in the garden, and Brown Molly missed her customary grooming. The gardener had thrown half a load of straw in the lane below the doctor's window, so that no rumbling of the waggon wheels carrying home the new mown hay should disturb George Gilbert's feverish sleep, if the brief fitful dozes into which he fell now and then could be called by so sweet a name. Mr. Pawlkatt sat looking at his patient longer than usual that morning.
George Gilbert lay in a kind of stupor, and did not recognise his medical attendant and sometime rival. He had long since ceased to be anxious about his poor patients in the lanes behind the church, or about anything else upon this earth, as it seemed. And now that her great terror had been lifted from her mind, Isabel saw a new and formless horror gliding swiftly towards her, like a great iceberg sailing fast upon an Arctic sea. She followed Mr. Pawlkatt out of the room and down the little staircase, and clung to his arm as he was about to leave her. "Oh, do you think he will die?" she said. "I did not know until this morning that he was so very ill. Do you think he will die?" The surgeon looked inquisitively into the earnest face lifted to his, looked with some expression of surprise upon his countenance. "I am very anxious, Mrs. Gilbert," he answered gravely. "I will not conceal from you that I am growing very anxious. The pulse is feeble and intermittent, and these low fevers. There, don't cry. I'll drive over to Wareham as soon as I've seen the most important of my cases, and I'll ask Dr. Hurstet to come and look at your husband. Pray try to be calm." "I am so frightened," murmured Isabel, between her low half-stifled sobs. "I never saw any one so ill like that before." Mr. Pawlkatt watched her gravely as he drew on his gloves. "I am not sorry to see this anxiety on your part, Mrs. Gilbert," he remarked sententiously. "As the friend and brother professional of your husband, and as a man who is old enough to be your father, I will go so far as to say that I am gratified to find that I may say, your heart is in the right place. There have been some very awkward reports about you, Mrs. Gilbert, during the last few days. I of course should not presume to allude to those reports if I did not believe them to be erroneous," the surgeon added, rather hastily, not feeling exactly secure as to the extent and bearing of the law of libel. But Isabel only looked at him with bewilderment and distress in her face. "Reports about me?" she repeated. "What reports?" "There has been a stranger, staying at a little inn down in Nessborough Hollow, and in fact, I really have no right to interfere in this matter, but my very great respect for your husband, and in short—" "Oh, that person is gone now," Isabel answered frankly. "It was only very unkind of people to say anything against him or against me. He was a relation, a very near relation, and I could do nothing but see him now and then while he was in the neighbourhood. I went late in the evening because I did not wish to leave my husband at any other time. I did not think that the Graybridge people watched me so closely, or were so ready to think that what I do must be wrong." Mr. Pawlkatt patted her hand soothingly. "A relation, my dear Mrs. Gilbert!" he exclaimed. "That, of course, quite alters the case. I always said that you were no doubt perfectly justified in doing as you did, though it would have been better to invite the person here. Country people will talk, you know. As a medical man, with rather a large field of expertise, I see all these little provincial weaknesses. They will talk. But keep up your courage, Mrs. Gilbert. We shall do our best for our poor friend. We shall do our very best." He gave Isabel's tremulous hand a little reassuring squeeze, and departed complacently. The doctor's wife stood absently watching him as he walked away, and then turned and went slowly into the parlour, the empty, miserable looking parlour, which had not been used now for more than a week. The dust lay thick upon the shabby old furniture, and the atmosphere was hot and oppressive. Here Isabel sat down beside the chiffonier, where her poor little collection of books was huddled untidily in a dusty corner. She sat down to think, trying to realize the nature of that terror which seemed so close to her, trying to understand the full significance of what Mr. Pawlkatt had said of her husband. The surgeon had given no hope that George Gilbert would recover. He had only made little conventional speeches about calmness and fortitude. She tried to think, but could not. She had only spoken the truth just now when she cried out that she was frightened.
This kind of terror was so utterly new to her that she could not understand the calm businesslike aspect of the people who watched and waited on her husband. Could he be dying? That strong active man, whose rude health and hearty appetite had once jarred so harshly upon all her schoolgirl notions of consumptive and blood vessel breaking heroes. Could he be dying? Dying as heroic a death as any she had ever read of in her novels, the death of a man who speculates his life for the benefit of his fellow creatures, and loses by the venture. The memory of every wrong that she had ever done him, small wrongs of neglect, or contemptuous opinions regarding his merits, wrongs that had been quite impalpable to the honest unromantic doctor, crowded upon her now, and made a dull remorseful anguish in her breast. The dark shadow brooding over George Gilbert, the dread gigantic shadow growing darker day by day, made him a new creature in the mind of this weak girl. No thought of her own position had any place in her mind. She could not think, she could only wait, oppressed by a dread whose nature she dared not realize. She sat for a long time in the same forlornly listless attitude, almost as helpless as the man who lay in the darkening chamber above her. Then, rousing herself with effort, she crept upstairs to the room where the grave faces of the watchers greeted her with very little sympathy in their gaze. Had not Mr. and Mrs. Jeffson heard the reports current in Graybridge, and was it likely that they could have any pity for a woman who crept stealthily at nightfall from her invalid husband's house to meet a stranger? Isabel would have whispered some anxious question about the patient, but Matilda Jeffson frowned sternly at her, commanding silence with an imperious forefinger, and she was fain to creep into a dark corner, where it had been her habit to sit since the Jeffsons had, in a manner, taken possession of her husband's sick bed. She could not dispute their right to do so. What was she but a frivolous, helpless creature, fluttering and trembling like a leaf when she essayed to do any little service for her husband? The day seemed painfully long. The ticking of an old clock on the stairs, and the heavy troubled breathing of the sick man, were the only sounds that broke the painful silence of the house. Once or twice Isabel took an open Testament from a little table near her, and tried to take some comfort from its pages; but she could not feel the beauty of the words as she had in the little church at Hurstonleigh, where her mind had been exalted by all manner of vague spiritualistic yearnings. Now it seemed deadened by the sense of dread and horror. She did not love her husband, and those tidings of heavenly love, which have so subtle an affinity with earthly affection, could not touch her very nearly in her present frame of mind. She did not love her husband well enough to pray that something little short of a miracle might be wrought for his sake. She was only sorry for him, tenderly compassionate of his suffering, very fearful that he might die. She did pray for him, but there was no exultation in her prayers, and she had a dull presentiment that all her supplications would not be answered. It was late in the afternoon when the physician from Wareham came with Mr. Pawlkatt, and when he did arrive he seemed to do very little, Isabel thought. He was a grey-whiskered, important-looking man, with creaking boots. He seated himself by the bedside and felt the patient's pulse, and listened to his breathing, and lifted his heavy eyelids, and peered into his dim bloodshot eyes. He asked a good many questions, and then went downstairs with Mr. Pawlkatt, and the two medical men were closeted together some 10 or 12 minutes in the parlour. Isabel did not follow Mr. Pawlkatt downstairs this time. She was awed by the presence of the strange physician, and there was nothing in the manner of the two men that inspired hope or comfort. She sat quite still in her dusky corner. But Mrs. Jeffson stole out of the room soon after the medical men had quitted it, and went slowly downstairs. George was asleep, in a very sound and heavy sleep this time, and his breathing was more regular than it had been, more regular, but still laboured and stertorous kind of respiration that was very painful to hear. In less than 10 minutes Mrs. Jeffson came back, looking very pale, and with traces of tears upon her face. The good woman had been listening to the medical consultation in the little parlour below. Perhaps Isabel dimly comprehended this, for she got up from her chair and went a little way towards her husband's housekeeper. "Oh, tell me the truth," she whispered imploringly. "Do they think that he will die?" "Yes," Matilda Jeffson answered, in a hard, cruel voice, strangely at variance with her stifled sobs. "Yes, Mrs. Gilbert, and you'll be free to take your pleasure, and to meet Mr. Lansdell as often as you like, and go gadding about after dark with strange men. You might have waited a bit, Mrs. Gilbert. You wouldn't have had to wait too long, for they say my poor dear master, and I had him in my arms the day he was born, so I've need to love him dearly, even if others haven't. I heard the doctor from Wareham tell Mr. Pawlkatt that he will never live to see to-morrow morning's light. So you might have waited, Mrs. Gilbert, but you're a wicked woman and a wicked wife." But just at this moment the sick man started suddenly from his sleep, and lifted himself into a sitting position. Mr. Jeffson's arm was about him directly, supporting the wasted figure that had very lately been so strong. George Gilbert had heard Matilda's last words, for he repeated them in a thick strange voice, but with sufficient distinctness. It was a surprise to those who nursed him to hear him speak reasonably, for it was some time since he had been conscious of passing events. "Wicked! No, no," he said. "Always a good wife, always a very good wife. Come, Izzie, come here. I'm afraid it has been a dull life, my dear," he said very, very gently, as she came to him, clinging to him, and looking at him with a white, scared face. "Dull, very dull. But it wouldn't have been always so. I thought by and by to new practice, Helmswell, market town, 7,000 inhabitants, and you drive pony carriage like Laura Pawlkatt. But the Lord's will be done, my dear. I hope I've done my duty. The poor people, better rooms, ventilation, please God, by and by. I've seen a great deal of suffering, and my duty." He slid heavily back upon Mr. William Jeffson's supporting arm, and a rain of tears, passionate, remorseful tears, never to be felt by him, fell on his pallid face. His death was very sudden, though his illness had been, considering the nature of his disease, a long and tedious one. He died supremely peaceful in the consciousness of having done his duty. He died with Isabel's hand clasped in his own, and never, throughout his simple life, had one pang of doubt or jealousy tortured his breast. End of Chapter 35. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 36, Part 1 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 36, Part 1. Between Two Worlds. A solemn calm came down upon the house at Graybridge, and for the first time Isabel Gilbert felt the presence of death about and around her, shutting out all the living world by its freezing influence. The great iceberg had come down upon the poor frail bark. It almost seemed to Isabel as if she and all in that quiet habitation had been encompassed by a frozen wall through which the living could not penetrate. She suffered very much. The morbid sensibility of her nature made her especially liable to such suffering. A dull, remorseful pain gnawed at her heart. Ah, how wicked she had been! How false, how cruel, how ungrateful! But if she had known that he was to die, if she had only known, it might all have been different. The foreknowledge of his doom would have ensured her truth and tenderness. She could not have wronged, even by so much as a thought, a husband whose days were numbered.
And amid all her remorse she was for ever labouring with the one grand difficulty, the difficulty of realizing what had happened. She had needed the doctor's solemn assurance that her husband was really dead, before she could bring herself to believe that the white swoon, the chill heaviness of the passive hand, did indeed mean death. And even when she had been told that all was over, the words seemed to have very little influence upon her mind. It could not be. All the last fortnight of anxiety and trouble was blotted out, and she could only think of George Gilbert as she had always known him until that time, in the full vigour of health and strength. She was very sorrowful, but no passionate grief stirred her frozen breast. It was the shock, the sense of horror, that oppressed her, rather than any consciousness of a great loss. She would have called her husband back to life, but chiefly because it was so horrible to her to know that he was there, near her, what he was. Once the thought came to her, the weak, selfish thought, that it would have been much easier for her to bear this calamity if her husband had gone away, far away from her, and only a letter had come to tell her that he was dead. She fancied herself receiving the letter, and wondering at its black-edged border. The shock would have been very dreadful, but not so horrible as the knowledge that George Gilbert was in that house, and yet there was no George Gilbert. Again and again her mind went over the same beaten track. Again and again the full realization of what had happened slipped away from her, and she found herself framing little speeches, penitent, remorseful speeches, expressive of her contrition for all past shortcomings. And then there suddenly flashed back upon her the too vivid picture of that deathbed scene, and she heard the dull thick voice murmuring feebly words of love and praise. In all this time Roland Lansdell's image was shut out of her mind. In the dense and terrible shadow that filled all the chambers of her brain, that bright and splendid figure could have no place. She thought of Mr. Colborne at Hurstonleigh now and then, and felt a vague yearning for his presence. He might have been able to comfort her, perhaps, somehow. He might have made it easier for her to bear the knowledge of that dreadful presence in the room upstairs. She tried once or twice to read some of the chapters that had seemed so beautiful on the lips of the popular curate; but even out of that holy volume dark and ghastly images arose to terrify her, and she saw Lazarus emerging from the tomb, livid in his grave clothes, and death and horror seemed to be everywhere and in everything. After the first burst of passionate grief, bitterly intermingled with indignation against the woman whom she believed to have been a wicked and neglectful wife, Matilda Jeffson was not ungentle to the terror-stricken girl so newly made a widow. She took a cup of scalding tea into the darkened parlour where Isabel sat, shivering every now and then, as if with cold, and persuaded the poor frightened creature to take a little of that comforting beverage. She wiped away her own tears with her apron while she talked to Isabel of patience and resignation, submission to the will of Providence, and all those comforting theories which are very sweet to the faithful mourner, even when the night time of affliction is darkest. But Isabel was not a religious woman. She was a child again, weak and frivolous, frightened by the awful visitant who had so newly entered the house. All through the evening of her husband's death she sat in the little parlour, sometimes trying to read a little, sometimes idly staring at the tall wick of the tallow candle, which was only snuffed once in a way when Mrs. Jeffson came into the room, to keep the scared creature company for a bit, she said to her husband, who sat by the kitchen fire with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands, brooding over those bygone days when he had been wont to fetch his master's son from that commercial academy in the Wareham Road. There was a good deal of going in and out, a perpetual tramp of hushed footsteps moving to and fro, as it seemed to Isabel, and Mrs. Jeffson, even in the midst of her grief, appeared full of some kind of business that kept her astir all the evening. The doctor's wife had imagined that all voice and motion must come to an end, that life itself must make a pause in a house where death was. Others might feel a far keener grief for the man that was gone, but no one felt so deep an awe of death as she did. Mrs. Jeffson brought her some supper on a little tray late in the evening, but she pushed it away from her and burst into tears. There seemed a kind of sacrilege in this carrying in and out of food and drink while he lay upstairs, he whose hat still hung in the passage without, whose papers and ink bottles and medical books were all primly arranged on one of the little vulgar cupboards by the fireplace. Ah, how often she had hated those medical books for being what they were, instead of editions of Zanoni and Ernest Maltravers; and it seemed wicked even to have thought unkindly of them, now that he to whom they belonged was dead. It was quite in vain that Mrs. Jeffson urged her to go upstairs to the room opposite that in which the surgeon lay. It was quite as vainly that the good woman entreated her to go and look at him, now that he was lying so peacefully in the newly arranged chamber, to lay her hand on his marble forehead, so that no shadow of him should trouble her in her sleep. The girl only shook her head forlornly. "I'm afraid," she said piteously. "I'm afraid of that room. I never thought that he would die. I know that I wasn't good. It was wicked to think of other people always, and not of him. But I never thought that he would die. I knew that he was good to me, and I tried to obey him. But I think I should have been different if I had known that he would die." She pulled out the little table drawer, where the worsted socks were rolled up in fluffy balls, with needles sticking out of them here and there. Even these were a kind of evidence of her neglect. She had cobbled them a little during the later period of her married life, during the time of her endeavour to be good, but she had not finished this work, or any other. Ah, what a poor creature she was after all! A creature of feeble resolutions, formed only to be broken; a weak, vacillating creature, full of misty yearnings and aspirings, resolving nobly in one moment, to yield sinfully in the next. She begged to be allowed to spend the night downstairs, on the rickety little sofa, and Mrs. Jeffson, seeing that she was really oppressed by some childish terror of that upper story, brought her some blankets and pillows, and a feeble little light that was to burn until daybreak. So in that familiar room, whose every scrap of shabby furniture had been a part of the monotony of her life, Isabel Gilbert spent the first night of her widowhood, lying on the little sofa, nervously conscious of every sound in the house, feverishly wakeful until long after the morning sun was shining through the yellow white blind, when she fell into an uneasy doze, in which she dreamt that her husband was alive and well. She did not arouse herself out of this, and yet she was never thoroughly asleep throughout the time, until after 10 o'clock, and then she found Mrs. Jeffson sitting near the little table, on which the inevitable cup of tea was smoking beside a plate of the clumsy kind of bread and butter inseparably identified with George Gilbert in Isabel's mind. "There's somebody wants to see you, if you're well enough to be spoken to, my dear," Matilda said very gently, for she had been considerably moved by Mrs. Gilbert's penitent little confession of her shortcomings as a wife, and was inclined to think that perhaps, after all, Graybridge had judged this helpless schoolgirl creature rather harshly. "Take the tea, my dear. I made it strong on purpose for you, and try to cheer up a bit, poor lassie. You're young to wear widow's weeds, but he was fit to go. If all of us had worked as hard for the good of other folks, we could afford to die as peaceful as he did." Isabel pushed the heavy tangled hair away from her pallid face, and pursed up her pale lips to kiss the Yorkshirewoman. "You're very kind to me," she said. "You used to think that I was wicked, I know, and then you seemed very unkind. But I always wished to be good. I should like to have been good, and to die young, like George's mother." It is to be observed that, with Isabel's ideal of goodness, there was always the association of early death. She had a vague idea that very religious and self-denying people got through their quota of piety with tolerable speed, and received their appointed reward. And yet her notions of self-sacrifice were very limited, and she could scarcely have conceived a long career of perfection. She thought of nuns as creatures who bade farewell to the world, and had all their back hair cut off, and retired into a convent, and died soon afterwards, while they were still young and interesting. She could not have imagined an elderly nun, with a long monotonous life of self-abnegation behind her, getting up at 4 o'clock every morning, and being as bright and vivacious and cheerful as any happy wife or mother outside the convent walls. Yet there are such people. Mrs. Gilbert took a little hot tea, and then sat quite still, with her head lying on Matilda Jeffson's shoulder, and her hand clasped in Matilda's rough fingers. That living clasp seemed to impart a kind of comfort, so terribly had death entered into Isabel's narrow world. "Do you think you shall be well enough to see him presently, poor lassie?" Mrs. Jeffson said, after a long silence. "I shouldn't ask you, only he seems anxious like, as if there was something particular on his mind, and I know he's been very kind to you." Isabel stared at her in bewilderment. "I don't know who you are talking of," she said. "It's Mr. Raymond from Conventford. It's early for him to be so far as Graybridge, but he looks as pale and worn like as if he's been up about all night. He was all struck of a heap when I told him about our poor master." Here Mrs. Jeffson had recourse to the cotton apron which had been so frequently applied to her eyes during the last week. Isabel huddled a shabby little shawl about her shoulders. She had made no change in her dress when she had lain down the night before, and she was very pale and wan and tumbled and woebegone in the bright summer light. "Mr. Raymond, Mr. Raymond," she repeated his name to herself once or twice, and made a faint effort to understand why he should have come to her. He had always been very kind to her, and associated with his image there was a sense of sound wisdom and vigorous cheerfulness of spirit. His presence would bring some comfort to her, she thought. Next to Mr. Colborne, he was the person whom she would most have desired to see. "I will go see him, Mrs. Jeffson," she said, rising slowly from the sofa. "He was always very good to me. But oh, how the sight of him will bring back the time at Conventford, when George used to come and see me on Sunday afternoons, and we used to walk together in the cold bare meadows." That time did come back to her as she spoke. A grey colourless pause in her life, in which she had been, not happy perhaps, but contented. And since that time, what tropical splendours, what a gorgeous oasis of light and colour had spread itself suddenly about her path! A forest of miraculous flowers and enchanted foliage that had shut out all the everyday world in which other people dragged out their tiresome existences. A wonderful Asiatic wilderness, in which there were hiding dangers lurking, terrible as the cobras that drop down upon travellers from some flowering palm tree, or the brindled tigers that prowl in the shadowy jungle. She looked back across that glimpse of an earthly paradise to the old dull days at Conventford, and a hot blast from the tropical oasis seemed to rush in about her, beyond which the past spread far away like a cool grey sea. Perhaps that quiet neutral tinted life was the best after all. She saw herself again as she had been, engaged to the man who lay dead upstairs, and weaving a poor little web of romance for herself, even out of that prosaic situation. Mr. Raymond was waiting in the best parlour, that sacred chamber which had been so rarely used during the parish surgeon's brief wedded life, that primly arranged little sitting room, which always had a faint odour of old-fashioned potpourri, the room which Isabel had once yearned to beautify into a bower of chintz and muslin. The blind was down, and the shutters half closed, and in the dim light Charles Raymond looked very pale. "My dear Mrs. Gilbert," he said, taking her hand and leading her to a seat, "my poor child, so little more than a child, so little wiser or stronger than a child. It seems cruel to come to you at such a time, but life is very hard sometimes." "It was very kind of you to come," Isabel exclaimed, interrupting him. "I wanted to see you, or some one like you, for everything seemed so dreadful to me. I never thought that he would die." She began to cry in a weary helpless way, not like a person moved by some bitter grief, rather like a child that finds itself in a strange place and is frightened. "My poor child, my poor child!" Charles Raymond still held Isabel's passive hand, and she felt tears dropping on it, the tears of a man, of all others the last to give way to any sentimental weakness. But even then she did not divine that he must have some grief of his own, some sorrow that touched him more nearly than George Gilbert's death could possibly touch him. Her state of feeling just now was a peculiarly selfish state, perhaps, for she could neither understand nor imagine anything outside that darkened house, where death was supreme. The shock had been too terrible and too recent. It was as if an earthquake had taken place, and all the atmosphere round her was thick with clouds of blinding dust produced by the concussion. She felt Mr. Raymond's tears dropping slowly on her hand, and if she thought about them at all, she thought them only evidence of his sympathy with her childish fears and sorrows. "I loved him like my own son," murmured Charles Raymond, in a low tender voice. "If he had not been what he was, if he had been the veriest cub that ever disgraced a good old stock, I think even then I should have loved him as dearly and as truly for her sake. Her only son. I've seen him look at me as she looked when I kissed her in the church on her wedding day. So long as he lived I should have never felt that she was really lost to me." Isabel heard nothing of these broken sentences. Mr. Raymond uttered them in low musing tones that were not intended to reach any mortal ears. For some little time he sat silently by the girl's side, with her hand lying still in his. Then he rose and walked up and down the room with a soft slow step, and with his head drooping. "You have been very much shocked by your husband's death?" he said at last. Isabel began to cry again at this question, weak hysterical tears, that meant very little perhaps. "Oh, very, very much," she answered. "I know I was not so good as I ought to have been, and I can never ask him to forgive me now." "You were very fond of him, I suppose?" A faint blush flickered and faded upon Isabel's pallid face, and then she answered, hesitating a little, "He was very good to me, and I tried always to be grateful, almost always," she added, with a remorseful recollection of rebellious moments in which she had hated her husband because he ate spring onions and wore Graybridge made boots. Just the slightest indication of a smile glimmered upon Mr. Raymond's countenance as he watched Isabel's embarrassment. We are such weak and unstable creatures at the very best, that it is just possible this man, who loved Roland Lansdell very dearly, was not entirely grieved by the discovery of Isabel's indifference for her dead husband. He went back to the chair near hers, and seated himself once more by her side. He began to speak to her in a very low earnest voice, but he kept his eyes bent upon the ground, and in that dusky light she was quite unable to see the expression on his face. "Isabel," he began very gravely, "I said just now that life seems very hard to us sometimes, not to be explained by any doctrine of averages, by any of the codes of philosophy which man frames for his own comfort, only to be understood very dimly by one sublime theory, which some of us are not strong enough to grasp and hold by. Ah, what poor tempest-tossed vessels we are without that compass! I have had a great and bitter grief to bear within the last 24 hours, Isabel; a sorrow that has come upon me more suddenly than even the shock of your husband's death can have fallen on you." "I am very sorry for you," Isabel answered dreamily. "The world must be full of trouble, I think. It doesn't seem as if any one was ever really happy." She was thinking of her own life, so long to look back upon, though she was little more than 20 years of age. She was thinking of the petty, sordid miseries of her girlhood, the sheriff's officers and tax gatherers and infuriated tradespeople, the great shock of her father's disgrace, the dull monotony of her married life, and Roland Lansdell's sudden departure, and his stubborn anger against her when she refused to run away with him, and then her husband's death. It seemed all one dreary record of grief and trouble. "I am growing old, Isabel," resumed Mr. Raymond, "but I have never lost my sympathy with youth and all its brightness. I think perhaps that sympathy has grown wider and stronger with increase of years. There is one young man who has been always very dear to me, more dear to me than I can ever make you comprehend, unless I were to tell you the subtle link that has bound him to me. I suppose there are some fathers who have as deep a love for their sons as I have for the man of whom I speak; but I have always fancied fatherly love a very lukewarm feeling compared to my affection for Roland Lansdell." Roland Lansdell! It was the first time she had heard his name spoken since that Sunday on which her husband's illness had begun. The name shot through her heart with a thrill that was nearly akin to a pain. A little glimpse of lurid sunshine burst suddenly in upon the darkness of her life. She clasped her hands before her face, almost as if it had been actual light that she wanted to shut out. "Oh, don't speak of him," she said piteously. "I was so wicked. I thought of him so much, but I did not know that my husband would die. Please don't speak of him. It pains me so to hear his name." She broke down into a torrent of hysterical weeping as she uttered this last entreaty. She remembered Roland's angry face in the church, his studied courtesy during that midnight interview at the Priory, that calm reserve of manner which she had mistaken for indifference. He was nothing to her. He was not even her friend, and she had sinned so deeply against the dead man for his sake. "I should be the last to mention Roland Lansdell's name in your hearing," Mr. Raymond answered presently, when she had grown a little quieter, "if the events of the last day or two had not broken down all barriers. The time is very near at hand, Isabel, when no name ever spoken upon this earth will be an emptier sound than the name of Roland Lansdell." She lifted her tear-stained face suddenly and looked at him. All the clouds floated away, and a dreadful light broke in upon her. She looked at him, trembling from head to foot, with her hands clasped convulsively about his arm. "You came here to tell me something," she gasped. "Something has happened to him. Ah, if it has, life is all sorrow." "He is dying, Isabel." "Dying!" Her lips shaped the words, and her fixed eyes stared at Charles Raymond's face with an awful look. "He is dying. It would be foolish to deceive you with any false hope, when in 24 hours' time all will be finished. He went out riding the other night, and fell from his horse, as it is supposed. He was found by some haymakers early next morning, lying helpless some miles from the Priory, and was carried home. The medical men give no hope of his recovery, but he has been sensible at intervals ever since. I have been a great deal with him, constantly with him, and his cousin Gwendoline is there. He wants to see you, Isabel. Of course he knows nothing of your husband's death. I did not know of it myself till I came here this morning. He wants to see you, my poor child. Do you think you can come?" She rose and bent her head slowly, as if in assent, but the fixed look of horror never left her face. She moved towards the door, and seemed as if she wanted to go at once, dressed as she was, with the old faded shawl wrapped about her. "You'd better get your housekeeper to make you comfortable and tidy, while I go and engage a fly," said Mr. Raymond; and then, looking her full in the face, he added, "Can you promise me to be very calm and quiet when you see him? You had better not come unless you can promise me as much as that. His hours are numbered as it is, but any violent emotion would be immediately fatal. A man's last hours are very precious to him, remember. The hours of a man who knows his end is near make a sacred mystical period, in which the world drops far away from him, and he is in a kind of middle region between this life and the next. I want you to recollect this, Isabel. The man you are going to see is not the man you have known in the past. There would be very little hope for us after death if we found no hallowing influence in its approach." "I will recollect," Isabel answered. She had shed no tears since she had been told of Roland's danger. Perhaps this new and most terrible shock had nerved her with an unnatural strength, and amid all the anguish comprehended in the thought of his death, it scarcely seemed strange to hear that Roland Lansdell should be dying. It seemed rather as if the end of the world had suddenly come about, and it mattered very little who should be the first to perish. Her own turn would come very soon, no doubt. Mr. Raymond met Mrs. Jeffson in the passage, and said a few words to her before he went out of the house. The good woman was shocked at the tidings of Mr. Lansdell's accident. She had thought very badly of the elegant young master of Mordred Priory, but death and sorrow take the bitterness out of a true-hearted woman's feelings, and Matilda was womanly enough to forgive Roland for the wish that summoned the doctor's wife to his deathbed. She went upstairs, and came down with Isabel's bonnet and cloak and simple toilet paraphernalia, and presently Mrs. Gilbert had a consciousness of cold water splashed upon her face, and a brush passed over her tangled hair. She felt only half conscious of these things, as she might have felt had they been the events of a dream. So presently, when Mr. Raymond came back, accompanied by the muffled rolling of wheels in the straw-bestrewn lane, and she was half lifted into the old-fashioned, mouldy-smelling Graybridge fly, so, all along the familiar high road, past the old inn with the sloping roof, where the pigeons were cooing to each other, as if there had been no such thing as death or sorrow in the world, so, under the grand Gothic gates of monastic Mordred, it was all like a dream, a terrible oppressive dream, hideous by reason of some vague sense of horror, rather than by the actual vision presented to the eyes of the sleeper. In a troubled dream it is always thus. It is always a hidden, intangible something that oppresses the dreamer. The leaves were fluttering in the warm midsummer wind, and the bees were humming about the great flower beds. Far away the noise of the waterfall blended with all other summer sounds in a sweet confusion. And he was dying. Oh, what wonderful patches of shadow and sunlight on the white lawns! What marvellous glimpses down long glades, where the young fern heaved to and fro in the fitful breezes, like the emerald wavelets of a summer sea. And he was dying. It is such an odd old feeling, this unwillingness to comprehend that there can be death anywhere upon an earth that is so beautiful. Eve may have felt very much as Isabel felt to-day, when she saw a tropical sky, serenely splendid, above the corpse of murdered Abel. Hero may have found the purple distances of the classic mountains, the yellow glory of the sunlit sands, almost more difficult to bear than the loss of her drowned lover. End of Chapter 36, Part 1. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 36, Part 2 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 36, Part 2. Between Two Worlds. There was the same solemn hush at Mordred Priory that there had been at the surgeon's house at Graybridge, only there seemed a deeper solemnity here, amid all the darkened splendour of the spacious rooms, stretching far away, one beyond another, like the chambers of a palace. Isabel saw the long vista,
not as she had seen it once, when he came into the hall to bid her welcome, but with the haunting, dream-like oppression strong upon her. She saw little glimmering patches of gilding and colour here and there in the cool gloom of the shaded rooms, and long bars of light shining through the Venetian shutters upon the polished oaken floors. One of the medical men, there were 3 or 4 of them in the house, came out of the library and spoke in a whisper to Mr. Raymond. The result of the whispering seemed tolerably favourable, for the doctor went back to his companions in the library, and Charles Raymond led Isabel up the broad staircase, the beautiful staircase, which seemed to belong to a church or a cathedral rather than to any common habitation. They met a nurse in the corridor, a prim, pleasant-looking woman, who answered Mr. Raymond's questions in a cheerful, business-like manner, as if a Roland Lansdell or so more or less in the world were a matter of very small consequence. And then a mist came before Isabel's eyes, and she lost consciousness of the ground on which she trod. And presently there was a faint odour of hartshorn and aromatic medicines, and she felt a soft hand sponging her forehead with eau de cologne, and a woman's muslin garments fluttering near her. And then she raised her eyelids with a painful sense of their weight, and a voice very close to her said, "It was very kind of you to come. I am afraid the heat of the rooms makes you faint. If you could contrive to let in a little more air, Raymond, it was very good of you to come." Oh, he was not dying! Her heart seemed to leap out of a dreadful frozen region into an atmosphere of warmth and light. He was not dying. Death was not like this. He spoke to her to-day as he had always spoken. It was the same voice, the same low music which she had heard so often mingled with the brawling of the mill stream, the voice that had sounded perpetually in her dreams by day and night. She slipped from her chair and fell upon her knees by the bedside. There was nothing violent or melodramatic in the movement. It seemed almost involuntary, half unconscious. "Oh, I am so glad to hear you speak," she said. "It makes me so happy to see you like this. They told me that you were very ill, very ill. They told me that—" "They told you the truth," Roland answered gravely. "Oh, dear Mrs. Gilbert, you must try and forget what I have been, or you will never be able to understand what I am. And I was so tired of life, and thought I had so little interest in the universe, and yet I feel so utterly changed a creature now, that all earthly hope has really slipped away from me. I sent for you, Isabel, because in this last interview I want to acknowledge all the wrong I have done you. I want to ask your forgiveness for that wrong." "Forgiveness from me? Oh, no, no!" She could not abandon her old attitude of worship. He was a prince always, noble or wicked, a prince by divine right of his splendour and beauty. If he stooped from his high estate to smile upon her, was he not entitled to her deepest gratitude, her purest devotion? If it pleased him to spurn and trample her beneath his feet, what was she, when counted against the magnificence of her idol, that she should complain? There is always some devoted creature prostrate in the road when the car comes by, and which of them would dream of upbraiding Juggernaut for the anguish inflicted by the crushing wheels? The same kind hands which had bathed Mrs. Gilbert's forehead half lifted her from her kneeling attitude now, and looking up, Isabel saw Lady Gwendolen bending over her, very pale, very grave, but with a sweet compassionate smile upon her face. Lord Ruysdale and his daughter had come to the Priory immediately after hearing of Roland's dangerous state, and during the 24 hours that had elapsed, Lady Gwendolen had been a great deal with her cousin. The hidden love which had turned to jealous anger against Roland's folly regained all its purer qualities now, and there was no sacrifice of self or self-love that Gwendolen Pomphrey would have hesitated to make, if in so doing she could have restored life and vigour to the dying man. She had heard the worst the doctors had to tell. She knew that her cousin was dying. She was no woman to delude herself with vain hopes, to put away the cup for a while because it was bitter, knowing that its last drop must be drained sooner or later. She bowed her head before the inevitable, and accepted her sorrow. Never in her brightest day, when her portrait had been in every West End print shop, and her name a synonym for all that is elegant and beautiful, never had she seemed so perfect a woman as now, when she sat pale and quiet and resigned by the deathbed of the man she loved. During that long night of watching, Mr. Lansdell's mind had seemed at intervals peculiarly clear. The fatal injuries inflicted upon his brain had not blotted out his intellect. That had been obscured in occasional periods of wandering and stupor, but every now and then the supremacy of spirit over matter reasserted itself, and the young man talked even more calmly than usual. All the fitfulness of passion, the wavering of purpose, now hot, now cold, now generous, now cruel, all natural weakness seemed to have been swept away, and an unutterable calm had fallen upon his heart and mind. Once, on waking from a brief doze, he found his cousin watching, but the nurse asleep, and began to talk of Isabel Gilbert. "I want you to know all about her," he said. "You have only heard vulgar scandal and gossip. I should like you to know the truth. It is very foolish, that little history, wicked perhaps, but those provincial gossips may have garbled and disfigured the story. I will tell you the truth, Gwendoline, for I want you to be a friend to Isabel Gilbert when I am dead and gone." And then he told her the history of all those meetings under Lord Thurston's oak, dwelling tenderly on Isabel's ignorant simplicity, blaming himself for all that was guilty and dishonourable in that sentimental flirtation. He told Gwendoline how, from being half amused, half gratified by Mrs. Gilbert's unconcealed admiration of him, so naively revealed in every look and tone, he had little by little grown to find the sole happiness of his life in those romantic meetings. And then he spoke of his struggles with himself, real earnest struggles, his flight, his return, his presumptuous belief that Isabel would freely consent to any step he might propose, his anger and disappointment after the final interview, which proved to him how little he had known the depths of that girlish sentimental heart. "She was only a child playing with fire, Gwendoline," he said, "and had not the smallest desire to walk through the furnace. That was my mistake. She was a child, and I mistook her for a woman who saw the gulf before her, and was prepared to take the desperate leap. She was only a child, pleased with my pretty speeches and town-made clothes and perfumed handkerchiefs, a schoolgirl. And I set my life upon the chance of being happy with her. Will you try and think of her as she really is, Gwendoline, not as these Graybridge people see her, and be kind to her when I am dead and gone? I should like to think she was sure of one wise and good woman for a friend. I have been very cruel to her, very unjust, very selfish. I was never in the same mind about her for an hour together, sometimes thinking tenderly of her, sometimes upbraiding and hating her as a trickstress and a coquette. But I can understand her and believe in her much better now. The sky is higher, Gwendoline." If Roland had told his cousin this story a week before, when his life seemed all before him, she might have received his confidence in a very different spirit from that in which she now accepted it. But he was dying, and she had loved him, and had been loved by him. It was by her own act that she had lost that love. She of all others had least right to resent his attachment to another woman. She remembered that day, nearly 10 years ago, on which she had quarrelled with him, stung by his reproaches, insolent in the pride of her young beauty and the knowledge that she might marry a man so high above Roland Lansdell in rank and position. She saw herself as she had been, in all the early splendour of her Saxon beauty, and wondered if she really was the same creature as that proud worldly girl who thought the supremest triumph of life was to become the wife of a marquis. "I will be her friend, Roland," she said presently. "I know she is very childish, and I will be patient with her, and befriend her, poor lonely girl." Lady Gwendoline was thinking, as she said this, of that interview in the surgeon's parlour at Graybridge, that interview in which Isabel had not scrupled to confess her folly and wickedness. I ought to have been more patient, Gwendoline thought. But I think I was angry with her because she had dared to love Roland. I was jealous of his love for her, and I could not be kind or tolerant. Thus it was that Isabel found Lady Gwendoline so tender and compassionate to her. She only raised her eyes to the lady's face with a grateful look. She forgot all about the interview at Graybridge. What could she remember in that room, except that he was ill? In danger, people had told her, but she could not believe that. The experience of her husband's deathbed had impressed her with an idea that dangerous illness must be accompanied by terrible grief, prostration, delirium, raging fever, dull stupor. She saw Roland in one of his best intervals, reasonable, cheerful, self-possessed, and she could not believe that he was going to die. She looked at him and saw that his face was bloodless, and that his head was bound by linen bandages which concealed his forehead. A fall from his horse! She remembered how she had seen him once ride by upon the dusty road, unconscious of her presence, grand and self-absorbed as Count Lara. But amongst all her musings she had never imagined any danger coming to him in that shape. She had fancied him always as a dauntless rider taming the wildest steed with one light pressure of his hand upon the curb. She looked at him sorrowfully, and the vision of his accident arose before her. She saw the horse tearing across a moonlit waste, and then a fall, and then a figure dragged along the ground. She had read of such things. It was only some old half-forgotten scene out of one of her books that rose in her mind. No doubt as to the nature of Mr. Lansdell's accident, no glimmering suspicion of the truth ever entered her brain. She believed most fully that she had herself prevented all chance of an encounter between her father and his enemy. Had she not seen the last of Mr. Sleaford in Nessborough Hollow, whence he was to depart for Wareham Station at break of day? And what should take Roland Lansdell to that lonely glade in which the little rustic inn was hidden, a resting place for haymakers and gipsy hawkers? She never guessed the truth. The medical men who attended Roland Lansdell knew that the injuries from which he was dying had never been caused by any fall from a horse, and they said as much to Charles Raymond, who was unutterably distressed by the intelligence. But neither he nor the doctors could obtain any admission from the patient, though Mr. Raymond most earnestly implored him to reveal the truth. "Cure me if you can," he said. "Nothing that I can tell you will give you any help in doing that. If it is my fancy to keep the cause of my death a secret, it is the whim of a dying man, and it ought to be respected. No living creature upon this earth, except one man, will ever know how I came by these injuries. But I do hope that you gentlemen will be discreet enough to spare my friends any useless pain. The gossips are at work already, I dare say, speculating as to what became of the horse that threw me. For pity's sake, do your best to stop their talk. My life has been sluggish enough. Do not let there be any esclandre about my death." Against such arguments as these Charles Raymond could urge nothing; but his grief for the loss of the young man he loved was rendered doubly bitter by the mystery which surrounded Roland's fate. The doctors told him that the wounds on Mr. Lansdell's head could only have been caused by merciless blows inflicted with some blunt instrument. Mr. Raymond in vain distracted himself with the endeavour to imagine how or why the young man had been attacked. He had not been robbed, for his watch and purse, his rings, and the little trinkets hanging at his chain, all of them costly in their nature, had been found upon him when he was brought home to the Priory. That Roland Lansdell could have counted one enemy amongst all mankind never entered into his kinsman's calculations. He had no recollection of that little story so lightly told by the young man in the flower garden. He was entirely without a clue to the catastrophe, and he perceived very plainly that Roland's resolution was not to be shaken. There was a quiet determination in Mr. Lansdell's refusal, which left no hope that he might be induced to change his mind. He spoke with all apparent frankness of the result of his visit to Nessborough Hollow. He had found Isabel there, he said, with a man who was related to her, a poor relation, who had come to Graybridge to extort money from her. He had seen and spoken to the man, and was fully convinced that his account of himself was true. "So you see the Graybridge gossips had lighted on the usual mare's nest," Roland said in conclusion. "The man was a relation, an uncle or cousin, I believe. I heard it from his own lips. If I had been a gentleman, I should have been superior to the foul suspicions that maddened me that night. What common creatures we are, Raymond, some of us! Our mothers believe in us, and worship us, and watch over us, and seem to fancy they have dipped us in a kind of moral Styx, and that there is something of the immortal infused into our vulgar clay. But rouse our common passions, and we sink to the level of the navigator who beats his wife to death with a poker, in deference to his outraged honour. They put a kind of varnish over us at Eton and Oxford, but the colouring underneath is very much the same after all. Your King Arthur, or Sir Philip Sidney, or Bayard, crops up once in a century or so, and the world bows down before a gentleman. But oh, what a rare creature he is!" "I want you to forgive me," Roland said to Isabel, after she had been sitting some minutes in the low chair in which Lady Gwendoline had placed her. There was no one in the room but Charles Raymond and Gwendoline Pomphrey, and Mr. Raymond had withdrawn himself to a distant window that had been pushed a little way open, near which he sat in a very mournful attitude, with his face averted from the sick bed. "I want you to forgive me for having been very unjust and cruel to you, Mrs. Gilbert. Isabel. Ah, I may call you Isabel now, and no one will cry out upon me. Dying men have all manner of pleasant privileges. I was very cruel, very unjust, very selfish and wicked, my poor girl, and your childish ignorance was wiser than my worldly experience. A man has no right to desire perfect happiness. I can understand that now. He has no right to defy the laws made by wiser men for his protection, because there is a fatal twist in the fabric of his life, and those very laws happen to thwart him in his solitary insignificance. How truly Thomas Carlyle has told us that manhood only begins when we have surrendered to necessity. We must submit, Isabel. I struggled, but I never submitted. I tried to crush and master the pain, but I never resigned myself to endure it. And endurance is so much grander than conquest. And then, when I had yielded to the tempter, when I had taken my stand, prepared to defy heaven and earth, I was angry with you, poor child, because you were not alike rash and desperate. Forgive me, my dear. I loved you very much, and it is only now when I am dying, that I know how fatal and guilty my love was. But it was never a profligate's brief passion, Isabel. It was wicked to love you, but my love was pure. If you had been free to be my wife, I should have been a true and faithful husband to my childish love. Ah, even now, when life seems so far away, even now, Isabel, the old picture rises before me, and I fancy what might have been if I had found you free." The low penetrating voice reached Charles Raymond, and he bent his head and sobbed aloud. Dimly, as the memory of a dream, came back upon him the recollection of that time in which he had sat amongst the shadows of the great beech trees at Hurstonleigh, with the young man's poems open in his hand, and had been beguiled into thinking of what might happen if Roland returned to England to see Isabel in her girlish beauty. And Roland had returned, and had seen her, but too late. And now she was free once more, free to be loved and chosen, and again it was too late. Perhaps Mr. Raymond seems only a foolish sentimentalist, weeping because of the blight upon a young man's love story; but then he had loved the young man's mother, and in vain. "Gwendoline has promised to be your friend, Isabel," Roland said by and by. "It makes me very happy to know that. Oh, my darling, if I could tell you the thoughts that came to me as I lay there, with the odour of leaves and flowers about me, and the stars shining above the tall branches over my head. What is impossible in a universe where there are such stars? It seemed as if I had never seen them until then." He rambled on thus, with Isabel's hand held loosely in his. He seemed to be very happy, entirely at peace. Gwendoline had proposed to read to him, and the parish rector had been with him, urging the duty of some religious exercises, eager to exhort and to explain; but the young man had smiled at him with some shade of contempt in his expression. "There is very little you could read from that book which I do not already know by heart," he said, pointing to the Bible lying open under the clergyman's hand. "It is not your unbeliever who least studies his gospel. Imagine a man possessed of a great crystal that looks like a diamond. His neighbours tell him that the gem is priceless, matchless, without crack or flaw; but some evil thing within the man suggests that it may be valueless after all, only a big beautiful lump of glass. You may fancy that he would examine it very closely. He would scrutinize every facet, and contemplate it in every light, and perhaps know a good deal more about it than the believing possessor, who, feeling confident in the worth of his jewel, puts it safely away in a strong box against the hour when it may be wanted. I know all about the gospel, Mr. Matson, and I think, as my hours are numbered, it may be better for me to lie and ponder upon those familiar words. The light breaks upon me very slowly, but it all comes from a far distant sky, and no earthly hand can lift so much as the uttermost edge of the curtain that shuts out the fuller splendour. I am very near him now. I am very near the shadow cloaked from head to foot, who keeps the keys of all the creeds." The conscientious rector thought Mr. Lansdell a very unpromising penitent; but it was something to hear that the young man did not rail or scoff at religion on his dying bed; and even that might have been expected of a person who had attended divine service only once in 6 weeks, and had scandalized a pious and well-bred congregation by undisguised yawns and absent-minded contemplation of his finger-nails during the respectable prosiness of a long sermon. The rector did not understand this imperfect conversion, expressed in phrases that sounded the reverse of orthodox; but the state of matters in that death chamber was much better than he had expected. He had heard it hinted that Mr. Lansdell was a free thinker, a deist, even an atheist, some people had said; and he had half anticipated to find the young man blaspheming aloud in the throes of his dying agony. He had not been prepared for this quiet deathbed, this man who was dying with a smile upon his face, murmuring alternate fragments of St. John's Gospel and Tennyson's In Memoriam. "I was with my mother when she died," Roland said by and by, "and yet could not accept the simple faith that made her so happy. But I dare say Saul has seen many wonderful things before that journey to Damascus. Had he not witnessed the martyrdom of Stephen, and had yet been unmoved? The hour comes, and the miracle comes with it. Oh, what an empty wasted life mine has been for the last 10 years, because I could not understand, I could not see beyond. I might have done so much, perhaps, if I could only have seen my way beyond the contradictions and perplexities of this lower life. But I could not, I could not. And so I fell back into a sluggish idleness, without a conscience or an aim. I basked and battened in the woods. The rector lingered in the house even after he had left Roland's chamber. He would be summoned by and by, perhaps, and the dying man would require some more orthodox consolation than was to be derived from Mr. Tennyson's verses. But Roland seemed very happy. There was a brightness upon his face, in spite of its death-like pallor, a spiritual brightness, unaffected by any loss of blood, or languor of that slow pulse which the London physicians felt so often. For some 2 or 3 hours after the struggle in Nessborough Hollow he had lain stunned and unconscious. Then he had slowly awakened to see the stars fading above the branches over his head, and to hear the early morning breeze creeping with a ghostly rustling noise amidst the fern. He awoke to feel that something of an unwonted nature had happened to him, but not for some time to any distinct remembrance of his encounter with Mr. Sleaford. He tried to move, but found himself utterly powerless. A partial paralysis seemed to have changed his limbs to lead. He could only lie as he had fallen, dimly conscious of the fading stars above, the faint summer wind rippling a distant streamlet, and all the vague murmur of newly awakened nature. He knew as well as if a whole conclave of physicians had announced their decision upon his case. He knew that for him life was over, and that if there was any vitality in his mind, any sense of a future in his breast, that sense, so vague and imperfect as yet, could only relate to something beyond this earth. Very rambling fancies filled Mr. Lansdell's mind as he lay amongst the bruised fern, with the wild rose brambles and blossoms above him. He knew that his life was done. He knew that for him all interest in this earth and its creatures had ceased for ever, and a perfect calm came down upon him. He was like a man who had possessed a great fortune, and had been perpetually tormented by doubts and perplexities about it, and who, waking one morning to discover himself a beggar, found a strange relief in the knowledge that he was penniless. The struggle was all over. No longer could the tempter whisper in his ear, urging him to follow this or that wandering exhalation of the world's foul marshlands. No more for him irresolution or perplexity. The problem of life was solved. A new and unexpected way was opened for him out of the blank weariness which men call existence. At first the thought of his approaching release brought with it no feeling but a sense of release. It was only afterwards, when the new aspect of things became familiar to him, that he began to think with remorseful pain of all the empty life that lay behind him. He seemed to be thinking of this even when Isabel was with him; for after lying for some time quite silent in a doze, as they thought who watched him, he raised his heavy eyelids and said to her, "If ever you should find yourself with the means of doing great good, of being very useful to your fellow creatures, I should like you to remember my wasted life, Isabel. You will try to be patient, won't you, my dear? You will not think, because you are balked in your first pet scheme for the regeneration of mankind, that you are free to wash your hands of the business, and stand aloof, shrugging your shoulders at other people's endeavours. 10 years ago I fancied myself a philanthropist, but I was like a child who plants an acorn overnight, and expects to see the tender leaflets of a sapling oak sprouting through the brown earth next morning. I wanted to do great things all at once. My courage failed before the battle had well begun. But I want you to be different from me, my dear. You were wiser than I when you left me that day, when you left me to my foolish anger, my sinful despair. Our love was too pure to have survived the stain of treachery and guilt. It would have perished like some beautiful flame that expires in a tainted atmosphere. Impure love may flourish in a poisoned habitation, but the true God sickens and dies if you shut him from the free air of heaven. I know now that we should not have been happy, Isabel, and I acknowledge the mysterious wisdom that saved us. My darling, do not look at me with those despairing eyes. Death will unite us rather than separate us, Isabel. I should have been farther away from you if I had lived, for I was tired of my life. I was like a spoilt child who had possessed all the toys ever devised by mortal toy maker, and has played with them all and grown weary of them and broken them. Only his nurses know what an abomination that child is. I might have become a very bad man if I had lived, Isabel. As it is, I begin to understand what Tennyson means. He has written the gospel of his age, Isabel. He has told me what I am, an infant crying in the night, an infant crying for the light, and with no language but a cry. These were the last words that Roland Lansdell ever spoke to the doctor's wife. He fell back into the same half slumber from which he had awakened to talk to her, and someone, she scarcely knew who it was, led her out of the sick chamber and a little way along the corridor into another room, where the Venetian shutters were half open, and there was sunshine and splendour. Then, as if in a dream, she found herself lying on a bed that seemed softer than the billows of the sea, and around which there were curtains of pale green silk and shadowy muslin, and a faint odour like incense hovering about everything. As in a dream, Isabel saw Lady Gwendoline and the nurse bending over her, and then one of them told her to go to sleep. She must want to rest. She had been sorely tried lately. "You are among friends," the soft patrician voice murmured. "I know that I wronged you very much, poor child, but I have promised him that I will be your friend." The soft curtains fell with a rustling noise between Isabel and the light, and she knew that she was alone. But still the dream-like feeling held her senses as in a spell. Does not simple, practical Sir Walter Scott, writing of the time of his wife's burial, tell us that it was all like a dream to him? He could not comprehend or lay hold of the dread reality. And is it any wonder, therefore, if to this romantic girl the calamity that had so suddenly befallen her seemed like a dream? He was dying. Every one said that it was so. He himself spoke of his death calmly, as a settled thing, and no one gainsayed him. And yet she could not believe in the cruel truth. Was he not there, talking to her and advising her, his intellect unclouded as when he had taught her how to criticize her favourite poets in the bright summer days that were gone? No, 1,000 times no. She would not believe that he was to die. Like all people who have enjoyed a very close acquaintance with poverty, she had an exaggerated idea of the power of wealth. Those great physicians, summoned from Savile Row, and holding solemn conclave in the library, they would surely save him. They would fan that feeble flame back into new life. What was medical science worth if it was powerless to save this one sick man? And then the prayers which had seemed cold and lifeless on her lips when she had supplicated for George Gilbert's restoration took a new colour, and were as if inspired. She pushed aside the curtains, and got up from the bed where they had told her to sleep. She went to the door and opened it a little way, but there was no sound to be heard in the long corridor where the portraits of dead and gone Lansdells, all seeming to her more or less like him, looked sadly down from the wainscot. A flood of hot sunshine poured into the room, but she had no definite idea of the hour. She had lost count of time since the sudden shock of her husband's death, and she did not even know the day of the week. She only knew that the world seemed to have come to an end, and that it was very hard to be left alone in a deserted universe. For a long time she knelt by the bedside, praying that Roland Lansdell might live, only that he might live. She would be contented and happy, she thought, to know that all the world lay between her and him, if she could only know that he lived. There was no vestige of any selfish desire in her mind. Childishly, ignorantly, as a child might supplicate for the life of its mother, did this girl pray for the recovery of Roland Lansdell. No thought of her new freedom, no foreshadowing of what might happen if he could be restored to health, disturbed the simple fervour of her prayers. She only wanted him to live. The sun sloped westward, and still shone upon that kneeling figure. Perhaps Isabel had a vague notion that the length of her prayers might prevail. They were very rambling, unorthodox petitions. It is not every mourner who can cry, "Thy will be done." Pitiful and weak and foolish are some of the lamentations that rise to the eternal throne. At last, when Isabel had been some hours alone and undisturbed in that sunlit chamber, an eager yearning to see Roland Lansdell once more came upon her. To see him, or at least to hear tidings about him; to hear that a happy change had come about, that he was sleeping peacefully, wrapped in a placid slumber that gave promise of recovery. Ah, what unspeakable delight it would be to hear something like this! And sick men had been spared before to day. Her heart thrilled with a sudden rapture of hope. She went to the door and opened it, and then stood upon the threshold listening. All was silent as it had been before. No sound of footsteps, no murmur of voices penetrated the massive old walls. There was no passing servant in the corridor whom she could question as to Mr. Lansdell's state. She waited with a faint hope that Lady Gwendoline or the sick nurse might come out of Roland's room; but she waited in vain. The western sunlight, shining redly through a lantern in the roof of the corridor, illuminated the sombre faces of the dead Lansdells with a facetious glow of life and colour. Pensive faces, darkly earnest faces, all with some look of the man who was lying in the chamber yonder. The stillness of that long corridor seemed to freeze Isabel's childish hopes. The flapping of a linen blind outside the lantern sounded like the fluttering of a sail at sea; but inside the house there was not so much as a breath or a whisper. The stillness and suspense grew unendurable. The doctor's wife moved away from the door, and crept nearer and nearer the dark oaken door at the end of the corridor, the ponderous barrier that shut her from Roland Lansdell. She dared not knock at the door, lest the sound should disturb him. Some one must surely come out into the corridor before long. Mr. Raymond, or Lady Gwendoline, or the nurse. Some one who could give her hope and comfort. She went towards the door, and suddenly saw that the door of the next room was ajar. From this room came the low murmur of voices, and Isabel remembered all at once that she had seen an apartment opening out of that in which Roland Lansdell lay; a large pleasant looking chamber, with a high oaken mantelpiece, above which she had seen the glimmer of guns and pistols, and a picture of a horse. She went into this room. It was empty, and the murmur of voices came from the adjoining chamber. The door between the two rooms was open, and she heard something more than voices. There was the sound of low convulsive sobbing, very subdued, but very terrible to hear. She could not see the sick man, for there was a little group about his bed, a group of bending figures that made a screen between her and him. She saw Lady Gwendoline on her knees at the bottom of the bed, with her face buried in the silken coverlet, and her arms thrown up above her head. But in the next moment Charles Raymond saw her and came to her. He closed the door softly behind him, and shut out that group of bending figures. She would have spoken, but he lifted his hand with a solemn gesture. "Come away, my dear," he said softly. "Come with me, Isabel."
"Oh, let me see him, let me speak to him, only once more, only once."
"Never again, Isabel; never upon this earth any more. You must think of him as something infinitely better and brighter than you ever knew him here. I never saw such a smile upon a human face as I saw just now on his." She had no need of any plainer words to tell her he was dead. She felt the ground reel suddenly beneath her feet, and saw the gradual rising of a misty darkness that shut out the world, and closed about her like the silent waters through which a drowning man goes down to death.
End of Chapter 36, Part 2. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 37 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 37. If any calm, a calm despair. Lady Gwendoline kept her promise. What promises are so sacred as those that are made to the dying, and which become solemn engagements binding us to the dead whom we have wronged most likely? For who is there among us who does not do some wrong to the creature he most tenderly loves? Gwendoline Pomphrey repented her jealous anger against her cousin. She bitterly lamented those occasions upon which she had felt a miserable joy in the probing of his wounds. She looked back now that the blindness of passion had passed away with the passing of the dead, and saw herself as she really had been, unchristian, intolerant, possessed by a jealous anger which she had hidden under the useful womanly mask of outraged propriety. It was not Roland's sin that had stung her proud spirit to the quick. It was her love for the sinner that had been outraged by his devotion to another woman. She never knew that she had sent the man she loved to his death. Inflexible to the last, Roland Lansdell had kept the secret of that fatal meeting in Nessborough Hollow. The man who had caused his death was Isabel's father. If Roland had been vindictively disposed towards his enemy, he would, for her sake, have freely let him go. But no very vengeful impulse had stirred the failing pulses of his heart. He was scarcely angry with Jack the Scribe, but rather recognised in what had occurred the working of a strange fatality, or the execution of a divine judgment. "I was ready to defy heaven and earth for the sake of this girl," he thought. "I fancied it was an easy thing for a man to make his own scheme of life, and be happy after his own fashion. It was well that I should be made to understand my position in the universe. Mr. Sleaford was only a brutal kind of Nemesis waiting for me at the bottom of the hill. If I had tried to clamber upwards, if I had buckled on my armour and gone away from this castle of indolence to fight in the ranks of my fellow men, I need never have met the avenger. Let him go, then. He has only done his appointed work; and I, who made so pitiful a use of my life, have small ground for complaint against a man who has shortened it by a year or two." Thus it was that Mr. Sleaford went his own way. In spite of that murderous threat uttered by him in the Old Bailey dock, in spite of the savage violence of his attack upon Roland Lansdell, he had not, perhaps, meant to kill his enemy. In his own way of expressing it, he had not meant to go too far. There is a wide gulf between the signing of other people's names, or the putting an additional Y after the word 8, and an unauthorised 0 after the numeral on the face of a cheque. There is an awful distance between such illegal accomplishments and an act of deliberate homicide. Mr. Sleaford had only intended to punish the languid swell who had borne witness against him, to spoil his beauty for the time being, and, in short, to give him just cause for remembering that little amateur detective business by which he had beguiled the elegant idleness of his life. Isabel's father had scarcely intended to do more than this. But when you beat a man about the head with a loaded bludgeon, it is not so very easy to draw the line of demarcation between an assault and a murder. And Mr. Sleaford did go a little too far, as he learned a few days afterwards, when he read in the Times supplement an intimation of the sudden death of Roland Lansdell, Esquire, of Mordred Priory, Midlandshire. The strong man, reading this announcement in the parlour of a low public house in one of the most obscure purlieus of Lambeth, felt an icy sensation of fear that he had never experienced before, amidst all the little difficulties attendant upon the forging of negotiable autographs. This was something more than he had bargained for. This Midlandshire business was murder, or something so nearly resembling that last and worst of crimes that a stupid jury might fail to recognise the distinction. Jack the Scribe, armed with Roland Lansdell's £50, had already organised a plan of operations which was likely to result in a very comfortable little income, without involving anything so disagreeable to the feelings of a gentleman as the illegal use of other people's names. It was to the science of money lending that Mr. Sleaford had turned his attention, and during the enforced retirement of the last few years he had woven for himself a very neat little system, by which a great deal of interest, in the shape of inquiry fees and preliminary postage stamps, could be extorted out of simple-minded borrowers, without any expenditure in the way of principal on the part of the lender. With a view to the worthy carrying out of this little scheme, Mr. Sleaford had made an appointment with one of his old associates, who appeared to him a likely person to act as clerk or underling, and to double that character with the more dignified rôle of solicitor to the Mutual and Co-operative Friend in Need and Friend in Deed Society. But after reading that dismal paragraph respecting Mr. Lansdell in the supplement of the Times, Jack the Scribe's ideas underwent a considerable change. It might be that this big pleasant metropolis, in which there is always such a nice little crop of dupes and simpletons ready to fall prone beneath the sickle of the judicious husbandman, would become, in vulgar parlance, a little too hot to hold Mr. Sleaford. The contemplation of this unpleasant possibility led that gentleman's thoughts away to fairer and more distant scenes. He had a capital of £50 in his pocket. With such a sum for his fulcrum, Jack the Scribe felt himself capable of astonishing, not to say uprooting, the universe. And if an indiscreet use of his bludgeon had rendered it unadvisable for him to remain in his native land, there were plenty of opportunities in the United States of America for a man of his genius. In America, on the other side, as he had heard his transatlantic friends designate their country, he might find an appropriate platform for the Mutual and Co-operative Friend in Need and Friend in Deed Society. The genus dupe is cosmopolitan, and the transatlantic Arcadian would be just as ready with his postage stamps as the confiding denizen of Bermondsey or Camden Town. Already in his mind's eye Mr. Sleaford beheld a flaming advertisement of his grand scheme slanting across the back page of a daily newspaper. Already he imagined himself thriving on the simplicity of the New Yorkers, and departing, enriched and rejoicing, from that delightful city, just as the Arcadians were beginning to be a little impatient about the conclusion of operations, and a little backward in the production of postage stamps. Having once decided upon the advisability of an early departure from England, Mr. Sleaford lost no time in putting his plans into operation. He strolled out in the dusk of the evening, and made his way to some dingy lanes and waterside alleys in the neighbourhood of London Bridge. Here he obtained information about speedily departing steam vessels bound for New York, and early the following morning, burdened only with a carpet bag and the smallest of portmanteaux, Jack the Scribe left Euston Square on his way to Liverpool, whence he departed, this time unhindered and unobserved, in the steam vessel Washington, bound for New York. And here he drops out of my story, as the avenging goddess might disappear from a classic stage when her work was done. For him, too, a Nemesis waits, lurking darkly in some hidden turning of the sinuous way along which a scoundrel walks. If any calm, a calm despair. Such a calm fell at last upon Isabel Gilbert, but it was slow to come. For a long time it seemed to her as if a dreadful darkness obscured all the world, a darkness in which she groped blindly for a grave where she might lie down and die. Was not he dead? What was there left in all the universe now that he was gone? Happily for the sufferer, there is attendant upon all great mental anguish a kind of numbness, a stupefaction of the senses, which in some manner deadens the sharpness of the torture. For a long time Isabel could not think of what had happened within the last few troubled weeks. She could only sit hopeless and tearless in the little parlour at Graybridge, while the funeral preparations went quietly on about her, and while Mrs. Jeffson and the young woman, who went on to work at 18 pence a day, came in every now and then to arouse her from her dull stupor for the trying on of mourning garments, which smelled of dye and size, and left black marks upon her neck and arms. She heard the horrible snipping of crape and bombazine going on all day, like the monotonous accompaniment of a nightmare; and sometimes, when the door had been left ajar, she heard people talking in the opposite room. She heard them talking in stealthy murmurs of the 2 funerals which were to take place on successive days, one at Graybridge, one at Mordred. She heard them speculate respecting Mr. Lansdell's disposal of his wealth. She heard the name, the dear romantic name, that was to be nothing henceforward but an empty sound, bandied from lip to lip. And all this pain was only some portion of the hideous dream which bound her night and day. People were very kind to her. Even Graybridge took pity upon her youth and desolation, though every pang of her foolish heart was the subject of tea-table speculation. But the accomplished slanderer is not always a malevolently disposed person. He is only like the wit, who loves his jest better than his friend, but who will yet do his friend good service in the day of need. The Misses Pawlkatt, and many other young ladies of standing in Graybridge, wrote Isabel pretty little notes of condolence, interlarded with quotations from Scripture, and offered to go and sit with her. To sit with her, to beguile with their frivolous stereotyped chatter the anguish of this poor stupefied creature, for whom all the universe seemed obscured by one impenetrable cloud. It was on the 2nd day after the surgeon's funeral, the day following the infinitely more stately ceremonial at Mordred Church, that Mr. Raymond came to see Isabel. He had been with her several times during the last few days, but he had found all attempts at consolation utterly vain, and he, who had so carefully studied human nature, knew that it was wisest and kindest to let her alone. But on this occasion he came on a business errand, and he was accompanied by a grave-looking person, whom he introduced to Isabel as the late Mr. Lansdell's solicitor. "I have come to bring you strange news, Mrs. Gilbert," he said; "news that cannot fail to be very startling to you." She looked up at Charles Raymond with a sad smile, whose meaning he was not slow to interpret. It said so plainly, "Do you think anything that can happen henceforward upon this earth could ever seem strange to me?" "When you were with him on the last day of his life, Isabel," Mr. Raymond continued, "he talked to you very seriously. He changed wonderfully with the near approach of death. It seemed as if the last 10 years had been blotted away, and he was a young man again, just entering life, full of noble yearnings and aspirations. I pray God those 10 idle years may never be counted against him. He spoke to you very earnestly, my dear, and he urged you, if ever great opportunities were given you, which they might be, to use them faithfully for his sake. I heard him say this, and was at a loss to understand his full meaning. I comprehend it perfectly now." He paused, but Isabel did not even look up at him. The tears were slowly pouring down her colourless cheek. She was thinking of that last day at Mordred, and Roland's tenderly earnest voice seemed still sounding in her ears. "Isabel, a great charge has been entrusted to you. Mr. Lansdell has left you the bulk of his fortune." It is certain that Mr. Raymond expected some cry of surprise, some token of astonishment, to follow this announcement; but Isabel's tears only flowed a little faster, and her head sank forward on the sofa cushion by her side. "Had you any idea that Roland intended to leave his money in this manner?"
"Oh, no, no! I don't want the money. I can do nothing with it. Oh, give it to some hospital, please, and let the hospital be called by his name. It was cruel of him to think that I should care for money when he was dead."
"I have reason to believe that this will was made under very peculiar circumstances," Mr. Raymond said presently, "when Roland was labouring under a delusion about you, a delusion which you yourself afterwards dispelled. Mr. Lansdell's solicitor fully understands this. Lord Ruysdale and his daughter also understand it, and no possible discredit can attach to you from the inheritance of this fortune. Had Roland lived, he might very possibly have made some alteration and modifications of this will. As it stands, it is as good a will as any ever proved at Doctors' Commons. You are a very rich woman, Isabel. Lady Gwendoline, her father, and myself are all legatees to a considerable amount; but Mordred Priory and the bulk of the Lansdell property are left to you." And then Mr. Raymond went on to explain the nature of the will, which left everything to himself and Mr. Meredith, the London solicitor, as trustees, for the separate use and maintenance of Isabel Gilbert, and a great deal more which had no significance for the dull indifferent ears of the mourner. There had been a time when Mrs. Gilbert would have thought it a grand thing to be rich, and would have immediately imagined a life spent in ruby velvet and diamonds; but that time was past. The blessings we sigh for are very apt to come to us too late, like that pension the tidings of which came to the poet as he lay upon his deathbed. Mordred Priory became the property of Isabel Gilbert, and for a time all that Shakespearian region of Midlandshire had enough to employ them in the discussion of Mr. Lansdell's will. But even the voice of slander was hushed when Mrs. Gilbert left England in the company of Lord Ruysdale and his daughter, for a lengthened sojourn on the Continent. I quote here from the Wareham Gazette, which found Isabel's proceedings worthy of record since her inheritance of Mr. Lansdell's property. Lady Gwendoline had promised to be the friend of Isabel, and she kept her word. There was no bitterness in her heart now, and perhaps she liked George Gilbert's widow all the better on account of that foolish wasted love that made a kind of link between them. Lord Ruysdale's daughter was not the sort of woman to feel any base envy of Mrs. Gilbert's fortune. The Earl had been very slow to understand the motives of his kinsman's will; but as he and his daughter received a legacy of £10,000 apiece, to say nothing of sundry Cromwellian tankards, old-fashioned brooches and bracelets in rose diamonds, a famous pearl necklace that had belonged to Lady Anna Lansdell, a Murillo and a Rembrandt, and 19 dozen of Madeira that connoisseurs considered unique, Lord Ruysdale could scarcely esteem himself ill-treated by his late nephew. So Mrs. Gilbert was permitted to possess her new wealth in peace, protected from any scandal by the Ruysdale influence. She was permitted to be at peace, and she went away with Lady Gwendoline and the Earl to those fair foreign lands for which she had pined in the weedy garden at Camberwell. Even during the first bitterness of her sorrow she was not utterly selfish. She sent money to Mrs. Sleaford and the boys, money which seemed enormous wealth to them, and she instructed her solicitor to send them quarterly instalments of an income which would enable her half-brothers to receive a liberal education. "I have had a great sorrow," she wrote to her stepmother, "and I am going away with people who are very kind to me. Not to forget. I would not for the world find forgetfulness, if such a thing was to be found. Only that I may learn to bear my sorrow and to be good. I shall be glad to see you and my brothers." She wrote this, and a great deal more that was kind and dutiful, to poor Mrs. Sleaford, who had changed that tainted name to Singleton in the peaceful retirement of Jersey. And then she went away, and was taken to many beautiful cities, over all of which there seemed to hang a kind of mist that shut out the sunshine. It was only when Roland Lansdell had been dead more than 2 years that she began to understand that no grief, however bitter, can entirely obscure the beauty of the universe. She began to feel that there is something left in life, even when a first romantic love is nothing but a memory, a peace which is so nearly akin to happiness that we can scarcely regret the flight of the brighter spirit, a calm which lies beyond the regions of despair, and which is unruffled by those vague fears, those shadowy forebodings, that are apt to trouble the joyful heart. And now it seems to me that I have little more to do with Isabel Gilbert. She passes away from me into a higher region than that in which my story has lain, useful, serene, almost happy, but very constant to the memory of her sorrow. She is altogether different from the foolish wife who neglected all a wife's duties while she sat by the mill stream at Thurston's Crag, reading the Revolt of Islam. There is a great gulf between a girl of 19 and a woman of 25, and Isabel's foolish youth is separated from her wiser womanhood by a barrier that is formed by 2 graves. Is it strange, then, that the chastening influence of sorrow has transformed a sentimental girl into a good and noble woman, a woman in whom sentiment takes the higher form of universal sympathy and tenderness? She has faithfully employed the trust confided to her. The money bequeathed to her by her ardent lover, who fancied that he had won the woman of his choice, and that his sole duty was to protect her from worldly loss or trouble. The fortune bequeathed under such strange circumstances has become a sacred trust, to be accounted for to the dead. Only the mourner knows the exquisite happiness involved in any act performed for the sake of the lost. Our Protestant creed, which will not permit us to pray for our dead, cannot forbid the consecration of our good works to those departed and beloved creatures. Charles Raymond has transferred to Isabel something of that affection which he felt for Roland Lansdell, and he and the orphans, grown into estimable young persons of 16 and 17, spend a great deal of their time at Mordred Priory. The agricultural labourer, who had known the doctor's wife only as a pale-faced girlish creature, sitting under the shelter of a hedgerow with a green parasol above her head and a book in her lap, has good reason to bless the doctor's widow; for model cottages have arisen in many a pleasant corner of the estate which was once Roland Lansdell's, pretty Elizabethan cottages with peaked gables and dormer windows. Allotment gardens have spread themselves here and there on pleasant slopes, and coming suddenly upon some woody hollow, you find yourself face to face with the Tudor windows of a schoolhouse, a substantial modern building set in an old world garden, where there are great gnarled pear trees, and a cluster of beehives in a bowery corner, sheltered by bushes of elder and hazel. Sigismund Smith appears sometimes at Mordred Priory, always accompanied by a bloated and dilapidated leathern writing case, unnaturally distended by stuff which he calls copy, and other stuff which he speaks of as proofs. Telegrams from infuriated proprietors of penny journals pursue him in his calm retreat, and a lively gentleman in a white hat has been known to arrive per express train, vaguely declaring his intention of standing over Mr. Smith during the production of an urgently required chapter of The Bride of the Bosphorus, or The 14 Corpses of the Caspian Sea. He is very happy and very inky, and the rustic wanderers who meet a pale-faced and mild-looking gentleman loitering in the green lanes about Mordred, with his hat upon the back of his head, and his insipid blue eyes fixed on vacancy, would be slow to perceive in him the deliberate contriver of one of the most atrocious and cold-blooded schemes of vengeance that ever outraged the common dictates of human nature and adorned the richly illustrated pages of a penny periodical. Amongst the wild roses and new mown hay of Midlandshire, Mr. Smith finds it sweet to lie at ease, weaving the dark webs of crime, which he subsequently works out upon paper in the dingy loneliness of his Temple chambers. He is still a bachelor, and complains that he is not the kind of man to fall in love, as he is compelled to avail himself of the noses and eyes, ruby lips, and golden or raven tresses (there are no other hues in Mr. Smith's vocabulary) of every eligible young lady he meets, for the decking out of his numerous heroines. "Miss Binks," he will perhaps remark, when a lady's name is mentioned to him. "Oh yes, she's Bella the ballet girl. One of the Bicker's touch-and-go romances, the first 5 numbers, and a magnificent engraving of one of Landseer's best pictures, for a penny. I finished her off last week. She poisoned herself with insect powder in a garret near Drury Lane, after setting fire to the house and grounds of her destroyer. She ran through 113 numbers, and Bickers has some idea of getting me to write a sequel. You see, there might be an antidote to the insect powder, or the oilman's shop boy might have given Bella patent mustard in mistake." But it has been observed of late that Mr. Smith pays very special attention to the elder of the 2 orphans, whom he declares to be too good for penny numbers, and a charming subject for 3 volumes of the quiet and domestic school, and he has consulted Mr. Raymond respecting the investment of his deposit account, which is supposed to be something considerable. For a gentleman who lives chiefly upon bread and marmalade and weak tea may amass a very comfortable little independence from the cultivation of sensational literature in penny numbers. End of Chapter 37. End of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Recording by Kirsten Weber.